Chapter 4775. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at Qingyang town. Not many people in Qingyang town recognized Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng was able to walk through the streets of Qingyang town without any fear. If it was Hannah Mirage, she would have to enter Qingyang town carefully. Otherwise, if she was discovered, she would definitely be captured. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the mansion Hannah Mirage mentioned. He used his divine will to sense it. Lin Feng was shocked to find an extremely powerful existence in the depths of the mansion. It was definitely a true immortal expert. This expert did not seem to be as simple as a beginner true immortal. Even if he lured a large number of cultivators away, Hua Huanyue had walked right into the trap by coming here. There was no way she could save her sister. That was certain. Lin Feng was absolutely certain. However, Hannah Mirage did not know about this. Still, Lin Feng planned to follow Hannah Mirage's plan. He would lure a portion of the cultivators away first. There were more than 10 cultivators guarding the door outside. Those people were probably disciples of the Myriad Poison sect. The group of cultivators had ferocious looks on their faces. Although they did not know that they were cultivators from the Myriad Poison order, when the surrounding cultivators saw them, they dared not linger around. One by one, they quickly left. Lin Feng walked towards the group of cultivators. "Kid, stop right there," a cultivator shouted coldly. Lin Feng stopped. The cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng and asked, "Is this a place where you can come? Get lost, or I'll kill you immediately." These people were all demonic cultivators. Naturally, they would kill without batting an eyelid. Lin Feng said, "Look at this treasure in my hand. Do you recognize it?" Lin Feng's words attracted everyone's attention. A treasure? What treasure? Everyone was puzzled. Swoosh. With a flash of light, a treasure appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It was a huge sword. This huge sword was the huge sword in the hands of the leading cultivator from before. After the cultivator was killed by Lin Feng, the giant sword fell into Lin Feng's hands. This is Xue Dingtian's giant sword. Suddenly, someone recognized the giant sword. The others were shocked. How did Xue Dingtian's huge sword appear in the hands of this human cultivator? That's right, it's his. I killed him, so the giant sword fell into my hands, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He then raised his sword and a dazzling sword chi condensed into a gigantic sword. Next, he charged towards the group of cultivators. When they saw the incoming sword beams, the faces of the cultivators there sank sharply. They had never imagined that there would come a day when someone would dare to attack the cultivators of the Myriad Poison sect within their territory. Was this an act of provocation against the supreme dignity of the Myriad Poison sect? "Hurry up and dodge," the cultivators cried out in panic as they desperately tried to dodge Lin Feng's attack. Some even took out their magic treasures to block Lin Feng's attack. However, not everyone managed to dodge Lin Feng's attack. Tearing sounds rang out incessantly. Among the dozen or so cultivators, only 2 were lucky enough to survive. The rest were all killed by Lin Feng's sword. The 2 surviving cultivators rushed into the mansion in a wretched state and cried out in horror, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The ones I'm killing are the bastards of your Myriad Poison sect." Ha 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 ha. After killing all those people, Lin Feng burst into laughter and quickly left the palace. Some of the cultivators who were passing by saw what happened in the blink of an eye. They were all dumbfounded and had looks of disbelief on their faces. They never thought that the people in the mansion would be cultivators of the Myriad Poison sect. Even more so, they never thought that someone would run into the Myriad Poison sect's territory and kill their cultivators. After killing them, he even said such arrogant words. He was provoking the Myriad Poison sect. A sentence suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. "Ask how the Deathcatcher was cultivated." This sentence seemed to fit the current situation quite well. Lin Feng rushed outside. Not long after, a cold voice came from inside the mansion. "How dare you provoke our Myriad Poison sect? No one in this world can save your life." Then, dozens of cultivators quickly flew out of the mansion where the Myriad Poison sect's cultivators were stationed. All of them were filled with killing intent. Those cultivators. They were completely enraged. All of them were filled with rage. Their killing intent was overwhelming. They couldn't wait to capture Lin Feng, the person who provoked their myriad poisons sect. Then, they cut off Lin Feng's flesh piece by piece. It really is the myriad poisons sect. Who was that kid just now? He's really bold. I don't know him. I've never seen him before. He dares to provoke the myriad poisons sect like this. I've never even heard of him before, let alone seen him before. Didn't we see him now? There are always some people in this world who aren't afraid of death. But these kinds of people often die miserably. Seeing a large number of myriad poisons sect's cultivators fly out, many people couldn't help but discuss spiritedly. Those myriad poisons sect's cultivators quickly chased after him. Lin Feng, on the other hand, disappeared into the forest. A group of experts from the myriad poisons sect also chased after him. This guy still has some tricks up his sleeve. Seeing the group of experts from the myriad poisons sect enter the forest to chase after Lin Feng, Hannah Mirage couldn't help but mutter. Then, she carefully flew in the direction of Qingyang town. Hannah Mirage easily infiltrated the mansion where the myriad poisons sect's cultivators were stationed. After all, a large number of myriad poisons sect's cultivators had already left. There weren't many cultivators left in the mansion. Hannah Mirage's body was like a cat as she passed through the layers of mansions. She was looking for the place where her sister was imprisoned. In one of the courtyards, she saw 2 guards standing guard outside. Could this be the place? Hannah Mirage couldn't help but mutter to herself. She silently snuck over, then used the killing technique she'd learned a few years ago. This was an inheritance that Hannah Mirage had found in the storage ring of a dead assassin. Although she wasn't proficient in the killing technique, she was still a beginner. She hid behind the 2 guards and quickly attacked. Slash. Slash. The short blade in her hand lightly swept through the air, accompanied by the sound of something being torn apart. The necks of the 2 guards were instantly torn apart. The 2 guards fell to the ground, dead. Hannah Mirage pushed open the door and entered. However, it was empty. Oh no, we've been tricked. Hannah Mirage's expression changed. She quickly rushed outside. However, as soon as she arrived in the courtyard, a large number of cultivators from the myriad poisons sect rushed in. More than 20 of them rushed in. Ha 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 ha, Hannah Mirage, we knew you'd find a way to rescue Hannah Jinsey. We've been waiting for you. A cultivator in a long green robe said with a laugh. This person was called True Lord Lifesizer. He was a true sub-immortal expert, only a step away from entering the true immortal realm. His grandfather was a hidden expert of the myriad poisons sect. Chapter 4776. Where's my elder sister? Hannah Mirage asked with an ugly expression. Hannah Mirage had never thought that she would end up in such a situation. Hannah Mirage was in an extremely bad mood. However, no matter how bad her mood was, she still had to face the reality in front of her. Bring her here. Life-taking True Lord waved his hand and said. Upon hearing that, someone immediately brought a woman over. This woman was somewhat similar to Hannah Mirage. However, her temperament was completely different from Hannah Mirage. Hannah Mirage was the kind of woman who had a very shrewish character. The woman in front of her gave off a gentle and moving feeling. Elder sister, did these bastards do anything to you? Hannah Mirage asked. She had always been straightforward with her words. Hannah Jinsey said. I'm fine. It's just that I've implicated you now. Hannah Jinsey did not say anything like that. It sounded like she was reprimanding someone, which naturally made people feel even worse. It was obvious that Hannah Jinsey was a woman with a pure heart. However, the current situation made Hannah Jinsey feel very sad and guilty. In her opinion, if it were not for saving her, Hannah Mirage would not have fallen into a trap. Elder sister, don't worry. We can leave this place safely today. Hannah Mirage looked very confident. How ridiculous. Even now, you're still daydreaming? Life-taking True Lord looked at Hannah Mirage with a mocking gaze. He naturally did not think that Hannah Mirage had a way to escape from him. He was confident. There were still life-taking True Lords. Ignorant fellow, Hannah Mirage sneered. Then, A light flashed in her hand. Afterward, a white paper doll flew out. Pale paper doll. At this moment, Hannah Mirage shouted, and the pale paper man actually burst into flames. As for what the pale paper doll was, no one knew. Perhaps it was a treasure that Hannah Mirage had obtained after much deliberation. It was to deal with today's situation. When the pale paper doll began to burn, one after another, white paper dolls flew towards the cultivators. The white paper dolls flew directly into the minds of the cultivators. Then, one by one, the cultivators clutched their heads and screamed in pain. Some of the weaker cultivators even fell to the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices. The pale paper doll was indeed a powerful treasure, but it was a pity that it could only be used once. The effect was quite good. Hua Huanyue rushed to her sister's side. He wanted to remove the restriction on Hannah Jinsey. Go to hell, after all, life-size a true lord's cultivation base was that of a quasi-true immortal. Therefore, he did not suffer as much damage as the others. He slapped towards Hannah Mirage. However, Hannah Mirage had been preparing for this day for a long time. Therefore, the situation in front of her had long been expected. In the face of life-taking true lord's attack, Hannah Mirage directly took out dozens of jade talismans. Those jade talismans instantly exploded. When the jade talismans exploded, they produced an extremely terrifying energy. The energy directly bombarded life-taking true lord's body. Life-taking true lord could not withstand the energy of the explosion. He was blown away by the energy of the explosion. And his skin and flesh were torn apart. It looked quite tragic. Hannah Mirage quickly came in front of her sister, Hannah Jinsey. She broke the restriction that imprisoned her sister, Hannah Jinsey. Then, she flew outside with Hannah Jinsey. Junior, you are really scheming. However, since you are here today, there is no possibility of you leaving. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then, a big hand appeared. That big hand, covering the sky, grabbed towards Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage. The aura emitted by that big hand was really terrifying. After sensing the aura emitted by the giant hand, the two sisters revealed extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. A true immortal. It was actually a true immortal expert who had made a move. The attack of a true immortal. It was too terrifying. The two sisters felt that their bodies were about to be unable to move. They felt that in front of a true immortal, they were like ants. The two sisters' hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Just as they were about to lose all hope, another large hand suddenly flew over from the sky. That big hand collided with the energy hand condensed by the true immortal expert of the myriad poison sect. The power of that big hand was so powerful that it directly broke the energy hand condensed by the true immortal expert. Then, it grabbed Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage. Then, the big hand shuttled through the void and left. Who dares to ruin this seat's plans? An expert rushed out of the room. It was a skinny old man. At this moment, the old man was unusually angry. He was about to capture Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage. However, someone had ruined his plan. This true immortal expert was naturally infuriated, but when he wanted to find traces of the other party had long disappeared without a trace. That big hand appeared in the forest and put down Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage. Then, the big hand disappeared. The two sisters naturally knew that they had met an expert who had saved them. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape today. However, that expert did not seem to have any intention of showing himself. The two sisters hurriedly thanked that expert. They said in unison, "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. If you want to thank me, the two of you can marry G and serve him together. That's the best way to repay me," a faintly discernible voice sounded. The two sisters were slightly stunned. Hannah Jinsey looked confused. She did not know who this G was. However, Hannah Mirage looked like she was gnashing her teeth. She felt that the senior expert would definitely not make such a request. Moreover, that senior expert had most likely already left. It was easy to guess who the person who said these words was. "Gee, you stinking hooligan. I know you're here. Hurry up and come out." Hannah Mirage looked like she was gnashing her teeth as she shouted loudly. Lin Feng walked out of the forest. He said, "Did I offend you? You dare to tease us sisters? Are you looking for a beating?" Hannah Mirage glared fiercely at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng said, "When did I tease you two sisters? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You were the one who spoke earlier, weren't you? That senior left long ago. You were deliberately mystifying things and pretending to be that senior so that we sisters would serve you together. Am I right?" Chapter 4777. Lin Feng was a little surprised. It seemed that Hannah Mirage was enlightened. However, Lin Feng really wanted to say that he was the one who saved the two of them. Why should he pretend to be someone else? Of course, Lin Feng didn't say these words out loud. If he did, he was sure that not only would Hannah Mirage not believe him, but she would also look at him with disdain. Lin Feng said, "I'm not pretending to be that powerful cultivator. I wouldn't dare to even if I had the guts. I'm guessing that the senior must have a deep relationship with me, so I gave you and your sister a clear path. Don't worry, after you follow me, I'll dote on you and I won't be biased towards anyone. It's such a good thing to sleep under the same blanket. I'll chop you to death." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Hannah Mirage had a machete in her hand. She rushed towards Lin Feng with the machete, wanting to chop Lin Feng to death with it. Lin Feng, on the other hand, broke into a run. This woman, she was beautiful. But her character was too valiant. Hannah Jinsey looked at Lin Feng and frowned slightly. She was a woman with a pure heart. So, she felt that this young human cultivator named Ji wasn't as frivolous as he appeared to be. She had a strange feeling that the man in front of her wasn't simple. Even Hannah Jinsey was shocked by this strange feeling. Because Lin Feng seemed to be quite ordinary. If there were any good points, other than his good looks. What other good points did he have? For now, she didn't see any. If flowery speech was a good point, then flowery speech was Lin Feng's second good point. Soon, Hannah Jinsey understood why she felt that Lin Feng was a little strange. It was mainly because that mysterious expert had brought them here. That mysterious expert didn't show up. However, the giant hand it had condensed dissipated. It also seemed to mean that he had left this place. Then, Lin Feng appeared. Both sides completed a seamless connection. This was what puzzled Hannah Jinsey. Why did the mysterious expert bring them to this place and not some other place? Why was this cultivator called Ji here? Clearly, this cultivator was acquainted with his younger sister. Was this all a coincidence? If it was a coincidence. If that was the case, then his conjecture was inaccurate. If it wasn't a coincidence, then wouldn't it mean that this cultivator named Ji? Was it really related to that mysterious expert? Actually, was he the descendant of that mysterious expert? They had been saved by that mysterious cultivator, and Lin Feng was the one who had begged that mysterious cultivator to save them. Hannah Jinsey planned to observe Lin Feng carefully. She wanted to see if she could find any clues. It was completely impossible for Hannah Mirage to catch up with Lin Feng. She chased for a long time with her machete. But she couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Feng's clothes. This made Hannah Mirage furious. Hannah Mirage put away the machete, glared at Lin Feng, and then found a place to rest. "Huan Yu, you haven't introduced this young master yet." Hannah Jinsey looked at Lin Feng and said. Hannah Mirage said angrily, "This guy is called Ji. He was responsible for luring away some cultivators from the myriad poison sect. I met him by chance. He's not very capable, but he's a complete scoundrel." After thinking for a while, Hannah Mirage added, "Furthermore, he's a smelly hooligan, so big sister, you must be careful of him. Don't be fooled by his flowery words." Lin Feng said, "I took a huge risk to help you. I didn't expect you to evaluate me like this. It really makes those who hear it sad and those who hear it cry. Did I wrongly accuse you?" Hannah Mirage snorted and said. Lin Feng said, "Let's not talk about whether I'm a hooligan or not, but you said that I don't have any ability. That's really wronged me. I'm very powerful, I can enter the 9-heaven world, I can enter the Yellow Springs hell, I have friends everywhere. Brag, brag with all your might." Hannah Mirage curled her lips. Her face was filled with disbelief. Hannah Jinsey, on the other hand, was carefully savoring Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng smiled, and then said, "When are we going to find the place where the Lord of all Spirits fell? What's the rush? Let's rest for the night and set off tomorrow." Hannah Mirage said. "Of course," Lin Feng said. Then, Lin Feng jumped onto a branch of a big tree, then lay down and began to rest. As for Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage, they jumped onto another big tree to rest. The roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. The forest at night was very dangerous. Lin Feng could vaguely hear Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage whispering something. However, he didn't hear it clearly. The night passed without a word. The next day, the three of them set off for the place where the Lord of all Spirits had fallen. Hannah Mirage took out a purple jade stone. She poured her magic power into the purple jade stone, and the purple jade stone would emit a screen of light. And that screen of light was extremely extraordinary, because that screen of light showed a map. That map was the map to the place where the Lord of all Spirits had fallen. When Lin Feng saw the map, he was a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen such a strange thing. A map was hidden in a jade stone, and it could be manifested in the void. The cultivator who forged the purple jade stone clearly had extraordinary means. "Where is the final destination?" asked Yi Futian. Lin Feng asked curiously. "It's in the depths of the ancient cloud forest," Hannah Mirage said. Lin Feng said, "I heard that there are Beast Emperor level experts in the depths of the ancient cloud forest. Moreover, those Beast Emperor level experts are all high-level true immortals. Entering that place is really dangerous," Hannah Mirage said. "Why? Are you afraid? If you are, it's not too late to leave now," Lin Feng said with a smile. "If I die in front of peonies, I'll be a romantic ghost. With you two sisters accompanying me, I won't be afraid even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den." Hannah Mirage pursed her lips and said, "You really are a stinky hooligan. Every 3 sentences you say are always your old profession." However, this time, she didn't chase after Lin Feng. Hannah Jinsey smiled and said, "I feel that young Master Ji is a gentleman. Sometimes, you can't judge a person by their appearance." Hearing that. Chapter 4778. There were some things that Hannah Jinsey could not explain too clearly to Hannah Mirage. She understood her younger sister's personality and temperament very well. She knew that once her younger sister decided on something, she would not change her mind. She would not change her mind easily. Thus, when faced with Hannah Mirage's question, Hannah Jinsey only smiled and did not explain too much. Lin Feng said, "Fairy Huan, she knows me well. There's a good saying, if you can find a bosom friend in life, you can die without regret. Gee, are you trying to woo my elder sister? Let me tell you, you better give up on such thoughts as soon as possible. My elder sister will never agree to it. You want to harm my elder sister? Dream on." Hannah Mirage glared fiercely at Lin Feng as she spoke. Lin Feng and Hannah Jinsey were speechless. Hannah Mirage's words were simply too vulgar. What did she mean by woo? Using the word woo sounded many times better than woo. "You've really misunderstood me. I'm just purely admiring Fairy Huanxi." Lin Feng shrugged. "You better not have any improper thoughts. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Hannah Mirage fiercely threatened Lin Feng. Hannah Jinsey actually wanted to interact more with Lin Feng. It was not because Hannah Jinsey had taken a fancy to Lin Feng. A peerless beauty like Hannah Jinsey had countless suitors. What kind of handsome young man had she not seen? Thus, she naturally would not be so superficial as to fall for Lin Feng so quickly just because he was handsome. The reason she wanted to interact more with Lin Feng was because she felt that Lin Feng was not simple. She wanted to dig deeper into Lin Feng's secrets, to see if her suspicions were correct. However, Hannah Mirage kept messing around, which made Hannah Jinsey feel a little helpless. However, Hannah Jinsey couldn't say these words to Hannah Mirage. After all, Hannah Mirage had her best interests at heart. Hannah Jinsey had to find another opportunity to contact Lin Feng. It would be best if she could dig out some secrets from Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng said, "I am a gentleman. How could I have such dirty thoughts?" Hannah Mirage said, I heard from the old people that people who often boast about how awesome they are often the less capable they are. So, those who often say that they are gentlemen are most likely not gentlemen. What a crooked idea. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Hannah Mirage said, if you don't listen to the old people, you will suffer losses. This is the life experience of the old people. Today, I will tell you for free. Hua Huanxi, on the other hand, looked at her younger sister in surprise. Lin Feng often said something, and Hannah Mirage would contradict Lin Feng. Hannah Jinsi understood Hannah Mirage very well. Logically speaking, Hannah Mirage wouldn't do such a thing, right? Moreover, her sister had never had much contact with male cultivators. Towards those male cultivators who wanted to chase her, she would just pick up her machete and chase after them. Thus, until now, no one dared to chase after her sister. If someone chased after her sister would still pick up her machete and chase after them. When she was with Lin Feng, she would often bicker with Lin Feng. Was there some other reason for this? 10 days later, the three of them had arrived at the inner region of the ancient cloud forest. Ferocious beasts ran rampant here. It was very dangerous. Suddenly, divine light surged in the depths. Lin Feng and the others quickly flew over. They saw. In a valley, there was actually a very special plant growing. It was a sunflower. At this moment, the sunflower had already matured. It emitted endless divine light. After the divine light merged together, it seemed to have turned into a dazzling divine sun. The top-grade immortal medicine sunflower, this is the treasure to refine the 9 sun soul tempering pill. After seeing the sunflower, Hannah Mirage was immediately surprised. She wanted to rush over and take the sunflower. But at this moment, Lin Feng grabbed Hannah Mirage's jade-like hand. When he sensed Lin Feng's gigantic hand, he was shocked. Hannah Mirage's pretty face turned slightly red. Then, she became angry. She looked at Lin Feng angrily and said, "What are you doing? Do you want to die? In this kind of place, don't be in a hurry to take action when you see an opportunity. With such a big commotion, the person who takes action first is destined to not have a good ending. Let's wait and see first," Lin Feng said. Hannah Mirage curled her lips, but did not refute Lin Feng. She pulled her hand out of Lin Feng's hand. At this moment, a cultivator flew out from the forest. He wanted to pick the sunflower, although he had already reached the depths of the ancient cloud forest. But in this place, there were still some cultivators around. Moreover, when the sunflower matured, it caused quite a commotion. It was very normal for it to attract some of the surrounding cultivators. Weren't Lin Feng and the other two also attracted by the phenomenon? That cultivator didn't look particularly old. But his cultivation was extremely extraordinary. He was at the loose immortal realm. It was very likely that he was a young elite from a large force. Just as he flew into the valley to pick the sunflower, suddenly, the void split open. Following that, a 10-meter-tall titan appeared, holding a huge stone club. It smashed towards the cultivator viciously. That cultivator's expression was one of shock. His reaction was also extremely fast. He hurriedly took out a powerful defensive shield. He wanted to use the defensive magic treasure to block that titan's attack. But the titan's attack was too terrifying. The stone staff smashed into the shield that the cultivator had summoned and sent him flying away together with the shield. That cultivator couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His injuries weren't light. Then, the titan leaped up and smashed down with his club again. It wanted to smash that cultivator into meat paste. So powerful. Seeing this scene, Hannah Mirage was so scared that her face turned pale. That titan was too powerful. Fortunately, Lin Feng stopped her. Or else. Now it was very likely that she would be the one being attacked by the titan. Seeing that the cultivator was about to be smashed into meat paste by the titan's club. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. "How dare you?" Along with that voice, an old man appeared. That old man held a long saber in his hand and swept it towards the stone club in the titan's hand. Along with the violent collision sound, A world-destroying power surged in all directions. That old man who attacked was definitely a true immortal realm expert. But his attack was actually broken by that titan. That true immortal realm old man was sent flying. But that old man had rich combat experience. He borrowed the force to retreat. Quickly arriving in front of that young cultivator, he grabbed that young cultivator and tore through the void. Quickly leaving. Chapter 4779. The titan was so terrifying that it scared away the powerful genuine immortal. In the face of such a terrifying titan, who dared to compete with it? Even Lin Feng. He didn't intend to compete with the titan for the sunflower. Such a terrifying existence. He wouldn't provoke it if he could. The titan quickly picked the sunflower. We can't beat it. If we could, we would definitely beat it up. After seeing the titan pick the sunflower, Hannah Mirage said gloomily. But how terrifying was the soul sense of the titan? It sensed the existence of Lin Feng and the other two. It looked towards the place where Lin Feng and the other two were. It was a pair of extremely cold eyes. After seeing those eyes, Hannah Mirage and Hannah Jinsey felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. They felt cold all over. They wanted to escape, but found that their bodies seemed to be imprisoned. They couldn't escape at all. They couldn't imagine how powerful the titan was. Hannah Mirage and Hannah Jinsey even had the heart to cry. The titan was so powerful that it could kill them with a snap of its fingers. Now, the titan found the three of them. Would the titan make a move? In the eyes of Hannah Mirage and Hannah Jinsey, if the titan made a move, the two sisters and Lin Feng would definitely die. Facing the cold eyes of the titan. Not to mention Hannah Mirage and Hannah Jinsey. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of seriousness in his heart. The titan family was gifted, and this titan's talent seemed to be much stronger than the ordinary titans. Therefore, it was able to cultivate to such a powerful level. Therefore, in the face of this titan, Lin Feng didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of this titan. After Lin Feng broke through to the itinerant immortal realm, his battle strength soared. In addition, he had many hidden means and 2 evil godstone statues. He wasn't afraid of the titan in front of him at all. So, Lin Feng looked at the terrifying titan in the distance without fear. Their gazes intertwined. The intelligence of the titan was obviously extremely profound. So, when its eyes met with Lin Feng's, it couldn't help frowning slightly. The young human cultivator made it felt an extremely dangerous feeling. The titan could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. That human cultivator was so young. Why did he give off such a feeling? The titan couldn't understand. It took a deep look at Lin Feng, then carried the huge stone club and quickly rushed into the distance. After a few jumps, it had already disappeared from the sight of Lin Feng and the others. It's gone. That big guy actually left. We're so lucky. After the titan left, Hannah Mirage quickly patted her towering breasts. She was really scared to death just now. But fortunately, the titan chose to leave in the end, which made Hannah Mirage feel like she had survived a disaster. This feeling was really great. And Hannah Jinsey was also very surprised. The titan clearly showed hostility just now. According to the development of the script, shouldn't the titan rush over to kill the 3 of them and then eat them? But the titan chose to leave in the end, which was really a bit strange. A thought suddenly appeared in Hannah Jinsey's mind. Is it because of Ji's presence here? That titan was very afraid of Ji, so it chose to leave in the end. When this thought appeared, even Hannah Jinsey couldn't help but be shocked by this thought. If that was really the case, then the man beside the sisters. How terrifying was he? Who exactly was he? Hannah Jinsey's gaze couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. She felt that her previous thought might be true. So, she was guessing Lin Feng's identity in her heart. She felt that Lin Feng's identity was definitely not simple. Why does Fairy Huan she keep looking at me? Could it be because I'm too handsome, so Fairy Huan she can't help but be attracted by my handsome appearance? Seeing Hannah Jinsey staring at him, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile and say. Then he sighed, Sometimes, if a man is too outstanding, it's also a kind of helplessness. Hannah Jinsey came back to her senses. She had lost her composure just now. She said, "I was a little distracted just now. I didn't mean to stare at young master." Hua Huanyue, on the other hand, looked at her sister in confusion. She was very familiar with Hannah Jinsey. Lin Feng might not be able to find out that Hannah Jinsey was lying. But Hannah Mirage found out that her sister was lying. Hannah Mirage didn't understand why her sister was lying. Could it be that sister has really taken a fancy to this smelly hooligan? A thought appeared in Hannah Mirage's mind. When this thought appeared, Hannah Mirage's heart, there was a vague feeling of discomfort. It was just that even Hannah Mirage didn't know why she felt uncomfortable in her heart. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng and said, "Smelly hooligan, have you already forgotten what I warned you before? If you dare to flirt with my sister, do you believe that I won't cut you into 8 pieces?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This girl was really hot-tempered. "Huan Yu, young Master Ji was just joking just now, don't take it so seriously," Hannah Jinsey said. "For my sister's sake, I'll forgive you this time." Hannah Mirage snorted and said, "What a crazy woman." Lin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips, then muttered in his heart, "Of course." Lin Feng didn't dare to say the words in his heart. If he really said it out loud, wouldn't Hannah Mirage eat him? The 3 of them continued on their way. About 5 days passed. Lin Feng and the other 2 rested in the forest. Roar, the earth-shaking roar of a beast resounded through the world. An unimaginably terrifying aura spread out. When they felt the terrifying aura, Hannah Mirage and Hannah Jinsey's faces turned extremely pale. Although the aura came from a great distance away, however, it still made them feel as if they couldn't breathe. "What kind of beast is roaring so loudly?" Hannah Jinsey said with a pale face. "It's the Beast Emperor in the depths." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked into the depths. He said, "Something big must have happened. Otherwise, the Beast Emperor wouldn't be so irritable. It's warning other creatures to stay away from the depths, or else it will kill them all." That Beast Emperor only roared once. You managed to analyze so much. Do you think we're as gullible as 3-year-old children? Hannah Mirage said with a curl of her lips. Lin Feng said speechlessly, 3-year-old children aren't as brainless as you are. I'm going to kill you. After hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, Hannah Mirage screamed in anger and pounced at Lin Feng. However, at this moment, the Beast Emperor roared again, and an even more terrifying aura spread out. Hannah Mirage's body trembled violently. That aura was too terrifying. After enduring the Beast Emperor's terrifying aura. Chapter 4780. Hannah Jinsey's situation was similar to Hannah Mirage's. Both were extremely bad. Their cultivation was actually not weak, but the Beast Emperor that emitted a terrifying pressure was too powerful. So much so that Hannah Mirage and Hannah Jinsey could not bear that terrifying pressure. But fortunately, that pressure quickly dissipated. Hannah Jinsey said, "I'm afraid we can't go into the depths for the time being." Lin Feng said, "Let's stay here and observe for the time being." Hannah Mirage naturally had no objections, mainly because the aura emitted by the Beast Emperor in the depths was too terrifying. That aura was simply suffocating. Hannah Mirage wanted to wait for a while. Otherwise, with her character, she would definitely continue to explore deeper. Beast roars could be heard from time to time. However, that terrifying Beast Emperor never showed up. It wasn't until this evening when the sun gradually set that the Beast Emperor finally appeared. Therefore, that Beast Emperor also knew that at night, it was often the most dangerous time. Because at night, darkness enveloped the earth. It was easier to hide. And at this time, it was easy to hide from the heavens. Therefore, the Beast Emperor's true body appeared. Its roar shook the mountains and rivers, suppressing the heavens. Lin Feng and the other 2 finally saw the appearance of this Beast Emperor. This Beast Emperor was surrounded by endless flames. Its appearance was like a lion, its head was like a dragon, and its body was covered with purple scales. Its body was 5 meters long and about 3.5 meters tall. It was unusually fierce. Wang Tianhu. When he saw the Beast Emperor, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. It turned out to be a Wangtian Hu. In fact, Lin Feng had only seen the introduction of the Wangtian Hu in the classic of mountains and seas before. In reality, this was the first time Lin Feng had seen a creature like the Wangtian Hu. The Wangtian Hu was terrifying. Its aura was monstrous. This kind of creature was originally an extremely heaven-defying creature. Not to mention that this was a mutated Wangtian Hu. The reason why he knew that this was a mutated Wangtian Hu, it was because of the introduction in the classic of mountains and seas. Heavenly gazing stingers were generally black and white, but there were also some that were green. The mutated heavenly gazing Hu were all purple in color. Mutated creatures were much stronger than normal creatures of the same species. It didn't matter if it was aptitude, talent, strength, or even the increase in combat power when breaking through. Mutated creatures would be far more powerful than other creatures of the same species. It was just that mutated creatures were relatively rare. A legendary creature has actually appeared. No wonder the outside world is saying that the Beast Emperor in the depths of the ancient cloud forest is incomparably powerful. After seeing the sky-gazing Hu, I finally know the reason, Hannah Jinsey said. Hannah Mirage asked, what is the strength of this sky-gazing roar? Lin Feng said, at the very least, it's an existence at the third stage of the true immortal realm. True immortals were divided into 4 levels. They were the 4 golden sage immortals of the Yuan Dao. The third level that Lin Feng was referring to was the golden immortal. In the world of cultivators, gold represented immortality. Therefore, when it came to naming realms, the word gold could not be added casually. Because it added gold. It had the meaning of immortality. However, if the realm itself did not have such an ability, but was given such a name, it was destined to suffer misfortune. However, the golden immortal realm was a different realm. The meaning of golden immortal was immortal. And the body of a cultivator in the golden immortal realm could be immortal for billions of years, so it was worthy of this name. Just like the true immortal that Lin Feng had encountered previously. Although they were also in the true immortal realm. But they were basically virtual immortals. First stage true immortal realm cultivators. High-level true immortals were still relatively rare. And high-level true immortals were obviously not something that those low-level true immortals could compare to. The gap between the true immortal realm was huge, especially for true immortals who were of a higher level. The gap was even bigger. Lin Feng could now deal with some virtual immortal realm true immortals, but if he really faced a high-level true immortal, he had to carefully consider whether he had the ability. Sometimes, one had to know their own limits. Know their own limits. Only then would one know the way to choose. They also knew how to seek luck and avoid disaster. The sky-gazing Hu roared for a long time. It lingered in the depths. It didn't rush out. This attracted Lin Feng's attention. Logically speaking, since the sky-gazing Hu wanted to intimidate the living beings in the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest, it should be patrolling the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest. Why did it not leave the deep region? This was indeed a little unreasonable. Was there a reason why the sky-gazing Hu was unable to leave the deep region? So, the sky-gazing Hu had not left the deep region? Lin Feng felt that there might be such a possibility. After the sky darkened, the sky-gazing Hu fell silent. It no longer roared. Instead, it disappeared. The originally deathly silent forest seemed to have been revitalized. The sounds of insects and birds that had disappeared earlier were heard again. From time to time, the roars of beasts resounded in the forest. We should be able to sleep peacefully. If the sky-gazing Hu doesn't make any more noise, we can continue to set off tomorrow. At midnight, the sky-gazing Hu still did not appear. Lin Feng let out a long breath and said. Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage nodded. They could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Feng and the other 2 seized the time to rest. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, the earth-shattering roar once again resounded in the forest. The sky-gazing Hu flew out. Its roar was filled with monstrous killing intent. The sky-gazing Hu seemed to have gone crazy. Its roar was so loud that it cracked the void. Its eyes were filled with endless anger. Terrifying beams of light shot out from its eyes one after another. The terrifying beams of light destroyed the surrounding mountains one after another. Lin Feng and the other two were alarmed. Something has happened. Something big must have happened. The skygazing whose killing intent is monstrous, but I don't know what happened inside. Lin Feng felt the skygazing whose emotions and said in a grave voice. Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage also knew what kind of terrible consequences such a terrifying existence would cause when it was angry. As a result, their expressions became extremely unsightly. Roar! At this moment, a roar came from afar. A huge green tiger flew over quickly. That huge green tiger was over 100 meters long. Its ferocious aura was monstrous. Roar! Then, a dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. A 9-headed demon dragon flew over, its 9 ferocious and huge dragon heads swaying. The dragon's aura suppressed the world. After the huge green tiger and the 9-headed demon dragon arrived, terrifying beings flew over one after another. For example, the titan that Lin Feng and the other two saw earlier also flew over from afar. There was also a golden giant. A stone man riding a stone beast. It was a silver creature with 4 pairs of wings. A black leopard. It was a huge green python. These beings were each more terrifying than the other. They were all kings of the ancient cloud forest. Now, these terrifying beings came one after another after hearing the skygazing whose call. Chapter 4781. After so many powerful creatures arrived, they all stopped in the depths. Great Emperor, a group of terrifying creatures bowed to the Wangtian Hu. The Wangtian Hu summoned these beast king-level existences one after another. No one knew why. But obviously, something big was going to happen next. The Wangtian whose anger and murderous will were enough to explain everything. The Wangtian who let out a series of roars. It was communicating with those beast king-level existences. Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage didn't understand what the Wangtian whose roars meant. But Lin Feng could understand. After all, Lin Feng had been with Bibi and the others for a long time, so he more or less understood some beast language. The Beast Emperor's queen gave birth to a son. Someone stole one of the Beast Emperor's sons, Lin Feng said. What? There's actually such a thing? Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage's pretty faces suddenly changed. The Wangtian who was such a terrifying existence. Provoking the Wangtian who was simply courting death. Stealing the Wangtian whose son was definitely a huge taboo. In fact, any powerful being would be infuriated if their heirs were stolen. It could be said that this was an endless hatred. Especially a creature like the Wangtian Hu. Their talent was powerful and their strength was terrifying. One had to know. The stronger the bloodline, the more terrifying the strength of a creature. The lower the probability of giving birth to a son. The main reason was that this kind of creature was envied by the heavens and suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was very difficult to give birth to a son. However, once this kind of creature gave birth to a son, it was usually very heaven-defying. It was estimated that some people from the large factions knew in advance that the Wangtian whose queen would give birth to a son. So they began to plan this matter. If they could get the Wangtian whose son, then, in the future, as long as they nurtured the young Wangtian Hu, it was equivalent to having one more top expert. This was for any faction. It was an extremely important matter. Therefore, those factions took the risk. They came to steal the Wangtian whose son. Moreover, those people had actually succeeded. Logically speaking, after those people stole Wang Tian whose offspring, Wang Tian who should be able to form a connection with it. But based on the current situation, Wang Tian who couldn't sense the whereabouts of its offspring. It was likely that the other party had already made all the necessary preparations. However, it was impossible for those who had stolen the Wang Tian whose child to leave the ancient Cloud Heaven Forest immediately. After all, the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest was simply too big. It would take some time to leave this place. Wang Tianhu gave the order to the Beast Kings. The Beast Horde in the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest would launch a beast wave. No matter who they saw, they would kill them without mercy. The Beast Kings quickly left after receiving the news. This is bad. The Heaven Gazing who has given the order to the Beast King. The Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest is going to launch a beast wave. Our plan must be put on hold for the time being. We need to retreat for now. Or else, once the beast tide erupts, I'm afraid it won't be easy to escape. Lin Feng's face suddenly darkened. When Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage heard the words beast tide, they were stunned. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. The beast tide was definitely one of the most terrifying disasters in the world of cultivators. When the beast tide was launched, countless beasts would gather together, and under the leadership of those powerful beast kings, they would sweep through everything. If any powerful cultivator was drowned by the beast tide, most likely, only death awaited them. Because when the beast tide was launched, there would be an endless number of beasts. How many beasts could one person kill? Those endless beasts stood there motionless. If one wanted to kill those beasts, one would be exhausted. Not to mention, one wouldn't have the chance to attack the beasts all the time. Once one was surrounded by the army of beasts. At that time, all kinds of attacks would come from all directions. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Not to mention the divine ability that covered the sky and earth. It was simply impossible to guard against. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that those powerful beast kings were sitting in the army of beasts. If those powerful beast kings were to attack, dealing with those powerful beast kings was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In addition to the attack of the army of beasts, it was simply a disaster. It was simply despairing. So, no one wanted to encounter a beast tide. And Wang Tianhu, this beast emperor, wouldn't easily launch a beast tide. Because it had a tacit understanding with some of the top forces in the outside world. This tacit understanding meant that those big forces in the outside world wouldn't easily attack the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest. But the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest's Beast Emperor also couldn't casually launch a beast tide to kill cultivators who entered the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest. The prerequisite for this tacit understanding was that one couldn't anger this Beast Emperor. If one angered it, it naturally wouldn't abide by the rules formed by this tacit understanding. Lin Feng and the other 2 quickly left. They wanted to take advantage of the beast tide to leave quickly, but they still didn't have the time to leave. There was a special way of communication between the beasts. For example, the roar of the beasts could spread news. When the Beast King roared, countless beasts responded. When more and more beasts responded, the ferocious beasts roared in unison. At that time, all the beasts in the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest were alarmed. Thus, the beast tide was launched just like that. In the forest, there were berserk beasts everywhere. And in the sky, there was an endless army of birds. There were all kinds of bats, flying dragons, giant dragons, eagles, rocks, and other flying beasts. They covered the sky. Beast tide, it's a beast tide, quickly run. Countless cultivators in the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest cried out in fear. They wanted to quickly leave the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest, but they soon found that they had nowhere to run. Whether it was in the ancient forest or in the sky, there were terrifying birds and beasts everywhere. No matter where they went, they would be attacked by those birds and beasts. Damn it. I don't know which immoral bastard did this time, who knows how many people will be implicated to death by them. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. Along the way, they saw many cultivators who entered the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest to explore being drowned by the beast tide. It was really too scary. Even if their cultivation was high, they couldn't hold on for too long. Lin Feng and the others were also attacked by many beasts, but fortunately, they didn't meet any Beast King level existences. If they met any Beast King level existences, it would be very troublesome. Because those Beast Kings only needed to stall you. Then, they could summon the other Beast Kings and the army of beasts. Thinking about that scene, it was really despairing. Moreover, among the Beast Kings here, there was no lack of top-notch experts. Those existences were not early-stage true immortals. They were all middle or high-stage true immortals. It was simply unimaginable. Suddenly, a cold aura spread out. Lin Feng and the other 2 looked in the direction of that cold aura. They saw that on a mountain peak not far away, That Beast King level Titan looked at the three of them coldly. A large number of beasts rushed over from all directions. That Titan had the intention to kill Lin Feng and the other two. Chapter 4782. This was already the second time Lin Feng and the other two had seen this Titan. Last time, this Titan was alone. This Titan felt that Lin Feng was not to be trifled with. In addition, its goal was the sunflower. After obtaining the sunflower, it was in a hurry to refine the sunflower, so it ignored Lin Feng and the others. And at this moment, this Titan's cultivation had greatly increased after refining the sunflower. In addition, a large number of beasts around had already come to support it. Therefore, this Titan was naturally confident in killing Lin Feng and the others. "We're finished," Hannah Mirage said with a pale face. Hannah Jinsey also had a look of despair on her face. Surrounded by an army led by a Beast King. Such a scene. Anyone who encountered it would feel that something was wrong. Lin Feng waved his hand. The swarm of demon refining insects and celestial devouring insects all flew out. The swarm of insects that blotted out the sky surrounded Lin Feng and the others. After seeing this scene, the Titan couldn't help but frown slightly. The two insect swarms that Lin Feng summoned were obviously not simple. It was naturally not a problem to summon other Beast Kings to deal with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was such a strong cultivator, if he really wanted to fight back, when the time came, its subordinates would also suffer heavy losses. In fact, these Beast King level existences would also secretly scheme against each other. This Titan naturally didn't want its subordinates to die miserably at the hands of Lin Feng. This human cultivator is really not simple. Forget it, let's leave him to the other Beast Kings. There must be many Beast Kings who want to kill him. The Titan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Then, he soared into the sky and rushed into the distance. And the army of beasts that followed the Titan Beast King turned around and rushed into the distance. Out of danger. Hannah Mirage had an expression of disbelief. Until now, she still couldn't believe that the Titan Beast King would choose to leave. Gee, was it your insect swarm that scared away the Titan Beast King? But that shouldn't be the case. The Titan Beast King is very powerful, and the beast horde has already come. It shouldn't be scared away by the insect swarm you summoned. Then, Hannah Mirage was puzzled. Lin Feng said, maybe it's because the Titan Beast King found a new target, and it obviously wanted to kill the new target even more, so it left. It's not good to stay here for long, let's leave this place. Lin Feng sent the two swarms of insects to return to time and space. He didn't dare to let the two swarms. The two swarms were too big of a target Beast King with the Beast King with the Beast Horde. Hua Huanxi was not as gullible as Hua Huanyue. She had some doubts, she had a vague feeling. The Beast King Beast, it was definitely related to Lin Feng. The three of them didn't stay and quickly left. They were attacked by many beasts. But fortunately, the three of them had extraordinary methods, and many powerful beasts were killed by the three of them. However, the Beast Horde had completely engulfed the entire Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest. So, it was too difficult to leave the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest unscathed. The best way now was to find a place to hide. But a normal place obviously wouldn't work. Even if he set up a restriction. Because there were beasts everywhere, setting up a restriction would take time. When setting up a restriction, he would definitely be discovered by the beasts. When the time came, if the beasts attracted the army of beasts, wouldn't they be caught like turtles in a jar? Even if they could hide from the beasts and successfully set up the restriction. However, in the army of beasts, there would definitely be some beasts who were especially sensitive to the power of the restriction. Once those beasts sensed the power of the restriction, they would definitely attract the army of beasts. At that time, the situation would still be extremely bad. Therefore, the place that Lin Feng was looking for was a naturally dangerous place. This kind of place. It was extremely dangerous. Hiding in this kind of place. Perhaps when those beasts saw cultivators enter those places, they would also think that the cultivators who entered would most likely die in the dangerous places. Those beasts naturally wouldn't take the risk to chase in. This kind of place was usually safer. Of course. Just as those beasts thought, this kind of place was very dangerous. The probability of cultivators who hid in it dying was extremely high. Hiding in such a place, it was a huge risk in itself. However, right now, this was the best way that Lin Feng could think of. If he was alone, it would be better. The key was to bring along Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage. Lin Feng couldn't possibly put the two girls into the time and space. This would expose one of his biggest secrets. Other than the people closest to him, this secret couldn't be exposed. Once the news was leaked out, it would be very disadvantageous to him. As for the good fortune gourd and the 4 ferocious cauldrons, they were naturally not suitable for the two sisters to enter. This kind of place would be very harmful to their bodies. Generally, it was a place where Lin Feng suppressed great enemies or refined them to death. Fortunately, Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary. In the end, he found an extremely dangerous place. This area was a gloomy forest. It emitted a cold and terrifying power. After feeling the cold and terrifying power, Yi Zichen was shocked. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. "Let's go inside and hide for a while," Lin Feng said. Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage quickly nodded. They were completely frightened by the beast tide. If Lin Feng wasn't here, the two sisters would have been eaten by the beasts many times. Women's psychological quality was often much worse than men's. Especially when they encountered some major events. Their psychological fluctuations would be very intense. Perhaps this was the reason why there were fewer women among the top experts in the world of cultivators. And whether it was the world of cultivators or the secular world, it had always been a world of male dominance. Most women were vassals. There was a reason for this. Of course, there was no lack of women with extraordinary strength. For example, a woman like the Red World Fairy. She deserved the praise of who said that women are inferior to men. However, how many women like immortal Venerable Hong Chen were there in the myriad of worlds? The three of them walked towards this dark ancient forest. As soon as they entered, they saw a large number of skeletons piled up in the forest. Most of them were the skeletons of dead beasts. Some of them, they were the skeletons of cultivators. This was only the periphery, and so many creatures had already died. They didn't know what was going on inside. However, Lin Feng and the other two didn't intend to go deeper. They planned to wait in the periphery for a while. The three of them were planning to find a place to rest. However, at this moment, the voices of cultivators came from outside. Lin Feng and the other two couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed that someone had the same plan as Lin Feng. They wanted to hide in this place for a while. Not long after, more than a dozen cultivators walked in. When those cultivators saw Lin Feng and the other two inside, they couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Obviously, before this, they didn't expect that there would be other cultivators here. Chapter 4783. "Young master, look," one of the cultivators said. He pointed at the sisters Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage. The cultivator called young master looked quite young, but in fact, he had been cultivating for more than 300,000 years. Of course, cultivators had a long lifespan. Cultivating for more than 300,000 years was like 3 years for ordinary people. For cultivators with a long lifespan, more than 300,000 years was nothing. The young master was wearing a purple robe. He was rather handsome. However, his long and narrow eyes ruined his handsome face. It made him give off a gloomy and terrifying feeling. And his eyes were extremely evil. When he looked at the sisters Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage, his eyes suddenly revealed an evil gaze. These people, they were evil cultivators. When they came in, Lin Feng had already felt the evil aura emitted from these people. Although there were evil cultivators who were kind, but most evil cultivators were not good people. And these people in front of him were probably not good people either. "Fairies, I am Guo Tianyu of the Holy Evil Sect. How should I address you?" The young master first introduced himself. Then, he revealed his purpose. He began to beat around the bush to find out the identities of the sisters Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage. After hearing the 3 words Holy Evil Sect, The pretty faces of the sisters Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage changed slightly. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This holy evil sect was an extremely terrifying sect. It was said that it was one of the 7 evil forces in the Undying Realm. And it had been rooted in the Undying Realm for countless years. Its foundation was strong. It was simply unimaginable. It was said that the founder of the holy evil sect was a famous expert. This illustrious expert. It was said that he was an evil god. The 9 evil gods of the era of titled gods. Any one of them was an existence that shocked the past and the present. They were at the level of the Lord God. The master god of the era of titled gods. It was equivalent to the current sage realm cultivators. Therefore, one could only imagine how terrifying the holy evil sect was. This was a top force that had existed since the era of the titled gods. Even now, it was still flourishing. Just like the heavenly court of the Undying Realm, it would experience ups and downs. It had once been powerful. He had once been weak. Only some of the top forces that had been passed down from the era of the titled gods were relatively stable. Although there would be fluctuations in strength, these fluctuations were within a controllable range. This kind of fluctuation was actually not that big. Therefore, a force like the Holy Evil Sect was definitely a terrifying force that no one dared to provoke. "We've only met by chance, so why ask for his name?" Hannah Jinsey said calmly. She didn't want to have anything to do with Guo Tianyu. Guo Tianyu's gaze made her feel very uncomfortable. Instead, it was Lin Feng's gaze that made her feel very comfortable. Although there were times, Lin Feng seemed to have a glib tongue. But Hannah Jinsey knew. Lin Feng was just casually saying it. Because Lin Feng's gaze didn't have that kind of filthy gaze. Hannah Jinsey had always believed that the eyes were the window to the inner world of people. Lin Feng's gaze was so pure. How could it be a person with a heart full of filthy thoughts? "Presumptuous, my young master took the initiative to talk to you. It's your fortune from your previous life. How dare you reject my young master here? I think you're going to do it the hard way." A cultivator looked coldly at Hannah Jinsey. He had a high and mighty attitude. These people came from big forces, so their attitude had always been extremely arrogant. "It's our right to befriend whoever we want," Hannah Mirage said. Guo Tianyu smiled and said, "This fairy's words are quite reasonable. However, this place is different from the outside world. This is the Cloud Heaven Ancient Forest, a place that eats people without spitting out their bones. The weak have no right to speak here, and no matter what happens here, the people outside won't know. So in this place, your best choice is to please this young master. What do you want us to do?" Hannah Jinsey asked with an ugly expression. She naturally knew that Guo Tianyu was up to no good. These evil cultivators were often lawless when they were outside. Guo Tianyu's aura was extremely evil. Obviously, this person was definitely not a good person. This young master has been chased by a group of beasts for a long time. My heart is full of anger, and my body is also full of anger. You 2 sisters help this young master vent his anger, and this young master won't make things difficult for you. Shameless. When Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage heard Guo Tianyu's words, their faces turned green with anger. Both of them looked at Guo Tianyu angrily. TSK, you have character. This young master likes women like you. If women are too obedient, it would be boring. Guo Tianyu suddenly laughed out loud. And Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage's expressions became even uglier. When had they ever seen someone as shameless as Guo Tianyu? Now Hannah Mirage even felt that in front of Guo Tianyu. Lin Feng was really a good person. However, the other party had the advantage in numbers. The current situation was obviously not good for them. Ha 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 ha, I like it when people call me shameless, because I am shameless. Don't worry, I am much better than that useless gigolo beside you. Guo Tianyu laughed and said. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his nose. Wasn't the gigolo this grandson was talking about him? He had always wanted to be a low-profile man. Why? There were always people who didn't have eyes and came looking for him to abuse. Since the other party was looking for death, Lin Feng naturally didn't mind helping these people. To these people, There was no need to have any mercy at all. Killing them was to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Do you have any more beautiful women in your family? Lin Feng looked at Guo Tianyu and said. Guo Tianyu was slightly stunned. He didn't know why Lin Feng would ask such a question. He subconsciously nodded and said, "Of course there are beautiful women. Our family is a family with high attractiveness." Lin Feng suddenly smiled and said, "Whether I am good-looking or not, you don't have the final say. You can find the beautiful women in your family to have a romantic date with me. They will soon know whether I am good-looking or not." Fart. Hannah Mirage suddenly laughed. Although Lin Feng's words were a little obscene, it was definitely infuriating. "Brat, you dare to tease me like this. Are you looking for death?" Chapter 4784. Do you think you're qualified to say such words to me? You don't even know how much you're worth. You really think that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can jump out? Lin Feng said indifferently. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Guo Tianyu's face became more and more gloomy. Lin Feng actually dared to humiliate him like this. It was obvious that he looked down on him. This made Guo Tianyu extremely angry. After all, Guo Tianyu was a cultivator in the celestial immortal realm and came from a large force. There were not many people who dared to provoke him. Lin Feng was just a young human cultivator. In Guo Tianyu's opinion, killing Lin Feng was no different from killing an ant. It was fine if he was looked down on by experts, but it was normal for him to be looked down on when his strength was inferior. Even if he was looked down on by cultivators of similar strength, Guo Tianyu would not be so angry. But how could a young human cultivator like Lin Feng be qualified to look down on him? This was what Guo Tianyu was most angry about. At this time, Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage also came back to their senses. When Lin Feng mocked Guo Tianyu previously, they felt very relieved, but when they thought of the difference in strength between the two sides, then they thought of the identity of Guo Tianyu's group. Lin Feng now said something to humiliate Guo Tianyu. Guo Tianyu and the others would definitely not let this go. Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage did not blame Lin Feng for causing trouble. Because Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage were also full of disgust towards Guo Tianyu. Hannah Jinsey had always suspected that Lin Feng might have an extraordinary identity or strength. Now, she could take this opportunity to observe. Hannah Mirage planned to find a chance to break out of the encirclement with Lin Feng and her sister Hannah Jinsey. Although the two sisters had different thoughts, they had one thing in common. Now, they planned to wait and see. Even if he chose to break out of the encirclement, he also needed to find a more appropriate time. It's been a long time since someone provoked me like this. Since you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. However, I won't kill you immediately. Are these two women your women? In a moment, this young master will let you watch an erotic scene. Guo Tianyu's eyes revealed an extremely evil gaze. Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage were furious when they heard Guo Tianyu's words. They were all cursing Guo Tianyu in their hearts. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "You're about to die, yet you're still so smug and self-righteous. What a clown." The corner of Guo Tianyu's mouth twitched violently. Lin Feng had once again mercilessly humiliated him. He really couldn't understand. Lin Feng was such a weak cultivator. Why did he have the guts to humiliate him? Who gave him the guts? And Hannah Jinsey was even more certain that Lin Feng wasn't an ordinary person. Because Lin Feng wasn't stupid. Since Lin Feng wasn't stupid, if he didn't have the strength, would he dare to humiliate Guo Tianyu like this? Guo Tianyu was an evil cultivator who killed without batting an eyelid. After humiliating Guo Tianyu, he didn't have enough strength to fight against Guo Tianyu. Then, when the time came, he was destined to die. Therefore, Hannah Jinsey felt that Lin Feng must be extremely extraordinary. Everything might be revealed later. If she guessed wrong, when the time came, she would break out of the encirclement with Lin Feng and Hannah Mirage. As for Hannah Mirage, she didn't think so much. She only felt that Lin Feng was really arrogant to the extreme. At this time. Yet, he was still able to take his time to act tough. This made Hannah Mirage extremely admire Lin Feng. Now, The way she looked at Lin Feng seemed to be more and more pleasing to the eye. "Catch this kid for me," Guo Tianyu ordered with a gloomy expression. He didn't want to continue arguing with Lin Feng, because that would infuriate him to death. After receiving Guo Tianyu's order, 2 cultivators immediately pounced towards Lin Feng. "Kid, offending our young master is simply a sin worthy of death." The 2 cultivators who pounced towards Lin Feng looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile on their faces. In their opinion, Lin Feng was almost no different from a dead man. What they had to do now was to quickly catch Lin Feng. And this matter was naturally a very simple matter for them. As for Hannah Mirage, she had already planned to make her move. Hannah Mirage had always felt that Lin Feng's strength wasn't very good. So, she naturally wouldn't let Lin Feng face the dangerous situation in front of him alone. But at this moment, Lin Feng raised his right hand unhurriedly. Then, he flicked his finger. Buzz. Accompanied by the sound of sword chi shaking the void, a sword chi directly flew out. The sword chi split into 2 in the void and slashed towards the 2 cultivators who pounced towards Lin Feng. Fart. Fart. Accompanied by 2 tearing sounds. The 2 cultivators had yet to come back to their senses. They had already been killed by Lin Feng's sword chi. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Hannah Mirage was dumbfounded. When did Lin Feng become so powerful? Was this still the Lin Feng she knew? He's really not simple. Hannah Jince's eyes lit up slightly. Now that Lin Feng had made his move, he instantly killed 2 itinerant immortal level cultivators. This also proved Hannah Jince's previous conjecture. Guo Tianyu also did not expect such a thing to happen. In his opinion, Lin Feng's realm was not high. And Lin Feng was so young. It was normal for his cultivation level not to be high. But this was not the case. Lin Feng was able to kill his 2 subordinates in an instant, which meant that Lin Feng was at least at the human immortal level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill his 2 subordinates so easily. Attack together. Take him down. Guo Tianyu was a cautious person, so he asked the rest of the people to attack. He did this just in case. Die, strip, take. Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly sounded. The cultivators who rushed towards Lin Feng, their bodies were aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. "No, no, no, spare us, we are all subordinates, we can't resist Guo Tianyu's orders," the group of cultivators cried out in horror. In the face of death, the so-called loyalty, it had long been thrown beyond the 9 heavens by these people. Guo Tianyu's face could not help but darken. He was still standing here. These people dared to betray him. This made Guo Tianyu angry. Incomparable anger. Heavens, this guy is so terrifying, Hannah Mirage could not help but exclaim. Lin Feng's methods were too terrifying. Was this guy really the Ji who was often chased up and down by her and was in a sorry state? Could it be that he is interested in me, so he is deliberately letting me go? Hannah Mirage could not help but think of a certain possibility. Chapter 4785. Lin Feng did not let these cultivators go just because they begged for mercy. A group of unpardonable people, who knew how many unspeakable evil deeds they had committed. Could it be because they begged for mercy? Was he going to let them live? This was too saintly. Lin Feng was not someone with such a character. If people don't offend me, I don't offend people. If people offend me, I will return it 10 times, 100 times. So, for these people, Lin Feng only had one word. That was to kill. Lin Feng's death deprivation was extremely terrifying. Those cultivators were unable to resist the attack of death deprivation at all. Therefore, those cultivators' lives were drained extremely quickly. In a short period of time, those cultivators' lives had already been drained. One by one, the cultivators turned into bones, and then scattered on the ground. Such a divine ability was simply too shocking. That was a group of living cultivators. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into a pile of bones. Anyone who saw such an ability would feel incredulous. They would all feel incomparably shocked. For example, the sisters Hannah Jince and Hannah Mirage. Each of their red lips were slightly open. That kind of appearance was really charming and seductive. Seeing this scene, how could Guo Tianyu dare to stay? Without saying a word, he turned around and fled. Although Guo Tianyu's cultivation was at the celestial immortal realm, Guo Tianyu could not kill so many cultivators in a short period of time. And Lin Feng's methods were simply too terrifying. Guo Tianyu knew that he had kicked an iron plate today. Therefore, at this time, he had to leave quickly. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would die in Lin Feng's hands. Moreover, a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. The temporary forbearance was for the sake of revenge in the future. Wasn't there a saying that it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge? Guo Tianyu comforted himself with such a sentence. This guy's skin was extraordinarily thick. He actually compared himself to a gentleman. Guo Tianyu even thought in his heart that when reinforcements came, he would definitely turn Lin Feng into ashes. However, sometimes dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let Guo Tianyu go. Seeing that Guo Tianyu wanted to escape, Lin Feng opened his big hand and blasted a palm towards Guo Tianyu. A giant energy handprint condensed in the void. The energy palm directly enveloped Guo Tianyu. The power contained in that energy palm was simply too shocking. Therefore, when Guo Tianyu sensed the power contained in the energy handprint, he was shocked. His expression became extremely ugly. He had no choice but to stop and resist Lin Feng's terrifying attack. Bam! Along with the sound of a violent collision, Guo Tianyu and Lin Feng's energy palm collided together. Guo Tianyu immediately flew out like a kite with a broken string. In mid-air, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. After seeing this scene, Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage were shocked. Guo Tianyu was a heavenly immortal expert. In Lin Feng's hands, he couldn't even resist one move. It was simply too shocking. Of course, Hana Jinsi had previously guessed Lin Feng's strength. Therefore, after seeing this scene, although she was shocked, however, after all, she was still somewhat mentally prepared. Unlike Hana Mirage, she wasn't mentally prepared at all. At this moment, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. The gaze she looked at Lin Feng with was also rather complicated. The main reason was that Hana Mirage now had more thoughts. She felt that Lin Feng might be interested in her. Therefore, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. It seemed to be joy, it seemed to be shyness, it seemed to be as if she didn't know how to face Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally didn't know what Hana Mirage was thinking. After injuring Guo Tianyu with a palm, Lin Feng directly suppressed Guo Tianyu. "Brother, I am from the Holy Evil Sect. If you kill me, the Holy Evil Sect will definitely know. By then, you will provoke the Holy Evil Sect. If you don't kill me, I will definitely not find trouble with you in the future," Guo Tianyu said. First, he used the Holy Evil Sect to threaten Lin Feng. Then, he said some nice words. If it was someone else, they might really let Guo Tianyu go. After all, no one would want to provoke the Holy Evil Sect. However, Lin Feng didn't intend to let this guy go. So what if he was from the Holy Evil Sect? It was an evil sect. If they really dared to find trouble with him, he didn't mind killing more Holy Evil Sect cultivators. Killing them was also doing justice for the heavens. He didn't know how many innocent people he could save. This was a good thing to accumulate good karma. Therefore, Guo Tianyu's threats were useless against Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "The reputation of the Holy Evil Sect can't save your life. Let me search your soul and see how many dirty things the Holy Evil Sect has done." "No, don't search my soul. There is a very special seal in my soul. If you search my soul, I will die a horrible death." Guo Tianyu shouted in horror, "As long as you let me go, I will tell you a secret." "Secret? What secret?" Lin Feng looked at Guo Tianyu in surprise. "Promise not to kill me first, then I will tell you the secret. Otherwise, I would rather die." Guo Tianyu gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I promise not to kill you." Lin Feng nodded and said. Guo Tianyu was overjoyed. Finally, he could save his life. He said, "The chaos in the depths of the Beast Emperor realm is actually because the 5 major factions joined forces to steal a baby Wang Tian who..." Lin Feng knew that the baby Wang Tian who had been stolen, but Lin Feng didn't know who had stolen it. Therefore, when Guo Tianyu said that the 5 major factions had joined forces to steal the baby Wang Tian who, Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng was still quite surprised. It's you bastards from the major factions who stole the baby Wang Tian who and implicated so many innocent people. You all deserve to die. Hannah Mirage was a person who hated evil. Therefore, when she heard Guo Tianyu's words, she was furious. Guo Tianyu said with a bitter smile, "Fairy, this has nothing to do with me. The decision was made by the upper echelons of the sect." Hannah Mirage snorted and ignored Guo Tianyu. Lin Feng asked, "The 5 major factions you mentioned, other than the Holy Demon sect, who are the other 4? Guo Tianyu didn't hide anything and said, "The 4 major factions are the Myriad Poison sect, the Thousand Opportunities sect, the Blood Demon sect, and the Soul Devourer Palace." Among the 4 major factions, Lin Feng had already met the Myriad Poison sect. Previously, cultivators from this sect had tried to kill Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage. Chapter 4786. What are these forces? Lin Feng asked. Guo Tianyu said. Thousand Poison sect and Thousand G sect are both forces in by Jiyu region. One is a demonic sect, while the other is both righteous and evil. Thousand G sect style of doing things is based on their preferences. Blood Refining Demon sect and Soul Devourer Palace are both forces in Shengmo region. However, these 2 forces have connections with many forces in by Jiyu region. Soul Devourer Palace attracted Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng remembered that when he was 15 or 16 years old, he had just obtained a demonic pearl. He had also cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant technique. At that time, he had gone out to gain experience and met Murong Shui. Apart from Murong Shui, he had also met a group of people from Soul Devourer Palace. He had joined forces with Murong Shui. They had fought with a group of people from Soul Devourer Palace. Was this Soul Devourer Palace related to the Soul Devourer Palace in the Undying World? Of course, it might just be the same name. Moreover, the Soul Devourer Palace in Tianwu continent had long been extinct. How should the 5 forces distribute the Wang Tian Hu cub that they stole? After all, there is only one Wang Tian Hu cub. Lin Feng looked at Guo Tianyu and asked. Guo Tianyu said, "As far as I know, the 5 forces didn't steal the Wang Tian Hu cub to cultivate it. They just wanted the origin blood of the Wang Tian Hu cub." The origin blood of the Wang Tian Hu cub? What do they want it for? Lin Feng asked curiously. To refine the 1000 Beasts pill, Guo Tianyu said. 1000 Beasts pill? What kind of pill is that? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. It said that it's a kind of divine pill that can steal the fortune of heaven and earth. After swallowing the 1000 Beasts pill, the body will produce the power of 10,000 beasts. This power is very special. It can condense a Beast Emperor clone. The more power there is in the body, the stronger the clone will be, Guo Tianyu said. Lin Feng said. So, swallowing the 1000 Beasts pill is equivalent to cultivating a clone? Guo Tianyu nodded and said, "You can understand it that way." Hannah Jinsey said, "The people from the 5 powers are really crazy. They didn't hesitate to offend the heaven-gazing howler Beast King to steal the baby heaven-gazing howler. However, the baby heaven-gazing howler is such a heaven-defying creature. If it is cultivated, how terrifying will it be? The 5 great forces actually want to take the blood essence of the heavenly gazing Hu cub to refine pills. Once the blood essence is taken away, the heavenly gazing Hu cub will die very quickly. This is too cruel, and it's a pity for such a young beast emperor." Lin Feng said, "The 5 major forces obviously don't think so. They want to quickly improve their cultivation." Lin Feng then looked at Guo Tianyu and asked, "Where is the infant sky-gazing Hu?" Guo Tianyu said, "They are with the 5 true immortals. I don't know which true immortal he is with." "Why aren't you with the 5 true immortals?" Lin Feng asked. Guo Tianyu smiled bitterly and said, "We were separated by the beast tide, that's why we were separated. Do you have a way to find the 5 true immortals?" Lin Feng asked. Guo Tianyu said, "I only have a way to find the true immortal of our holy evil sect." If the true immortal old ancestor of our holy evil sect is with the other true immortals, then we can find the other 4 true immortals. What's the way to find the old ancestor of the holy evil sect? Lin Feng asked. I have a jade pendant in my storage ring. That jade pendant is very special. It can create a very special connection with the jade pendant on the old ancestor of the holy evil sect. With the connection between the 2 jade pendants, we should be able to find the old ancestor of the holy evil sect. Guo Tianyu said. That's good. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. I've said what I wanted to say. Can you let me go now? Guo Tianyu asked. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Let you go? Are you daydreaming? After hearing Lin Feng's words, Guo Tianyu's face turned pale. He still wanted to find a chance to take revenge after he got out of this place. When the time came, he would cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces and cut him into 10,000 pieces. However, now, Lin Feng actually went back on his words. Guo Tianyu said with a pale face, You said that you would spare my life. Are you going back on your words? If you don't keep your words, you will have an inner demon in your heart when you cultivate in the future. At that time, you might go crazy and die. Lin Feng said, I didn't go back on my words. I only said that I wouldn't kill you. However, I didn't say that the 2 fairies beside me wouldn't kill you. You lied to me. Guo Tianyu looked at Lin Feng with hatred. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have been killed 1,000,000 times by Guo Tianyu's gaze. Lin Feng sneered. Lied to you? Do you think you have the qualifications to be lied to by me? I said I wouldn't kill you, so I won't kill you. I fulfilled my duty. I have a clear conscience. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not saying it clearly. Lin Feng's gaze then looked at the 2 sisters, Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage. Which one of you killed this guy? Lin Feng asked. Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage naturally hated Guo Tianyu to the core. Especially. Previously, Guo Tianyu had bad intentions towards the 2 sisters. Now, there was a chance to kill Guo Tianyu. The 2 sisters naturally wouldn't let it go. Let me, Hana Mirage said. Seeing that her sister wanted to kill Guo Tianyu, Hana Jinsi didn't say anything. She gave this opportunity to Hana Mirage. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to do anything for you. Guo Tianyu immediately begged for mercy. Previously, he was still acting all high and mighty. But now, he had become a prisoner. This difference made Guo Tianyu feel like he was about to go crazy. However, the most important thing now was obviously not a matter of face. It was whether he could save his life. A dead person was like a lamp going out. Everything was empty. Guo Tianyu didn't want to die. Now you know to beg for mercy. Don't you think it's too late? Hana Mirage said with a sneer. She took out a short blade and held it in her hand. Because of the greed of the 5 forces, how many people have died? Today, I'll kill you as a sacrifice to the souls of those dead cultivators, Hana Mirage said coldly. Immediately, she held the short blade in her hand and stabbed towards Guo Tianyu's chest. No, Guo Tianyu cried out in horror. But nothing could stop Hana Mirage. Puff. A sound of flesh piercing through flesh was heard. Chapter 4787. Guo Tianyu's eyes were wide open. Maybe until he died. He couldn't believe that he died just like that. He felt that his consciousness was instantly swallowed by darkness. Then, his body fell to the ground. Lin Feng took off his storage ring. Then, he took out the jade pendant from the storage ring. He used his divine thought to invade the jade pendant and felt a very weak fluctuation. And this fluctuation should be a special connection with the jade pendant of the true immortal expert of the holy evil sect. Look, his body is changing. Suddenly, Hana Mirage exclaimed. She pointed to Guo Tianyu's body. Lin Feng looked over. He immediately saw. Guo Tianyu's body was quickly drying up. In the blink of an eye, his body became a mummy. What's going on? Hana Jinsi said with a pale face. The scene in front of them was really too strange. And often the unknown was the most terrifying thing. Just like what happened in front of them, everything was unknown, so it was also terrifying. It was simply hair-raising. Anyone who saw this scene would have such a feeling. His flesh and blood essence have been sucked dry, Lin Feng said with a dignified expression. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that his blood flowed much faster. This was the ability of sudden inspiration. This meant that there was going to be danger. Although Lin Feng didn't know what the danger was, his actions were extremely fast. Lin Feng's left hand hugged Hannah Jince's slender waist, and his right hand hugged Hannah Mirage's slender waist. After hugging the two, Lin Feng rushed out. He felt that there might be some unpredictable danger in this place, so it was better to leave this place quickly. After leaving, he would find another place to hide. After Lin Feng hugged Lin Feng's waist, Hannah Jince and Hannah Mirage's pretty faces couldn't help but become rosy. Hannah Jince had always been curious about Lin Feng. And when a woman was curious about a man, it was often the most dangerous time. Hannah Jince enjoyed the process of slowly getting to know Lin Feng. So Hannah Jince didn't reject Lin Feng. Of course. Although she didn't reject Lin Feng. But when Lin Feng hugged her waist, Hannah Jince still felt shy. Hannah Jince didn't have much contact with men, let alone physical contact with men. Therefore, when Lin Feng hugged her waist, she was so shy. That bashful look on her face was truly indescribably beautiful. It was a pity that Lin Feng's mind was now on leaving the dark ancient forest, so he didn't notice the change in Hannah Jince's expression at this moment. As for Hannah Mirage, she was a little happy. Hannah Mirage didn't hate some physical contact with Lin Feng. Even Hua Huanyue herself was taken aback by this thought. Lin Feng didn't know what the inner world of Hannah Jince and Hannah Mirage was like, and he didn't have time to guess. At this moment, Lin Feng was about to rush out with Hannah Jince and Hannah Mirage. But at this moment, the whole dark ancient forest became dark, and the surrounding roads disappeared without a trace. The ancient gloomy forest seemed to have become an independent world in an instant. Therefore, Lin Feng also lost the direction to go forward. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the other party had already made a move to trap them here. It was just that he didn't know what kind of existence the other party was. "Who are you? You can show yourself," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. "Hey!" A burst of gloomy laughter suddenly came out. "Kid, your psychological quality is not bad. Many powerful cultivators would be scared out of their wits after encountering an unforeseen event here, but you're so calm. It's a little unbelievable." After that burst of gloomy laughter, a voice sounded. It should be the mysterious existence in the dark, but he didn't show himself. Lin Feng said, "Anyway, we're already trapped here. Can panic solve the problem? Everyone knows the reason. Reasoning is something like this. Many people can do it too. But the point is, when something happens, how many people can calmly deal with it?" The existence said. Said Lin Feng, "Now that you're talking about it, I realize that I have many strengths. I just don't know if I can be proud of myself or not." "Of course you can, but unfortunately, you're not strong enough. Therefore, you're destined to become a skeleton here today." As soon as the voice finished speaking, an invisible pressure enveloped them. When he felt that invisible pressure, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. That formless pressure was simply too terrifying. Even he had a feeling of being overwhelmed with shock. Hannah Jince and Hannah Mirage couldn't resist that invisible pressure at all. Lin Feng hurriedly released 4 types of haki. The 4 types of haki formed a haki magnetic field that enveloped him, Hannah Jince, and Hannah Mirage. With the protection of the domineering magnetic field, the invisible pressure was blocked. 4 types of haki. You're really a powerful person. You already have 4 types of haki at such a young age. Countless cultivators dream of having a domineering aura one day, but even until death, they never experienced what it feels like to have a domineering aura. Yet, you've mastered so many types of domineering auras. It's really like the old saying, comparisons are odious. The mysterious existence's voice sounded again. Said Lin Feng, "Your Excellency, there's no need to be so calculative with us. If you let us go, we'll become friends. What do you think, Your Excellency?" Good relationship. Hee hee. A junior like you isn't qualified to talk to me about this. The mysterious existence sneered. Lin Feng clearly felt that the terrifying pressure that permeated the mountain forest had disappeared. Obviously, the other party had removed that invisible pressure. However, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless because he knew that the other party didn't intend to let the three of them go. Therefore, the other party must have a stronger attack. Strictly speaking, the terrifying pressure released by the mysterious existence just now couldn't be considered a real attack. One could imagine how terrifying it would be when the other party released his real attack. Buzz. In the darkness, a beam of light slashed toward them. It was a beam of light condensed from the power of darkness. The beam of light instantly tore through the void. It was so powerful. It was unbelievable. The beam of light quickly flew over and tore apart Lin Feng's Haki magnetic field. Then, it slashed toward Lin Feng. The beam of light, it wanted to split Lin Feng in half. Chapter 4788. The light beam was too powerful, so Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. If he dared to be the slightest bit careless, he might be directly killed by the light beam. This was not something Lin Feng wanted to see. He still hadn't lived long enough. However, the power of the light beam made Lin Feng feel helpless. He could naturally take out some magic weapons to block the light beam. However, Lin Feng didn't have any confidence in those magic weapons. He didn't know if those magic weapons could block the light beam's attack. In the end, Lin Feng thought of something. Maybe he could use that thing to block the light beam's attack. The thing that Lin Feng thought of was none other than the mysterious iron box. The mysterious iron box was very terrifying. It had undergone a mutation not long ago. Therefore, taking out the mysterious iron box at this time might have a surprising effect. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the mysterious iron box. He held the mysterious iron box in his hand and swept it towards the light beam. When the light beam collided with the mysterious iron box, the light beam was instantly absorbed by the mysterious iron box. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face revealed a happy expression. The mysterious iron box was really awesome. That light beam was so powerful, but it didn't have any effect on the mysterious iron box. Instead, it was instantly swallowed by the mysterious iron box. The power of the mysterious iron box made people very happy. The two sisters Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage also had an inconceivable expression. They had never seen the mysterious iron box before. This was the first time Lin Feng took out the mysterious iron box in front of them. It was just an iron box. Moreover, it was a rusty iron box. How could it be so powerful? The two sisters were puzzled. Now, Lin Feng's body seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil. That veil made the two sisters couldn't help but want to get closer and then remove the mysterious veil on Lin Feng's body. They were very curious about everything about Lin Feng. Before this, they didn't even dare to imagine that a cultivator at such a young age could have such an extraordinary method. The mysterious existence could not help but snort. It would appear that he did not recognize the mysterious iron box in Lin Feng's hand. Because anyone who recognized the existence of the mysterious iron box in Lin Feng's hands would panic. However, this mysterious existence appeared to be very calm. It was just that it was a little angry, because its attack was actually blocked by Lin Feng. Just a moment ago, he didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, its own attack had been neutralized by Lin Feng. Wasn't that the same as slapping its own face? At this moment, darkness surged towards Lin Feng, Hana Jinsi, and Hana Mirage. Darkness instantly engulfed the three of them. Next, the power of darkness pulled the three of them into the depths. After arriving in the depths of the forest, Lin Feng saw a mountain. There was a chain on top of the mountain. The other end of the chain stopped, locking down a creature. It was a giant demon. Its body was about 100 meters tall, and it seemed to be made of stone. Although this giant demon was locked down, its aura was still very terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that he was locked here and couldn't use his full strength, he didn't know how strong this giant demon would be. In fact, even now, he was still powerful to the point where people couldn't help but be shocked and moved. Lin Feng looked at the creature and said, "So you're a rock giant," said the creature coldly. "Brat, you are the rock troll. Your whole family is rock troll. I am an incomparably noble dark troll. How can a lowly creature like a rock troll compare to me?" This fellow was obviously very conceited. This was because the rock troll was a rather high-level creature. However, it looked down on rock giants. "Who locked you up here?" Lin Feng asked. "Does it have anything to do with you?" The dark giant demon said coldly. Lin Feng shrugged and said, "Of course it has nothing to do with me. I was just casually asking. If you don't want to tell me, just pretend I didn't ask." He paused. Said Lin Feng, "Your Excellency, you're indeed very strong, but I have a precious treasure. If you want to kill us, it won't be easy. Why do you want to fight to the death and let both of us get injured? Why don't we each take a step back?" The rock giant's eyes flickered with an extremely gloomy light. The current situation was indeed as Lin Feng had said. Lin Feng had the mysterious metal box. Hence, it would be very difficult for the dark giant to kill Lin Feng. If they really fought, it was indeed possible for both sides to suffer. "Fine. I can agree to your request. However, you must help me with something," the dark giant demon said. "What is it?" Lin Feng asked. A crystal appeared in the dark giant's hand. It was a black crystal. However, Lin Feng didn't know what it was because he felt that it wasn't as simple as a crystal. Of course, Lin Feng didn't ask the dark giant about the crystal's origin. If the dark giant wanted to say, it would naturally tell him. If the dark giant didn't want to say, he could ask it himself. It still wouldn't tell him. "Take this crystal and go to the Dark Demon Mountain in the Heaven Realm. Give this crystal to the Dark Demon Queen," the dark giant demon said. "Dark Demon Queen? Who is she?" "Your wife," Lin Feng asked. "She's my mother." The dark giant demon glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Sorry. I didn't mean to offend you," Lin Feng said. The dark giant demon didn't bother with Lin Feng. It continued, "Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. I have a piece of darkness stone here that I can give to you. Treat it as your reward." When he heard the word Stone of Darkness, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The Stone of Darkness was rumored to be a supreme demon stone condensed from the Tao of Darkness. The Stone of Darkness was a very special item. If one could obtain the Stone of Darkness, then, cultivating various darkness attribute cultivation techniques and divine abilities would yield twice the results with half the effort. For example, the Great Darkness Technique's cultivation speed would increase by leaps and bounds. Of course, this wasn't the most important use of the Stone of Darkness. The most important thing about the Stone of Darkness was that it was rumored to be a supreme demon stone that was born in the 33rd layer of the underworld. Moreover, the Stone of Darkness was one of the tokens to enter the 33rd layer of the underworld. The 33rd layer of the underworld was definitely an extremely high-level world with countless resources. Lin Feng had even heard rumors that the 33rd layer of the underworld was connected to the otherworld and the wasteland world. Chapter 4789. Whether these rumors were true or not was still uncertain. But as the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. Since there were such rumors outside, perhaps they were true. And Lin Feng also made some guesses. The wasteland and the foreign world were incomparably mysterious. It was indeed very difficult to go to such places. But the three supreme realms were indeed connected to the wasteland and the foreign world. Since that was the case, where was the most likely place to connect the two? Lin Feng guessed that it should be the most important place in the three supreme realms. For example, the 33rd heaven of the Heaven Realm. Or the 33rd underworld. So Lin Feng felt that those rumors were very likely. Lin Feng was very curious about the underworld. He had only been to the first underworld. As for the rest of the underworld, Lin Feng was naturally filled with the desire to explore. Even if the 33rd underworld didn't have a passage to the wasteland or the foreign world. Lin Feng was also interested in exploring and seeing what kind of world the 33rd underworld was like. Lin Feng received the Stone of Darkness. Then he said, "I'll take the Stone of Darkness. Don't worry, I'll help you bring that crystal to your mother." Lin Feng didn't mention helping the dark troll escape. The dark troll didn't mention this either. Lin Feng sensed that there was something special about that place. With his current methods, it seemed that he couldn't help the dark troll escape. Of course, even if he could help the dark troll escape, Lin Feng wouldn't do so. Who knew what this fellow would do to him after it escaped? And the dark troll probably felt that he couldn't help it escape, so it didn't mention this request. Then we'll take our leave, Lin Feng said, then walked out with Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage. And the dark troll didn't ask Lin Feng to stay. The three of them quickly arrived at the outer area of the dark ancient forest. However, they didn't leave the dark ancient forest. Now, Lin Feng and the dark troll had reached an agreement, so the dark troll wouldn't attack the three of them. The beast tied outside had yet to disperse. Going out now was naturally not a wise move. Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage could not calm down. Originally, this should have been an extremely dangerous situation, but Lin Feng not only resolved this dangerous situation. Moreover, he had obtained benefits from the dark trolls. It was truly admirable. The two sisters had a lot of questions to ask Lin Feng. However, they didn't know where to start. The roars of the beasts outside continued. It would take some time for the beast tide to disperse. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He was considering something. He was just a little hesitant. Now that Lin Feng had Guo Tianyu's jade pendant, he could use it to try and find the old ancestor of the Saint Evil sect. Perhaps when he found that old ancestor, he would also find the other 4 true immortal experts. Lin Feng wanted to see if there was a way to snatch the little beast emperor from the hands of the 5 true immortals. Lin Feng didn't want to cultivate the little beast emperor. After all, he already had many spiritual beasts here. Bibi and the others hadn't really grown up yet. Lin Feng also didn't have much time to cultivate new spiritual beasts. Lin Feng wanted to snatch the little beast emperor from the hands of the 5 true immortals. There were 4 main reasons. First, it wasn't easy for a creature like the little beast emperor to be born. Lin Feng couldn't bear to see the little beast emperor killed. Second, the beast tide was still ongoing. He didn't know when it would end. If it ended quickly, he might be able to save many innocent people. Third, they came to the depths of the ancient cloud heaven forest to find the place where the Lord of all spirits died. The beast tide hadn't dispersed yet. Lin Feng and the other 2 had no way to find the place where the Lord of all spirits died. Lin Feng naturally hoped that the beast tide would disperse quickly. Then, he, Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage could continue to search for the Lord of all spirits. Fourth, if he could save the little beast emperor and hand it over to the Wang Tianhu beast emperor, then he would be able to befriend the Wang Tianhu. The Wang Tianhu was a terrifying existence. There was no need to talk about its own strength. It also had many terrifying subordinates. Although Lin Feng was now the lord of the Sin Realm was actually in a precarious situation. Danger lurked everywhere. After all, the Sin Realm couldn't survive alone. If they had an ally like the Wang Tianhu Beast Emperor, then it would be extremely beneficial for the Sin Realm's development. If the Heavenly Emperor once again organized an army to attack the Sin Realm, then the Sin Realm wouldn't be alone. So, after considering these 4 reasons, Lin Feng decided to take action. But if he took action now, he would face many problems. First, the beast tide outside was very terrifying. If he went out and was surrounded by several beast kings, then his life would be in danger. Those beast kings wouldn't listen to his explanation. Second, the other party had 5 true immortal experts. How could it be easy to snatch the little beast emperor from the hands of 5 true immortal experts? Moreover, there seemed to be some stronger true immortals among the 5 true immortals. They weren't all low-level true immortals. Therefore, this trip could be said to be extremely dangerous. If they were surrounded by 5 true immortals, then it would be extremely dangerous. This was also the reason why Lin Feng was conflicted. But in the end, Lin Feng still made the decision to take action. He looked at Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage and said, "You 2 stay here for now. I'm going out. Wait for me here." Hearing that Lin Feng wanted to go out, Hana Jinsi said, "Young Master Ji, it's too dangerous outside. Why do you have to go out now? It won't be too late to go out after the beast tide is over." Hannah Mirage nodded and said, "Yes, it's not wise to go out now. Staying here is the right choice. Is there anything more important than your own life?" Lin Feng naturally knew that the sisters were thinking about his safety. "So," he said patiently, "don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll be back soon." The sisters saw that Lin Feng had made up his mind. They could only nod. "Young Master Ji, be careful," Hannah Jinsi said. Hannah Mirage pursed her lips and said, "Good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. This stinking hooligan will definitely be fine." Lin Feng was speechless. "When there's time, young master will definitely show you what a hooligan is. Who told you to call young master a stinking hooligan every day? When the time comes, I'll let you know that young master is not to be trifled with." Lin Feng didn't stay any longer. He quickly left the dark ancient forest. The wild beasts outside were wreaking havoc. Lin Feng relied on the jade pendant and the jade pendant on the holy evil sect's patriarch's body to fly towards the southwest direction of the ancient cloud forest. It seemed that the holy evil sect's patriarch was hiding in that direction. Chapter 4790. It wasn't a peaceful journey. Lin Feng was attacked by many powerful beasts. But fortunately, Lin Feng's cultivation was strong enough to neutralize the attacks of those beasts one by one. Those beasts wanted to summon an army of beasts or Beast King level beasts to deal with Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't give those beasts the chance to do so. He quickly approached the place where the holy evil sect's great ancestor was hiding. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at that area. It was a swamp that was shrouded in poisonous gas. Such a place was also a place that beasts didn't want to enter. Because the poisonous gas was everywhere. Staying in such a place for too long would cause serious damage to the body. Even if one swallowed an antidote pill, it could only prevent the poison from spreading. But it couldn't prevent the damage to the body from spreading. But this place was indeed a good place to hide from the beast tide. Before Lin Feng entered the swamp, he used the great transformation technique. He changed into Guo Tianyu's appearance. But just changing into Guo Tianyu's appearance wasn't enough. Using the great transformation technique to change into Guo Tianyu's appearance might be able to fool ordinary cultivators. But it definitely wouldn't be able to fool a true immortal level powerhouse. But Lin Feng had other ways. He took out Guo Tianyu's life treasure. Guo Tianyu's life treasure was a meteor sword. It still had Guo Tianyu's aura. Lin Feng began to chant an incantation. "Great Path of Fate, please change my aura. Let me temporarily merge with Guo Tianyu's aura as one." After Lin Feng's incantation, the power of fate descended from the sky, wrapping Lin Feng and Guo Tianyu's life treasure together. Lin Feng's aura began to change. The aura that belonged to him was concealed. And Guo Tianyu's aura began to spread. This was the magic of the Great Fate technique. It could deceive everyone. It was miraculous. The duration is only 6 hours. It seems that I need to find them within 6 hours. And take the little beast emperor away. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Time was of the essence. Lin Feng didn't waste any time. Once he entered the swamp, he quickly flew into the swamp. He relied on the jade pendant's sensing ability. 2 hours later, Lin Feng arrived at a mountain range in the swamp. There were more than 100 cultivators here. They should be cultivators from the 5 great powers. These people obviously knew Guo Tianyu. Therefore, many people greeted Lin Feng, who was disguised as Guo Tianyu. However, Lin Feng didn't know who these people were. Therefore, he could only nod. Then, he would fool them. "Brother, I met a few young women a while ago. Their figures are absolutely mouth-watering. When we go back, let's go have a date with them. What do you think?" A cultivator flew over and put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "You beast." Lin Feng could not help but curse in his heart. He was not only calling this wretched-looking guy a beast, but he was also calling the dead Guo Tianyu a beast. This guy had probably done this kind of thing many times. But thinking about it carefully, a fly wouldn't bite a seamless egg. Therefore, sometimes, one was willing to be beaten and the other was willing to be beaten. No one else could do anything about it. Lin Feng obviously didn't know who this guy who had his arm around his shoulder was. However, Lin Feng guessed that he was probably Guo Tianyu's scoundrel friend. He seemed to have similar interests with Guo Tianyu. Lin Feng imitated Guo Tianyu's tone and said, "That's good. When the time comes, we have to indulge for a period of time. These days in the cloud heaven ancient forest are simply not the life of a human." That cultivator said, "Isn't that so? I really don't want to come to this godforsaken place. We're living such a carefree and happy life outside, but we can't do anything about the ancestors' orders. We're all direct descendants, and we represent the future and hope of the sect. Even if we don't want to cultivate, there are people who force us to." Lin Feng said, "That's right. However, once we leave this place, we can live happily. Thinking of this, my mood can't help but become much better. Hee, I can't wait any longer." The cultivator laughed. Lin Feng then asked, "Where are the patriarch and the others?" "I have something to discuss with the patriarch. They are resting inside," the cultivator said. "Are the other 4 true immortals here?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes." The cultivator nodded. Lin Feng said, "Let's talk later," following which, he walked deeper into the forest. There was a valley in the depths of the forest. The 5 true immortal realm experts were in the valley. Lin Feng actually didn't know who the Saint Evil sect's patriarch was. However, Lin Feng still recognized him at a glance. Lin Feng recognized him from his clothes. Generally speaking, the cultivators of these large powers and sects were very particular about their clothes. Most of the time, the clothes they wore were made by their own sects and clans. There were naturally many tailor shops outside, but there was no need to go out and buy clothes for him. Moreover, many sects had rules that allowed their disciples to wear their own clothes. This would increase their sense of belonging to the sect behind them. Although the Saint Evil sect's patriarch's clothes were different from those of ordinary disciples, there was a special symbol on the left side of his chest. That symbol was the symbol of a palace. This was the symbol of the Saint Evil sect. Before Lin Feng entered the mountain, he had also changed into Guo Tianyu's clothes. Therefore, Lin Feng was very familiar with this symbol. The 5 true immortal realm experts were resting. Lin Feng didn't know where the little beast emperor was. However, Lin Feng already had a way to get the little beast emperor out. "Patriarch, disciple has something to report." Lin Feng came to the Saint Evil sect's patriarch and said. The Saint Evil sect's patriarch opened his eyes and asked, "What is it?" Lin Feng said, "On the way, disciple heard a few cultivators talking about the little beast emperor. It is said that someone wants to take the little beast emperor for himself. Therefore, they are secretly plotting this." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the other 4 true immortals opened their eyes. One of the true immortals sneered, "Kid, what do you mean? What do you mean? Among the 4 of us, someone wants to take the little beast emperor for himself." Lin Feng said, "One must always be on guard against others. Whoever has such thoughts knows best." Impudent. The 4 true immortals stared coldly at Lin Feng. Their eyes flashed with murderous intent. A junior dared to doubt the 4 true immortals. He was simply courting death. Chapter 4791. The other 4 true immortals frowned and thought about it after hearing the Holy Evil sect's ancestors' words. In fact, they were also afraid of the other 4 true immortals. Therefore, the best choice was to distribute the little beast emperor's origin blood. So, after thinking for a while, everyone agreed. The 1,000 Poison sect's true immortal said, "If we take the little beast emperor's origin blood here, I'm afraid the heaven-gazing centipede beast emperor will sense it, and it will be very troublesome." "Don't worry, fellow cultivator. Since I can sense the heaven-gazing centipede beast emperor and the little beast emperor, I can do the same when I take the little beast emperor's origin blood," the soul devourer Palaces' true immortal said. "Since that's the case, let's not delay, let's take action now," the 1,000 Chance sect's true immortal said. After the 5 true immortals finished discussing this matter, the soul devourer Palaces' true immortal summoned the little beast emperor. Previously, the little beast emperor was guarded by the soul devourer Palaces' true immortal. The little beast emperor was now in a deep sleep, probably sealed by the Soul Devourer Palace's experts. This little guy was just born not long ago. Therefore, it was still very small, only a dozen centimeters long. However, as time passed, it would grow very quickly. However, the 5 true immortals obviously wouldn't give the little beast emperor time to grow. Everyone stood up. They all came to the Soul Devourer Palace's true immortal. The Soul Devourer Palace's true immortal looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Of course, in his eyes, Lin Feng's identity was actually Guo Tianyu. Among these true immortals, who hated Lin Feng's Guo Tianyu the most? The Soul Devourer Palace's true immortal was unwilling to pass on his responsibility. The reason was that Lin Feng said that someone wanted to take the little beast emperor for themselves. And the little beast emperor was under his care. If there was someone who was most likely to take the little beast emperor for themselves, of course, he was the most suspicious. But in fact, the Soul Devourer Palace's true immortal had no intention of taking the little beast emperor for himself. What are you doing here? Do you have the right to stay here as a junior? The Soul Devourer Palace's true immortal looked at Lin Feng indifferently. The other 3 true immortals also had cold gazes. If it weren't for the presence of the holy evil sect's old ancestor, they would have already killed Lin Feng's Guo Tianyu. Lin Feng said, "I just want to see what little beast emperor looks like." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the true immortals revealed looks of ridicule. Said the true immortal of the soul-devouring temple indifferently. "Now that you've seen what the little beast emperor looks like, you can leave." In truth, he wanted to say something even more unpleasant. But considering the holy evil sect's patriarch's face, he did not say those nasty words. After all, the holy evil sect's patriarch was no ordinary person. He had to give him some face. These true immortal level experts knew how to conduct themselves. "All right, I'll leave now." Lin Feng nodded and walked outside. He seemed to be planning to leave the valley. Everyone looked at the little beast emperor in the hands of the true immortal of the soul-devouring temple. The little beast emperor was born not long ago. Its most powerful origin blood is still in the dantian in its abdomen. There are 2 ways to take out the origin blood of the little beast emperor. The first way is to use a knife to release the blood from its body, then cut out its dantian. This way, after cutting open its dantian, the origin blood released will not be mixed with ordinary blood. The other way is to use flames to burn its body, leaving only the dantian. I recommend the second way. Although I'm confident that I can hide all of the aura when I release the little beast emperor's blood, I can't guarantee that the Heaven's Maxilla Beast Emperor will have a special connection with the little beast emperor at this time. The second way is much safer. When the time comes, put the flames and the little beast emperor in the furnace and then seal the furnace. With my methods and the furnace's isolation ability, even if the Heaven's Maxilla Beast Emperor is very powerful, it won't be able to sense the little beast emperor's situation, said the true immortal of the soul-devouring temple. Then we'll choose the second way, said the 4 true immortals. Hearing this, the true immortal of the soul-devouring temple nodded, then took out a furnace and placed the little beast emperor in it. Just as he was about to put the demonic flames into the furnace, suddenly, a broken jar tore through the void and appeared above the 5 true immortals. The broken jar swallowed the cauldron in an instant. Then, the broken jar split open the void and disappeared without a trace. The next time it appeared, it had already appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Oh no, when the 5 true immortals saw this scene, their faces couldn't help but change greatly. Such a sudden, unforeseen event. It caught them off guard. If it was any other time, they would definitely be more vigilant. But they didn't want to let Lin Feng succeed so easily. But now, they were at the core of this mountain range, surrounded by the experts of the 5 major factions. The 5 true immortals didn't expect that someone would steal their things. Who would have the guts to do so? But today, Lin Feng had done exactly that. Hehe, the little beast emperor is mine. Everyone, let's not meet again. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He put away the heaven-swallowing jar and rushed outside. You're not Guo Tianyu, who are you? The patriarch of the holy evil sect roared furiously. The 5 true immortals chased after Lin Feng. Stop him. At the same time, the 5 true immortals shouted, ordering the experts of the 5 major factions to stop Lin Feng. The experts of the 5 major factions came back to their senses and realized that the Guo Tianyu in front of them was actually an imposter. The experts of the 5 major factions attacked one after another. All kinds of powerful magic treasures attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and took out the Bell of Hell. He entered the Bell of Hell. Then, he activated the Bell of Hell with all his strength. The Bell of Hell quickly rushed into the distance. Clang, clang, clang. All kinds of powerful magic treasures attacked the Bell of Hell. Suddenly, there was an earth-shaking sound of collision. But those magic treasures were all repelled by Lin Feng's Bell of Hell. Now, Lin Feng had broken through to the itinerant immortal realm. His strength had increased greatly. Therefore, the power of the Bell of Hell was gradually revealed. Lin Feng controlled the Bell of Hell and rushed out of the encirclement. Then, he flew out of the Bell of Hell and kept it. Lin Feng rushed into the distance. You can't escape. We'll definitely turn you into ashes and tear you to pieces. The 5 true immortals roared in anger. Their eyes were spitting fire. Chapter 4792. You 5 idiots, do you think you can catch up to me with just the likes of you? Are you all daydreaming? Lin Feng shouted arrogantly. The 5 true immortals were already furious because Lin Feng stole the little beast emperor. Now that they heard Lin Feng's mocking words, their eyes flashed with killing intent. They couldn't wait to turn Lin Feng into ashes. Now the 5 true immortals were furious. They had planned for a long time. He had spent so much time and effort to steal the little beast emperor, but Lin Feng, a young cultivator, had stolen it so easily. It was really a slap in the face. And they had worked so hard for so long and sacrificed so much. In the end, they made a wedding dress for Lin Feng. How could they be reconciled? The 5 true immortals kept increasing their speed. They hoped to catch up with Lin Feng quickly. At this time, Lin Feng's appearance returned to his original appearance from Guo Tianyu. This was because the time was up. So, he couldn't continue to use Guo Tianyu's appearance. But the 5 true immortals obviously didn't recognize Lin Feng. Both sides, one fled and one chased. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a large number of beasts. In the distance, he even saw the Titan. It was really an old acquaintance. Brother Titan, the 5 true immortals who stole the little beast emperor are here. Hurry up and catch them. Lin Feng shouted from afar. The Titan in the distance heard Lin Feng's voice and looked in Lin Feng's direction. Previously, these beast kings learned from the Wang Tian who beast emperor. It was the true immortals from the outside world who planned to steal the little beast emperor. Therefore, they had been searching for the true immortals from the outside world. As for the other people who died tragically, they could only be regarded as innocent victims. And now, those true immortal level experts had finally shown themselves. When they saw the 5 true immortals, the Titan Beast King immediately let out a series of earth-shaking roars. A large number of beasts rushed over. Meanwhile, after hearing the call of the Titan Beast King, the Beast King in the distance also flew over. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to slip away. Little bastard! How dare you trick us? The 5 true immortal experts roared furiously. All of them were about to be angered to death by Lin Feng. It's not us, it's that kid. The little beast emperor was on that brat's body. It's him who stole the little beast emperor, not us. The Soul Devourer Palace's true immortal expert shouted. He wanted to draw the attention of the beast kings and the beast army to Lin Feng. However, it was clear that the Titan Beast King and the others did not believe the words of the Soul Devourer Palace's true immortal expert. This was because the heaven-gazing Howler Beast Emperor had already told them that it was a few true immortal experts who had stolen the little Beast Emperor. Although Lin Feng was very powerful, the Titan Beast King had a keen intuition. He felt that Lin Feng's cultivation was not at the true immortal realm. And obviously, the few true immortals who were chasing Lin Feng matched all the characteristics of the suspects mentioned by the heaven-gazing Howler Beast Emperor. The 5 true immortals were attacked by the beast horde. In addition, a few more beast kings rushed over and joined the battle. Lin Feng stood in the distance and watched the battle. He naturally hoped that these beast kings and the beast horde could kill the 5 true immortals. However, the 5 true immortals were extremely powerful. It was not an easy task to kill the 5 true immortals. The 5 true immortals finally escaped, and the beast kings led the beast horde to chase after the 5 true immortals. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but feel that it was a pity. With the strength of the 5 true immortals, once they escaped the encirclement. Now, killing off the 5 true immortals would no longer be an easy task. Lin Feng quickly left. He returned to the area where the dark ancient forest was and met up with the sisters Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage. Seeing that Lin Feng came back safe and sound, the sisters could not help but let out a sigh of relief. They had been worried about Lin Feng's safety before. "What the hell have you been doing? You were gone for so long," Hana Mirage asked angrily. It was the first time she was so worried about a man. Lin Feng took out the little beast emperor. "What is this?" Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng said, "Little beast emperor." Hearing this, Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage's red lips opened slightly. Their faces were full of shock. "Little beast emperor." Lin Feng actually snatched the little beast emperor. Wasn't the little beast emperor taken away by the 5 true immortals? How did Lin Feng snatch the little beast emperor from the hands of the 5 true immortals alone? Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage did not know what happened in the middle. But they could imagine. What happened in the middle was definitely very thrilling. Wasn't the little beast emperor in the hands of the 5 true immortals? How did you snatch the little beast emperor? Hana Mirage asked doubtfully. Hearing Hana Mirage's question, Lin Feng told the whole story to the sisters. After the sisters heard it, they could not help but feel frightened. Lin Feng described the whole thing in a calm tone, but the sisters knew how dangerous it was. Those were 5 true immortals. Snatching the little beast emperor from the hands of the 5 true immortals. If he was surrounded by the true immortals, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, Lin Feng came back safely. "Let's leave here now. I plan to return the little beast emperor to the Wang Tianhu beast emperor," Lin Feng said. "Return it to the Wang Tianhu beast emperor? Why?" The Wang Tianhu beast emperor's talent is very heaven-defying. If the right hand of the Wang Tianhu is cultivated, it will definitely become an extremely terrifying creature, Hana Mirage said doubtfully. She did not understand why Lin Feng wanted to return the Wang Tianhu beast emperor to the Wang Tianhu beast emperor. Lin Feng said, "The beast tide has wreaked havoc and many innocent people have died tragically. If the little beast emperor is returned to the Wang Tianhu beast emperor, the beast tide will stop. At that time, the survivors will be able to escape danger. Moreover, we can continue to look for the place where the Lord of all spirits fell. In addition, I can also use this opportunity to befriend the Wang Tianhu beast emperor. The Wang Tianhu beast emperor controls the beast tide in the Cloud Heaven ancient forest. Befriending the Wang Tianhu beast emperor is very important to me." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the sisters could not help but nod. Lin Feng and the other two did not continue to stay in the dark ancient forest. They quickly left. The 3 of them walked towards the depths. Although they encountered many powerful fierce beasts along the way, those fierce beasts did not threaten Lin Feng and the other 2. 3 days later, Lin Feng and the other 2 came to the depths of the forest. The mountain range not far away was the lair of the Wang Tianhu beast emperor. There were many powerful fierce beasts patrolling around the mountain range. Those fierce beasts should have been arranged by the Wang Tianhu beast emperor. Before this, there were no fierce beasts patrolling here. Chapter 4793. Lin Feng had no intention of fighting with these beasts. Before the group of beasts attacked, Lin Feng shouted, "Senior Wang Tianhu beast emperor." This junior snatched the little beast emperor from the hands of the 5 true immortals and specially brought him back. "What? Is this true?" A voice came from the depths. This was the voice of the Wang Tianhu beast emperor. "Did you really bring my child back?" A second voice sounded at the same time, but the second voice was a woman's. Then, 2 Wang Tianhu flew out. The larger Wang Tian, who was obviously the Wang Tian who Beast Emperor. The smaller Wang Tian, who should be the queen of the Wang Tian who Beast Emperor. In fact, when they cultivated to their level, they could already transform into human form. However, they did not choose to transform into human form. This reason was easy to explain. For example, there were many human cultivators who knew the art of transformation. You could turn those human cultivators who knew the art of transformation into lions, tigers, or other beasts. Would they be willing? Of course they were not willing. The appearance of the original body was the most comfortable. It was the same for creatures of other races. If they were to transform into human form, they would feel very uncomfortable. The beasts that were pouncing towards Lin Feng and the other two stopped in mid-air. Naturally, they did not dare to act rashly now. Lin Feng took out the little Beast Emperor and held it with both hands. They were separated by a long distance. The Wang Tian who Beast Emperor and Queen Wang Tian who Beast Emperor had already seen the little Beast Emperor. When they saw the little Beast Emperor, they were extremely excited. Because, their child. They had regained what they had lost. Before this, they had thought that they would definitely not be able to find their child. Therefore, the excitement in their hearts could not be described with words. Soon, they flew to the side of Lin Feng and the other two. Lin Feng handed the little Beast Emperor to the Wang Tian who Beast Emperor. The Wang Tian who Beast Emperor held the little Beast Emperor with its right claw. Its eyes were filled with benevolent fatherly love. Especially when it saw its child sleeping peacefully. The corners of the Wang Tian who Beast Emperor's eyes became wet. Because it was difficult for these powerful creatures to have children, they had a deep love for their children. The heavenly gaze Beast Emperor was the same. Empress Wang Tianming was the same. At this moment, Empress Wang Tianhu stretched out her claws and gently stroked the child she had lost and regained. Tears actually fell from her eyes. Only it knew how difficult it was to conceive a child. When her child was stolen, Empress Wang Tianhao was in so much pain that she almost went crazy. Thank you. What do you want? Just say the word. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy your request. The sky-gazing Beast Emperor looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng said, I hope Senior Beast Emperor can stop the beasts from attacking those innocent cultivators. Wang Tian who Beast King and Wang Tian who Queen were slightly taken aback. They had never thought that Lin Feng actually made such a request. This made the Beast King and Queen Tian who look at Lin Feng in a new light. This request is naturally easy to fulfill. Pass down my orders. Tell the beasts to stop attacking the innocent cultivators in the ancient cloud forests. Wang Tian who Beast King said. Yes. One of the beasts immediately responded. This beast was about to go forward to pass on the message. Lin Feng said, wait a moment. This beast was already psychic. When it heard Lin Feng's words, it stopped and looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Wang Tian who Beast King asked, young friend, do you have any other requests? Lin Feng said, we can naturally let the innocent cultivators go, but the cultivators from the 5 great factions want to kill the little Beast Emperor and refine its blood essence into pills. We can't let them go. We can let the Beast Kings go after the cultivators from the 5 great factions. In fact, the Heavenly Gaze Beast King and Empress Wang Tian who Beast King had thought that the people who had stolen the little Beast Emperor wanted to raise it as a pet or guardian beast. However, after hearing Lin Feng's words, they realized that those people wanted to kill their child. They wanted to refine their child's blood essence into pills. This infuriated the Heavenly Gaze Beast King and Empress Wang Tian who Beast King. These people deserve to die. These people deserve to die. These people deserve to die. Wang Tian who Beast King roared furiously. Naturally, the tempers of ferocious beasts couldn't be good. We must make them pay the price in blood. Empress Wang Tian who Beast King said coldly. The sky-gazing Beast Emperor ordered, send the order to the Beast Kings. Tell them to hunt down the cultivators of the 5 major powers. They must be killed in the Cloud Heaven ancient forests. Yes. The ferocious beast that went to deliver the order replied and left quickly. Empress Wang Tian who Beast King looked at Lin Feng and said, young friend, this isn't the place to talk. Why don't you bring your 2 concubines to our residence? 2 concubines? Hearing this, Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage blushed slightly. They didn't have such a relationship with Lin Feng. Empress Wang Tian, who Beast King had misunderstood, so the two sisters were rather embarrassed. However, it was a coincidence. The two sisters didn't explain their relationship with Lin Feng. He didn't know what Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage were thinking. As for Lin Feng, naturally, he didn't explain. After all, Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage didn't explain that they were women. As a man, Lin Feng naturally didn't need to explain. Even though Lin Feng didn't know why Hua Huan Shi and Hua Huan Yu hadn't explained the misunderstanding, Lin Feng didn't know why. Lin Feng felt a little apprehensive. Could it be that the two sisters were in love with him? Was that why they didn't explain? Then I'll do as you say. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Immediately, Lin Feng, Hana Jinsi, and Hana Mirage followed the Beast King and Empress Wang Tian, who Beast King, to their cave abodes. After flying into the mountains, Lin Feng saw many skeletons in the mountains. There were skeletons of fierce beasts and cultivators. Those skeletons were probably the prey of the Beast King and Empress Wang Tian, who Beast King. These two existences were truly ferocious existences. If it wasn't for him saving the little beast emperor, they wouldn't be so amiable towards him. Before long, Lin Feng and the other two followed the Beast King and Empress Wang Tian, who Beast King, to their cave abodes. Their cave abodes were very large. It was different from the cave abodes of ordinary fierce beasts. Their cave abodes were very clean. There was even a celestial pool in the cave abodes. In the celestial pool, there was a spring. Spring water was constantly flowing out of the spring. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help showing a surprised expression. It turned out to be a celestial spring. Lin Feng had seen a lot of spiritual springs. Chapter 4794. The immortal spring had many benefits. For example, cultivators needed to drink water. Because water was the source of life. No one could live without water. And the kind of water one drank would obviously have a great impact on a cultivator's cultivation. If one drank some water with more impurities, it would have a hindering effect on one's cultivation. If one drank some top-grade immortal spring water, it would have a great effect on one's cultivation. If one drank the immortal spring water, it would have an even more significant effect on one's cultivation. Therefore, drinking water was an extremely important thing for cultivators. However, most cultivators only drank immortal spring water. The main reason was that the immortal spring water was too rare. If one could drink the immortal spring water, it would naturally have a significant effect on one's cultivation. Moreover, the immortal spring water contained immortal power that could cleanse one's body. Through subtle changes, it could gradually remove the impurities in a cultivator's body. For cultivators, this was naturally very important. Immortal spring water was extremely important to cultivators. If it was used to water some top-grade immortal herbs, it would allow those top-grade immortal herbs to quickly complete a transformation. At that time, they might be able to transform into even more extraordinary sage-grade immortal herbs. Therefore, immortal spring water was very important to cultivators. Lin Feng had immortal spring water in his time and space. But there was no immortal spring water. After seeing the immortal spring in the cave, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little envious. Empress Wang Tianhao smiled and said, "Little friend, you seem to be very interested in the immortal spring. This immortal spring was drawn up from underground, and there is a new immortal spring that has formed next to it. It's just that we haven't drawn out the water from the other immortal spring. If little friend is interested in the immortal spring, I'll ask my husband to move the other immortal spring to you." Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up. He was indeed very interested in the immortal spring. Because the immortal spring was very important to him. In addition, the immortal spring was also very important to Bibi, Xiaolong, Blackie, Emperor Archaic, Demon Kingworm, and the others. It could subtly change their bodies. It could make their bodies more compatible with heaven and earth. He began to cultivate. It would also be twice the result with half the effort. This principle also applied to Lin Feng. Therefore, if he could really obtain an immortal spring, it would naturally be Lin Feng's dream. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Wang Tiandao smiled and said, young friend, we can't repay your kindness. It's just an immortal spring, what's the big deal? The Wang Tianwu Beast Emperor nodded in agreement and said, young friend, please wait for a while. I will move the immortal spring water out. As soon as he finished speaking, the Heavenly Gaze Beast Emperor disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng estimated. The Wang Tianwu Beast Emperor should have entered the underground world. The formation of an immortal spring was extremely complicated. Furthermore, the formation of an immortal spring must have a starting point and an ending point. The destination was the place where the spring water gushed out. As for the starting point, it was hard to say. Lin Feng did not know much about the immortal spring, but he was sure that the sky-gazing Beast Emperor knew a lot about it. In order for the spring water to continuously gush out, the entire immortal spring had to be moved out from the starting point to the ending point. Moreover, the structure could not be destroyed. If the structure was destroyed, the spring water would not be able to form. It should not be difficult for a powerful existence like the sky-gazing Beast Emperor to do this. Lin Feng only needed to wait. About half an hour later, the sky-gazing Beast Emperor flew out. It stretched out its claws. A ball of energy flew out. There seemed to be a world sealed in that ball of energy. The formation of an immortal spring is rather complicated, but I have completely sealed this immortal spring. You can find a space and integrate it into this space. When the time comes, you will be able to form an immortal spring that can continuously produce immortal spring water, the sky-gazing Beast Emperor said, and then the ball of energy that sealed the immortal spring flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng collected the ball of energy. He then thanked the sky-gazing Beast Emperor. He had actually obtained an immortal spring from the sky-gazing Beast Emperor. Today's harvest was simply too great. Lin Feng was extremely excited. I have yet to ask for your name, young friend. The sky-gazing Beast Emperor looked at Lin Feng and asked. This junior's surname is Lin, and my name is Feng. Lin Feng introduced himself. When they heard Lin Feng's introduction, Hannah Jinsi and Hannah Mirage's faces were filled with shock. The name Lin Feng. They were all too familiar with it. Perhaps there were fewer people in the Undying Realm who had seen Lin Feng. But there were too many cultivators who had heard of Lin Feng's name. Lin Feng was the Lord of the Sin Realm. The Sinner's Blood Emperor. Because of Lin Feng's appearance, the Sinner's blood became active again. Moreover, the Sky Emperor sent an army to the entire Sin Realm. In the end, they suffered heavy losses. They had even lost 2 true immortals. This matter. It had already spread like wildfire in the Undying Realm. In fact, before this, Hannah Jinsi and Hannah Mirage had guessed Lin Feng's true identity. However, the 2 sisters had never thought of the Sinner's Blood Emperor or the Lord of the Sin Realm. Now that they knew Lin Feng's true identity, their hearts were naturally filled with shock. Hannah Jinsi and Hannah Mirage finally knew why Lin Feng was so powerful. Lin Feng was the Sinner's Blood Emperor. It was natural for him to be so powerful. That Sinner's Blood Emperor seems to be called Lin Feng? Could it be you? The sky-gazing Beast Emperor looked at Lin Feng and asked. Obviously. The sky-gazing Beast Emperor had also heard of Lin Feng. It is this junior. Lin Feng nodded and said. Heroes really come from the young. The sky-gazing Beast Emperor said. Senior, you flatter me. Lin Feng said humbly. To be honest, I had a good relationship with the Sinner's Blood Emperor, Yang Huntian. The sky-gazing Beast Emperor said. When Lin Feng heard Yang Huntian's name, he was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of Yang Huntian. However, since this person was friends with the sky-gazing Beast Emperor, he must be an extremely powerful person. Lin Feng asked curiously, which race is Yang Huntian from? Chapter 4795. Yang Huntian was a Sinner's blood expert. If he could appear, it would be very important to the Sin realm. However, no one knew where he was. Could it be that he had already met with calamity and perished? Or was he cultivating in seclusion somewhere? All of these were possible. After that, Lin Feng discussed many things with Wang Tianwu, Beast Emperor, and Empress Wang Tianwu. Before they left, Empress Wang Tian, who took out 2 pearl hairpins and gave them to the sisters Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage. The hairpins were precious treasures. It was Empress Wang Tian whose way of repaying the sisters. After the sisters accepted the hairpins, they thanked Empress Wang Tian who. Then, they left with Lin Feng. On the way, Hana Mirage looked at Lin Feng and said, "You bastard, didn't you tell us your name was Ji? How dare you lie to us? We trusted you so much." In truth, Hana Mirage wasn't really angry because of this. However, it was normal for her to be unhappy. It was because she cared about Lin Feng that she was unhappy. Lin Feng said, "I was afraid that if I told you my real identity, you would fall in love with me. If you forced yourself on me one night, wouldn't I suffer a great loss?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, Hana Mirage raised her leg and kicked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed Hana Mirage's ankle and lifted Hana Mirage's leg. He smiled and said, "Why is such a beautiful girl so hot-tempered? Ji is my mother's surname, so when I go out, I usually use Ji to replace my name. We just met and weren't familiar with each other, so I told you that I was called Ji. Now that we're on the same side, I won't hide my real identity from you." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Hana Mirage's expression improved, especially when Lin Feng said that they were on the same side. Hana Mirage thought of many things. What did Lin Feng mean by that? Was he hinting at her? And her sister? Was this bastard interested in her and her sister at the same time? What a bastard. Hana Mirage cursed Lin Feng in her heart. She glared at Lin Feng and said, "Let go of me." Lin Feng let go of Hana Mirage. Hana Jinsi said, "It's normal for Lin Gongzi to do this. After all, Lin Gongzi's identity is quite special, and he has many enemies. By doing this, he can hide his identity very well." Lin Feng said, "Fairy Huan, she is still the most considerate." Hana Mirage waved her fist and said, "Are you saying that I'm not considerate? Do you believe that I'll beat you up until your teeth fall out?" Hana Mirage still had a fierce personality, but she was very honest, although her temper was a little fiery. She would not hide her emotions and thoughts. Lin Feng said, "We can find a chance to spar alone." Lin Feng's words seemed to have a double meaning. Of course, it was also possible that he didn't mean it that way. However, Hua Huanyue had already filled in the gaps in her mind. She didn't really fight with Lin Feng. However, after hearing Lin Feng's words, her face turned red. She snorted and ignored Lin Feng. Hana Jinsi said, "Let's continue searching for the place where the Lord of all Spirits fell. It should be somewhere in the depths of the forest." Lin Feng and Hana Mirage naturally didn't have any objections. They were looking forward to finding the place where the Lord of all Spirits fell. The Lord of all Spirits used to be the tyrant beast. It was an extremely powerful and domineering existence. His inheritance must be very powerful. The beast horde in the ancient cloud forest had stopped. Many cultivators could finally heave a sigh of relief. All of them had the expression of someone who had survived a calamity. It wasn't easy to survive. However, the cultivators of the 5 factions didn't have it easy, because they were being chased by the beast horde. Many people died tragically. At this moment, Lin Feng, Hana Jinsi, and Hana Mirage were searching for the place where the Lord of all Spirits fell in the forest. There were many powerful beasts active in the depths of the forest, but it was clear that those beasts had received orders before this. Therefore, when those beasts saw Lin Feng, Hana Jinsi, and Hana Mirage, they didn't have any intention of attacking them. After about 10 days, Lin Feng and the other 2 finally found the place where the Lord of all Spirits fell. That place was located at the bottom of a huge abyss. That abyss was extremely terrifying. Demonic chi surged, and in the demonic chi, there were actually some sleeping yin corpses. Those sleeping yin corpses were extremely terrifying. If they woke up those sleeping yin corpses, it would definitely be a disaster. Therefore, the 3 of them were very careful when they dived. They didn't dare to make any noise. They successfully reached the bottom of the abyss and walked deeper. Suddenly, on the surrounding rock walls, a dense number of spiders appeared. Those spiders blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Each of the spiders was about the size of a fist. They had wings and were extremely ugly. Anyone who saw this scene would feel their scalp go numb. Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage's pretty faces couldn't help but turn slightly pale. The situation in front of them was indeed terrifying. In addition, women had a natural sense of disgust and fear towards snakes, spiders, centipedes, and other things. So, when they saw the overwhelming number of spiders, the two sisters were really frightened. There is a group of spiders here, and these spiders seem to be very terrifying. What do we do now? Should I leave? Hannah Jinsey looked at Lin Feng and asked. Now that they were surrounded, if they wanted to retreat, they would need to use brute force. Only then would they be able to leave this place. If these spiders were too powerful, it might be very difficult to leave this place. They might even die here. No need to retreat, Lin Feng said. Then, he summoned the Devil King Bug. Now that the Devil King Bug had completed its second evolution, it had become stronger than before. And the Devil King Bug was a very special creature. It was the king of insect creatures. It had an innate pressure on many insect-type creatures. Therefore, when he saw the overwhelming number of spiders, Lin Feng thought of the Devil King Bug. If the Devil King Bug could intimidate the spiders, it would naturally be a happy thing. If it couldn't do this, then he would consider breaking out. The Devil King Bug and Lin Feng's mind were connected. Therefore, when the Devil King Bug was summoned by Lin Feng, it immediately knew the purpose of Lin Feng summoning it. The Devil King Bug let out a series of cries at the spiders. This was an extremely strange cry. Lin Feng didn't know what the Devil King Bug's cries meant. Chapter 4796. I can't believe that this little bug is so terrifying. Hannah Mirage looked at the Devil King Bug in astonishment. Lin Feng said, "This little guy is a Devil King Bug, the king of all bugs. That's why it's able to chase away the spiders. You're so lucky to be able to obtain such a spirit bug. How enviable," Hannah Mirage said. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You'll definitely be able to obtain such a spirit bug in the future." Hannah Mirage naturally knew that Lin Feng was just trying to comfort her. How could such a spirit bug be so easy to obtain? One would need an enormous amount of luck to obtain it. Lin Feng sent the Devil King Bug back into the space-time continuum, then continued walking with Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage. Hua Huanxi continued, "Look, there are many skeletons scattered around here. I wonder if they were eaten by the spiders earlier." Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's possible. It seems like the spiders only eat the flesh and not the bones." The three of them did not become careless just because the spiders had been scared away by the Devil King Bug. Instead, they became even more cautious. The three of them knew that this place was too dangerous. It was such a dangerous place. They wondered if there were any other terrifying creatures. Thus, they had to be extra careful. Even if there were no other terrifying creatures, there was nothing wrong with being extra careful. There was nothing wrong with being careful. This principle was applicable at all times. The three of them went deeper into the space-time continuum. Their luck was pretty good because they did not find any other living creatures for the rest of their journey. The three of them could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. They arrived at the deepest part of the space-time continuum, which was covered by restrictions. Moreover, the restriction formation here was very powerful. After countless years, the strength of the restriction formation had actually declined greatly compared to the beginning. However, even though it had declined greatly, it was still so terrifying. This was the most shocking part. It was hard to imagine how powerful the restriction formation here was when it was at its peak. Lin Feng said, "I'm afraid it will take some time to break the restriction. You guys wait here." Hannah Jinsey said, "I know a little about restrictive spells. Maybe I can help." Hannah Mirage didn't know much about restrictions, so she stood outside and waited. Looking at her sister and Lin Feng standing together and talking from time to time, Hannah Mirage actually had a sour feeling in her heart. Of course, Lin Feng didn't have the time to guess what Hannah Mirage was thinking. Lin Feng only wanted to quickly break the array formation. Hannah Jinsey's knowledge of formations was very high, and she had a unique understanding of formations and restrictions. Therefore, with the help of Hannah Jinsey, the time it took to break the restriction was much shorter than Lin Feng had expected. In the end, Lin Feng and Hannah Jinsey only spent 2 days to break the restriction. They didn't destroy the entire restriction. They just tore the restriction to ensure that they could enter it. After the restriction was broken, the three of them entered the restriction. Inside the restriction was a huge cave. The passage was very dark and they couldn't see the specific situation inside the passage. "Follow behind me," Lin Feng said. The two sisters nodded and followed Lin Feng inside. Lin Feng took out a luminous pearl. The luminous pearl emitted bursts of light, illuminating the passage. The inside of the passage was very dry, but it was also covered with a thick layer of dust. No one knew how many years it had been since someone entered here. In the passage, Lin Feng and the other two didn't encounter any danger. They entered a huge mountain. In the mountain, there were many broken stone statues. Those broken stone statues attracted Lin Feng's attention. "This is really strange. Why are there so many broken stone statues here?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Hannah Jinsey said, "This is a kind of puppet technique. The other party is using these stone statues to refine stone puppets." "Oh, why do you say that?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Hannah Jinsey pointed at the runes on a broken stone statue and said, "Look at these divine runes. They are the runes that give life to these stone statues. This kind of puppet technique is very rare. I have only seen some introductions in Tao scriptures. After countless years, I think this kind of puppet technique might have been lost." Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. He suddenly thought of the two evil god stone statues he had obtained. Were the two evil god stone statues refined using a similar method? Lin Feng felt that this was very likely. Hannah Mirage said, "These should be half-finished products. As time passed, they should have been damaged. I wonder if these stone statues have anything to do with the Lord of all Spirits." Lin Feng said, "Perhaps they are the masterpieces of the Lord of all Spirits' final years. Speaking of which, what kind of beast is the Lord of all Spirits' main body?" Hannah Mirage shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. I only know that he is a tyrant beast. It must be an extremely mighty and domineering divine beast." Lin Feng felt that this was a possibility. Tyrants were very rare. Generally speaking, tyrants were indeed mighty and domineering. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to condense a tyrant bone. The mountain was clearly divided into several layers. They were currently in the first layer. There was a stone door blocking the way to the second layer of the mountain. Lin Feng arrived before the stone door and pushed it open. The moment the stone door was pushed open, Lin Feng felt a dangerous aura. Without hesitation, he hurriedly used the heaven mending technique. Swoosh! Almost at the same time that Lin Feng disappeared, a cold light slashed towards where Lin Feng had been standing. At that critical moment, Lin Feng had managed to escape in time. Otherwise, that attack would have been dangerous. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He retreated a dozen meters and looked towards the second layer. At that moment, a stone golem with a stone sword in hand walked out. A stone golem. Hannah Mirage couldn't help but cry out when she saw the stone golem. Hannah Jinsey said, "It's not a stone golem. It should be a stone golem puppet." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, it's a stone golem puppet. However, this golem puppet is extremely powerful. Moreover, it has life energy fluctuations. It looks like a stone golem." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, something happened that caused his expression to change slightly. After the first stone golem puppet walked out, another 17 stone puppets walked out one after another. Chapter 4797. The killing intent of the 18 stone puppets was very strong. Perhaps this was the spirit that the Lord of all Spirits had bestowed upon them. Anyone who entered this place should be killed. The 18 stone puppets directly waved the stone swords in their hands and charged towards Lin Feng and the other two. Lin Feng's mind was multitasking. He took out all sorts of powerful treasures. These magic treasures vibrated with earth-shattering fluctuations. Then, they charged towards the 18 stone puppets. Bang! 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 Along with the sound of violent collisions, Lin Feng's magic treasures collided with the stone puppets. Those stone puppets were really powerful. They actually sent Lin Feng's magic treasures flying. Lin Feng had already expected this scene. However, after those magic treasures were sent flying by the stone puppets, then they flew towards the stone puppets. Therefore, it was unrealistic for those stone puppets to quickly get rid of Lin Feng's magic treasures. Lin Feng waved his hand and summoned the two evil godstone statues. The two evil godstone statues held battle swords in their hands and charged towards the stone puppets. Although those stone puppets were tyrannical, compared to Lin Feng's evil godstone statues, they were still somewhat inferior. Moreover, those stone puppets had to resist the attacks of Lin Feng's magic treasures. Therefore, when the evil godstone statues joined the battle, one after another, the stone puppets were destroyed. Lin Feng had no intention of suppressing these stone puppets, because these stone puppets had been endowed with a trace of their will. Others could not control these stone puppets. Therefore, the 18 stone puppets were all destroyed by Lin Feng. After destroying these stone puppets, Lin Feng put away the magic treasures and the two evil godstone statues. Seeing Lin Feng's display of invincible might, Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage seemed to have already gotten used to it. After all, Lin Feng had already displayed many extraordinary means before. Now, no matter what kind of means Lin Feng displayed, the two sisters felt that it was only natural. Lin Feng, Hannah Jinsey, and Hannah Mirage walked inside. When they reached the belly of the mountain, Lin Feng saw a platform. Other than the platform, there was nothing else. There were two items on the Dao platform. A storage ring. Besides, there was also a bone. That was tyrant bone. Lin Feng only needed a glance to determine this. This was because Lin Feng had seen Tyrant Jiyu before. The Lord of all spirits passed away in meditation. His body dissipated, but the tyrant bone was very special, so it was preserved. His storage ring was also preserved. Lin Feng said, "That's great." Hannah Jinsey and Hannah Mirage looked extremely excited. Perhaps they would only encounter such an opportunity once in their lives. Therefore, they were naturally very excited. Of course, they hadn't checked the storage ring's condition yet. If the storage ring was already damaged, then it would be fine. Then they would have been happy for nothing. Lin Feng and the other two came to the platform. Lin Feng took the tyrant bone and the storage ring in his hand. Then he said, "I want the tyrant bone. The storage ring is intact. There should be a lot of good things inside." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the two sisters immediately became happy. The storage ring was intact. Their efforts were not in vain. After Hannah Jinsey took the storage ring, Lin Feng continued, "You should first check what's inside the storage ring. I need to go into seclusion for a few days." Lin Feng's seclusion this time was mainly to cultivate the Supreme World Exterminating Haki. Lin Feng's previous Supreme Haki was innate level 9 Haki. And the Supreme World Exterminating Haki was acquired level 9 Haki. Both were the highest level of purple Haki. Since the Supreme World Exterminating Haki was created by the Supreme, a powerful existence, it must be incomparably terrifying. Therefore, for this Haki, Lin Feng was very much looking forward to it. Hearing that Lin Feng was going into seclusion, the two sisters hurriedly nodded. Lin Feng left the platform and casually found a place to sit down. Then he began to refine the tyrant bone. Lin Feng had long memorized the cultivation method of the Supreme World Exterminating Haki. And he had also cultivated it many times. It was just that he lacked the tyrant bone, which caused Lin Feng to be unable to successfully cultivate the Supreme World Exterminating Haki. But it was different now. Lin Feng had already obtained the tyrant bone. So, when Lin Feng once again operated the cultivation method of the Supreme World Exterminating Haki, Lin Feng immediately felt it. His body seemed to be beginning to condense the fifth kind of Haki. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. Time passed quickly. Lin Feng spent 5 days and finally succeeded in condensing the Supreme World Exterminating Haki. When this acquired level 9 Haki was successfully cultivated, Lin Feng could clearly feel the improvement of his battle strength. Cultivating Haki and cultivating divine ability were actually very similar. Cultivating divine ability was a kind of consolidation of oneself. Cultivating haki was the same. Cultivating divine ability might not make a cultivator's cultivation breakthrough. Cultivating haki was the same. But even if the cultivation would not break through, but the battle strength would be greatly improved. Of course, there were also differences between cultivating chi aura and cultivating divine arts. It was mainly reflected in the improvement of one's battle strength. The improvement of one's battle strength from cultivating divine ability was generally not comparable to the improvement of one's battle strength from cultivating haki. Moreover, Lin Feng cultivated the acquired level 9 purple haki. The improvement of one's battle strength was simply unimaginable. Unless Lin Feng cultivated eternal emptiness or 6 paths of reincarnation, such a heaven-defying divine ability, it could not be compared to cultivating the supreme world-exterminating haki. The 5th kind of haki has finally been successfully cultivated. Lin Feng revealed a happy expression. Congratulations to Lin Gongzi for cultivating a new haki. Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage both congratulated Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I still have to thank you for bringing me here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate a new haki." Hana Jinsi said, "We also have to thank Lin Gongzi. If it wasn't for Lin Gongzi bringing us here, we wouldn't have been able to come here at all." Both sides were in a relationship of mutual achievement, so Lin Feng smiled and did not say anything pretentious. Hana Mirage looked at Lin Feng and said, "The Lord of all spirits left behind many divine abilities. Do you want to choose some?" Lin Feng asked, "What kind of divine abilities are there?" Hana Mirage handed a jade tube to Lin Feng and said, "All the divine abilities are recorded in this jade tube." Lin Feng took the jade tube. He scanned it with his divine sense. Immediately, he discovered that there were thousands of divine abilities in it. Among them, there was no lack of powerful divine abilities. Lin Feng discovered an extremely powerful divine ability called Myriad Spirit Fusion Technique. It was a divine ability created for the Lord of all spirits. He was not interested in the other divine abilities. Chapter 4798. We also found the secret method of refining stone puppets in the storage ring. I have already imprinted a complete copy of the secret method in this jade tube. If you are interested, you can find some time to study it. Hana Mirage took out another jade tube and passed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng kept the jade tube. He did not expect Hana Mirage to be so considerate. Was this still the Hana Mirage that he knew in the past? "Thank you." Lin Feng smiled and said. Hana Mirage said, "Why are you being so courteous? We are old friends." The 3 of them did not stay for long. They left the deep region of the cloudy heaven ancient forest. Lin Feng planned to head to Whitebone City. He wondered if Taoist Wu Liang, Du Zhu, and the rest had reached Whitebone City. As for Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage, they planned to return to their families. Our family is located in the Forsaken Heaven region. If you ever come to the Forsaken Heaven region, you must find us at the Hua family of the Forsaken Heaven region, Hana Jinsi said. "You came to the Forsaken Heaven region and did not look for us. If I find out, I will definitely beat you up." Hana Mirage waved her fist and said. She always said those words. She wanted to beat Lin Feng up so badly that his teeth would fall out. However, this wasn't an easy task. The Forsaken Heaven region was the place that Lin Feng wanted to go. As the Forsaken Heaven Ridge was in the Forsaken Heaven region, Lin Feng wanted to go there to look for the stone scripture. Therefore, the Forsaken Heaven region was a place that Lin Feng had to go. Lin Feng said, "All right, when I go to the Forsaken Heaven region, I will definitely look for you." "Then it's a promise," Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage said in unison. Lin Feng bid farewell to the sisters, Hana Jinsi and Hana Mirage. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. If a man was too outstanding, it was easy to attract a group of beautiful butterflies. This was something that couldn't be helped. Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. When the world was at peace in the future, he would build a huge harem. Take these beauties. They were all taken into the harem. After thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but grin. This idea seemed to be a bit too evil. However, this idea was indeed quite tempting. It was hard to say what would happen in the future. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future. They would just have to wait and see. Lin Feng flew towards Whitebones City. 1 month later, Lin Feng finally saw Whitebones City on the horizon. It was a huge and ancient city. Whitebones City had a long history and was one of the oldest cities in the Whitebones region. Inside Whitebones City, it was extremely lively. Many of the major forces in the Whitebones region had set up branches in Whitebones City. The forces in Whitebones City were tangled and complicated. No one force could occupy the absolute dominance. Therefore, Whitebones City was a city that didn't care about rules and only cared about strength. Such a place was often more chaotic. However, such a place was also the favorite place of those evil cultivators. After Lin Feng arrived at Whitebones City, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Lin Feng and the 2 great ghost emperors had a master-servant connection. Therefore, when Lin Feng arrived at Whitebones City, he sensed the aura of the 2 great ghost emperors. Note, originally, he also had a master-servant connection with Du Zhu and the evil Lord Saint. However, because Du Zhu and the evil Lord Saint were loyal to Lin Feng removed the great purification on them. Lin Feng followed the aura of the 2 great ghost emperors. Just as he was halfway there, he saw immeasurable Daoist, Du Zhu, the evil Lord Saint and the 2 great ghost emperors. Obviously, the 2 great ghost emperors had also sensed Lin Feng's aura. Therefore, they came together with immeasurable Daoist, Du Zhu, and the evil Lord Saint to find Lin Feng. I knew it. A scourge like you wouldn't die so easily. After seeing Lin Feng, immeasurable Daoist laughed. Lin Feng said, Eternal Heaven Monarch is a powerful figure. I was lucky to get rid of him. Taoist Wu Liang said, You're too modest. Who doesn't know that you're powerful? Moreover, your speed is unparalleled in this world. Eternal Heaven Monarch is indeed powerful. However, when it comes to speed, I'm afraid there's still a big gap between you and him. Immeasurable Daoist had known Lin Feng for a long time and had interacted with him a lot. Therefore, he knew Lin Feng very well. Furthermore, he knew Lin Feng's many techniques very well. Du Zhu said, Before young master arrived, we went to investigate the Whitebone Hall in advance. We really did manage to find some rumors about the Whitebone Hall. Oh, you found out about the Whitebone Hall? Hurry up and tell me. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Du Zhu said, The westernmost part of the Whitebone region is an incomparably huge inland sea. That inland sea is connected to the 8 great domains. It is said that the inland sea is dozens of times bigger than the 9 continents plain. There are countless dangers in the inland sea, but there are also countless opportunities. According to rumors, every few years, the region near the Whitebone region will be filled with white fog. Within the fog, a Whitebone Hall will appear. The Whitebone Hall is filled with yin energy, making it impossible to get close to it. Any cultivator who gets close to the Whitebone Hall will eventually die. If that's the case, won't we have to wait for the Whitebone Hall to appear before we have a chance to find it? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He didn't know when the Whitebone Hall would appear. The Poison Ancestor said, according to the other party, there is a pattern to the appearance of the Hall of Bones. It is said that it will appear once every 8,000 years. Now that the cycle of 8,000 years has passed, the other party predicted that the Hall of Bones will appear in the next few months. Oh, is there such a coincidence? Lin Feng couldn't help but smile when he heard that. If they only had to wait for a few months, that wouldn't be a problem. Du Zhu chuckled. It is indeed a coincidence. We can wait in Whitebone City for a while, Lin Feng said. All right, then we'll wait in Whitebone City for a while. When the Whitebone Hall appears, we'll enter the ocean to search for it. Lin Feng followed Daoist Wu Liang, Du Zhu, and the others to their lodgings. They rented a courtyard in an inn. It was very quiet. It was very suitable for living. When Lin Feng arrived at Whitebone City, the Heavenly Court, the Crown Prince's palace, Di Wudao came out of seclusion. He had now fully grasped the strength of a true immortal. Lin Feng, has he been killed? Di Wudao asked as he looked at the mirror of future. Clearly, Lin Feng had become a thorn in Di Wudao's side. He had never forgotten about killing Lin Feng. Chapter 4799. The Mirror of Future said, "As of now, we haven't received any news about Lin Feng." Hearing that, Di Wudao's face suddenly sank. What was the difference between not receiving any news about Lin Feng and Lin Feng being safe and sound? Trash. All of you are trash. How long has it been? You can't even kill Lin Feng. The Baji Palace is trash. The people from that assassin dynasty are trash too. Di Wudao's face was very ugly. He wanted to hear the news that Lin Feng had been killed after coming out of seclusion. To Di Wudao, there was no news that could make him happier than this. However, he didn't hear any news about Lin Feng being killed. Watching Lin Feng grow step by step, Di Wudao was naturally infuriated. Other than anger, deep in his heart, and fear. Although Di Wudao had never seen Lin Feng in person, he knew Lin Feng's father too well. As Lin Baitian's son, one could imagine how powerful Lin Feng's talent was. It took others 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even 10 million years to cultivate to this level. Lin Feng might only need 100 years to succeed. Therefore, Di Wudao wanted to kill Lin Feng as soon as possible. He wanted to let Lin Feng grow. There would be more problems if he delayed. If he waited until Lin Feng completely grew, he might not be able to kill Lin Feng. At that time, Lin Feng would definitely become a huge problem. The princes have been out for a long time. Perhaps they will succeed soon. The Mirror of Future said. My brothers. Di Wudao sneered. He narrowed his eyes and said, those people are short-sighted. They only have the throne in their eyes. They envy me, they are jealous of me, and they even want to get rid of me and replace me. After they know Lin Feng's identity, do you think they will attack Lin Feng? This, the Mirror of Future couldn't help but frown. Di Wudao was right. How could those people attack Lin Feng? At the very least, not now. Even if they wanted to deal with Lin Feng, they would probably wait until Di Wudao was killed before they would make a move against Lin Feng. The Mirror of Future said, Lin Feng has many tricks up his sleeve. Killing him is indeed not easy. Di Wudao's expression darkened. Looks like this kid is more difficult to deal with than I thought. Previously, in order to break through to the true immortal realm, I was in seclusion and couldn't free myself to deal with him. Now that I've broken through to the true immortal realm, I've changed from a mortal to an immortal. Since I'm free, I'll personally deal with him. If His Highness the Crown Prince makes a move, Lin Feng will definitely die. The Mirror of Future said hurriedly. Pausing for a moment, the Mirror of Future asked, do we still need to inform the 8 Extreme Palace and Killer Dynasty? Di Wudao said. There's no need. If they had the ability to kill Lin Feng, I wouldn't have had to do it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Di Wudao and the Mirror of Future disappeared without a trace from the Crown Prince Palace. Lin Feng naturally had no idea that Di Wudao had come out to deal with him. On the second day of his arrival in Whitebone City, someone came to deliver a letter to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the letter and saw that it was an invitation. The other party did not state who they were. Instead, he asked the person who delivered the letter. The person who delivered the letter said that his master's name was Mu Chenyu. He wanted to invite Lin Feng for a meeting. Lin Feng did not expect this. He had just arrived in Whitebone City. Someone had actually recognized him. Moreover, they had invited him to meet them. Lin Feng did not know who this Mu Chenyu was. This was the first time he had heard of this name. However, since the other party had invited him, Lin Feng decided to meet this Mu Chenyu. Everything would become clear when he arrived at Mu Chenyu's place. The next day, Lin Feng went to attend a banquet. As the other party had only invited him, Lin Feng attended the banquet alone. The other party had sent a beast carriage. After Lin Feng boarded the beast carriage, he closed his eyes and rested his mind. Lin Gongzi, we have arrived, a voice came from outside. Lin Feng opened his eyes and walked down from the beast carriage. When he arrived outside, he found himself in a huge mansion. Not far away, there were several beautiful maidservants. The maidservants walked towards Lin Feng and bowed to Lin Feng. The leader of the maidservants said, this servant greets Lin Gongzi. My master is already waiting for you. Lin Gongzi, please follow this servant. All right. Lin Feng nodded. The maidservants led the way. Lin Feng discovered that these maidservants were not only beautiful, but their figures were also extremely alluring. When they walked in front of him, they swayed gracefully. It was truly a sight to behold. Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. They were just leading the way. They could have just sent one of them. Why would they send such beautiful maidservants? Could it be that they wanted to use these beautiful maidservants to seduce him? Lin Feng felt that there was such a possibility. There was an old saying, heroes have a weakness for beauties. Who didn't like beautiful women? Moreover, he was so young. At the age where he was full of vigor. He was at the age where he liked beautiful women the most. So the other party used such a move. They were looking down on him too much. Even though he liked beautiful women. But he did not lack women. Of course. Even though he had some guesses in his heart. Lin Feng did not make any noise. He followed behind the group of maidservants and came to a living room. When he arrived, there was already a female cultivator sitting in the living room. She was a young woman around 30 years old. She was wearing a blue and purple dress, which wrapped around her graceful and voluptuous body. Aside from her excellent figure, this woman's face was also extremely beautiful. This was a kind of seductive beauty. That pitilessly beautiful face gave people the feeling of a vixen. Her every move. It could make people addicted. She was naturally charming. It turned out to be a woman with such a physique. After seeing Lin Feng come in, the woman stood up. Then she bowed to Lin Feng. She said with a charming smile, "This servant is Mu Qianyu. I pay my respects to Lin Gongzi." "Fairy, you don't have to be so polite," Lin Feng said. But Mu Qianyu did not get up. Instead, she stretched out her hand. It seemed that she wanted Lin Feng to help her up. Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. What did this woman want to do? First, she sent a few beautiful maidservants to welcome him. Now she wanted him to help her up. Although Lin Feng felt apprehensive, he did not show it on his face. He wanted to see what this woman wanted to do. Lin Feng walked up, grabbed Mu Qianyu's hand, and helped her up. Who would have thought? Chapter 4800. There was a saying, "I'm not a casual person. But when I'm casual, I'm not human." However, this sentence was not suitable for the current situation, nor was it suitable for Lin Feng. This woman in front of him was obviously up to something. Lin Feng did not want to have any physical contact with her. So when this woman fell into Lin Feng's arms, Lin Feng took a step back. He put some distance between him and the woman. This woman was pretending to faint, so Lin Feng took a step back. Naturally, she stood steadily. "Lin Gongzi, you're so bad." The woman looked at Lin Feng with resentful eyes. This woman knew how to act coquettishly. Her voice was delicate. And there was a kind of charming power that fused into her voice. However, Lin Feng's face was clear as he said, "I'm sorry, I didn't notice that Fairy almost fainted. If I did, I would definitely have supported Fairy. Fortunately, Fairy is fine, otherwise, I would definitely feel extremely guilty." The maidservants not far away couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Lin Feng was lying through his teeth. And his face wasn't red nor was he out of breath. His mental fortitude was really amazing. Mu Qianyu naturally wouldn't believe Lin Feng's words. However, she naturally wouldn't say this out loud. She said sweetly, "So it was this servant who misunderstood Lin Gongzi. I'm really sorry. I'll definitely punish myself with 3 cups of wine later to apologize to Lin Gongzi." Mu Qianyu continued, "Lin Gongzi, let's not stand and talk. Please sit down and talk." Lin Feng nodded and sat behind the table on the left. Then, several beautiful maidservants came to Lin Feng's side. One of them knelt on the left, while the other knelt on the right. 2 people knelt behind him. The 2 people behind him stretched out their slender hands to massage Lin Feng. The maid on the left smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi, this servant will serve you from the side. If you have any orders, Lin Gongzi, please don't hesitate." This beautiful maidservant had clearly cultivated the art of seduction. As she spoke, Her eyes flickered with a charming look. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. She was fixedly staring into Lin Feng's eyes. When she spoke, her breath smelled like orchids, and a fragrance filled the air. The woman on the right also said sweetly, "Lin Gongzi, if you want to drink wine, this servant will pour it for you. If you want to eat vegetables, this servant will pick them up for you." It was Lin Feng's first time receiving such treatment. Was he trying to corrupt his heart? Lin Feng said, "4 fairies, I can do it myself. You don't have to be so polite. Go and rest." The 4 beautiful maidservants looked at Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu smiled and said, "Just let the 4 of them serve young master. If young master likes them, you can take them with you when you leave. At that time, you'll have a few close friends by your side. We cultivators can't mistreat our bodies when we're outside." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but as the saying goes, one should not accept a reward without any effort. Therefore, I dare not accept these fairies. Please let them go and rest." When Mu Qianyu saw that Lin Feng had already made up his mind, she couldn't help but whisper to herself. Today, she had chosen a few maids. All of them were extremely beautiful and had practiced seduction techniques. Each and every one of them was extremely attractive to men. Why did Lin Feng turn a blind eye to them? Could it be that Lin Feng had already reached a state where his heart was as still as water? Mu Qianyu waved her hand. When the 4 maidservants saw Mu Qianyu's gesture, they all left, leaving only Lin Feng and Mu Qianyu in the hall. Mu Qianyu raised her wine cup and said, "Lin Gongzi, these first 3 cups of wine are my apology to you. After I drink them, please don't blame me in your heart." Mu Qianyu's voice became even more coquettish. Her charming appearance was truly capable of stirring the hearts of others. Lin Feng said, "Even if you don't drink these 3 cups of wine, I won't blame you." "That won't do. If I don't drink them, I don't know the rules," Mu Qianyu said with a smile. Then, she drained the cup of wine in one gulp. She then poured 2 more cups of wine. Those 2 cups of wine. Mu Qianyu also drained them in one gulp. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I still don't know why you called me here." Mu Qianyu looked at Lin Feng with an aggrieved gaze. Those who didn't know what was going on would most likely think that Lin Feng had abandoned Mu Qianyu, which was why Mu Qianyu looked at him with such an aggrieved gaze. One had to admit that Mu Qianyu was truly a formidable woman, as expected of a seductive vixen. However, these methods were clearly useless against Lin Feng. Lin Feng had seen too many beautiful women in his life. Now, he was already immune to beautiful women. No matter how beautiful they were, he could control them as he wished. Mu Qianyu said, "Can't I invite you here for no reason? I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Now that you've come to Whitebone City, I'm overjoyed. I naturally hope to meet you." Lin Feng didn't believe a single word of Mu Qianyu's words. She clearly had a reason for looking for him. Lin Feng didn't expose her. Instead, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect my charm to be so great. You've admired me for so long. However, I still have some important matters to attend to today. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. In a few days, I'll hold a banquet and invite you as an apology." Lin Feng was about to stand up. Mu Qianyu frowned when she saw that Lin Feng was about to leave. At that moment, a laugh suddenly rang out. "Brother Lin, why are you in such a hurry? You were delayed by something earlier. Fortunately, you finished your business in time." A young man walked out from the inner hall. This young man was dressed in brocade clothes. His face was as clear as jade, and he was extremely handsome. Lin Feng didn't recognize this person. However, since this person walked out, it was obvious that this person was Mu Qianyu's backer. However, Lin Feng naturally didn't believe this person's words. From the looks of it, Mu Qianyu was only sent out to test him. The young master who had just walked out was the backbone of the group. If he didn't see that Lin Feng was about to leave, he probably wouldn't have walked out. Lin Feng asked, "How should I address you?" "I'm Mu Tianhao. I'm the son of Whitebone City's city lord." The young man introduced himself. This surprised Lin Feng. Of course. Lin Feng had seen a lot of things, so even though he was a little surprised, he was just a little surprised, that's all. He was bold because of his skills. He was fearless in the face of everything. Chapter 4801. This time, I invited Brother Lin because I've heard of Brother Lin's great name, and would like to befriend Brother Lin. Mu Tianhao smiled and said, "Oh, is that so?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said. Mu Tianhao said, "Of course." After a pause, Mu Tianhao continued, "Other than befriending Brother Lin, I would also like to invite Brother Lin to attend the garden party the day after tomorrow." Garden party? Lin Feng could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Mu Tianhao said, "This garden party is organized by the Confucian expert, Teacher Zhu." Confucian experts were rare. Furthermore, the development of the Confucian path had not been good these past few years. As such, Confucian experts were even rarer. Lin Feng was not familiar with the Confucian path. However, Lin Feng had an old friend, Ning Shuhai, who was a Confucian expert. Ning Shuhai was originally a reader of the secular world. However, he was not obsessed with fame and fortune, so when he was 70 or 80 years old, he was only an elementary scholar. His family's nephew and niece-in-law had taken over his property and chased him out. Lin Feng had witnessed all of this and had helped him. Later on, elementary scholar Ning had studied for 80 years, and had cultivated a body of righteous qi. Then, elementary scholar Ning had successfully passed the tribulation. From an ordinary person, he had become a peerless expert of the Sky Martial continent. Many years passed. Lin Feng had never seen elementary scholar Ning again. Now that he thought about it, although life was long, the world was vast. If he missed this opportunity, he might not be able to meet him again in his lifetime. Seeing that Lin Feng was in a daze, it was obvious that he was thinking about something. Mu Tianhao did not disturb Lin Feng's thoughts. This person knew how to read people's expressions. Lin Feng regained his senses and said, "Thank you for the invitation, Brother Mu, but I wonder if you will be bringing a few friends along?" Mu Tianhao smiled, "Of course not. Is there anything I need to take note of at the garden party?" Lin Feng asked. Mu Tianhao said, "There isn't anything special, but the garden party is rather interesting. Every few years, when Teacher Zhu returns home to visit his family, he will hold a party like this. During the party, he will give out couplets for everyone to compose a poem. If you perform well, you will be approached by Teacher Zhu alone. Teacher Zhu is not a simple person, and he is an almighty being from the ancient times. He is one of the leaders of the Confucian sect. Many people have benefited from him, and their cultivations have improved. In particular, you can ask Teacher Zhu about your cultivation problems. I heard that Teacher Zhu has cultivated the Heart Inquisition immortal scripture, which is very powerful. It questions one's heart and points to the great Tao. Teacher Zhu can find the source of any Tao, such as the Great Destiny technique of the 3,000 Great Taos. The number of people who have cultivated the Great Destiny technique can be counted on one's fingers, but Teacher Zhu is one of the few who has cultivated the Great Destiny technique. This time, Teacher Zhu's garden party has attracted many young geniuses. Among them, there is no lack of top-notch geniuses and fairies. They are all here to compete for first place and then ask Teacher Zhu some questions about cultivation. In addition, Teacher Zhu also has rewards. I heard that this time, Teacher Zhu will reward a scroll of the Phoenix Sky painting. The real Phoenix Sky painting is an ancient weapon-level treasure. The Phoenix Sky painting that Teacher Zhu rewarded is a powerful forbidden weapon. Even if it is only a forbidden weapon, it is unimaginably terrifying. If used at a critical moment, it can kill enemies and save lives. After listening to Mu Tianhao's explanation, Lin Feng could not help but look forward to this garden party. Lin Feng also wanted to see the strong cultivator of Confucianism from the ancient times. This was a powerful existence. Over the long years, what had he not seen? A Confucian expert who could live until now was indeed incomparably terrifying, and worthy of everyone's respect. Moreover, this Teacher Zhu's strength was probably also incomparably terrifying. However, it was hard to say what his exact strength was, but Lin Feng guessed that the other party was most likely a peak true immortal. It was very likely that he was at the same level as the Heavenly Emperor. Such an expert, even in the heavenly realm, would be a big shot. Lin Feng looked at Mu Tianhao, cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for telling me this, Brother Mu." Mu Tianhao laughed and said, "Brother Lin, you are welcome." After a pause, Mu Tianhao continued, "I know that Brother Lin is busy, so I dare not continue to ask Brother Lin to stay. The day after tomorrow, I will send people to pick up Brother Lin and your friend." "Good. Then I will take my leave first." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Mu Tianhao and Mu Qianyu sent Lin Feng out. "Third sister, what do you think of this person?" After returning to the hall, Mu Tianhao looked at Mu Qianyu and asked. "Other than his strong self-control, he seems to be very ordinary. Of course, the reason why he has such strong self-control is probably because he doesn't like women," Mu Qianyu said. Mu Tianhao said, "Third sister, you don't know this, but from what I know, Lin Feng likes women a lot. However, when facing the maidservants that third sister has painstakingly nurtured, and even a beauty like third sister, he can still act like a gentleman. This shows just how terrifying this person is." Mu Qianyu frowned slightly, thinking about the meaning behind Mu Tianhao's words. Mu Tianhao's words did sound very reasonable. Said Mu Tianhao. "Besides, even though Lin Feng looks ordinary, it's the best way for him to hide his true strength. Extremely strong cultivators like to hide their true strength. This is because people like them are very powerful and confident, and they don't care about what others think." Mu Qianyu said, "He's too young. It's hard to imagine that he could have such achievements at such a young age." Mu Tianhao said, "He's Lin Baitian's son. Just this point alone makes it natural for him to have any achievement." Tianhao is right. He's Lin Baitian's son, so we can't look at him like a normal person. At that moment, a voice came from the back hall. Following that, 4 cultivators walked out. "Your Highness." Mu Tianhao and Mu Qianyu hurriedly bowed when they saw the 4 people walk out. The 4 cultivators who walked out from the back hall were none other than the first prince, second prince, fourth prince, and 7th prince. In fact, whether it was Mu Qianyu or Mu Tianhao, they were the ones who had pushed them to the front. Everything that they hadn't done was to temporarily rope in Lin Feng so that they could deal with Di Wudao together. Di Wudao was the prince's biggest target. As for Lin Feng. Chapter 4802. Lin Feng didn't let the beast carriage sent by the Mu clan send him back. Instead, he walked back to his residence alone. "How many people are there in the back hall? Who are they?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown as he pondered. Although the other party hid very well, they couldn't hide from Lin Feng. Lin Feng's perception was too powerful. Therefore, he sensed the presence of those people. Those cultivators were all very powerful. However, their identities were a mystery. Lin Feng then shook his head. There was no need for him to worry about who those people were. No matter who they were, he just needed to do his job well. He would deal with whatever came his way. He had to be strong. Only then could he deal with all kinds of situations. Lin Feng saw a few cultivators on the way. They were the son of the East Emperor, the blood-haired woman, the decaying corpse, and Huangfu Qingtian. Of course, the blood-haired woman now looked like a normal person with her blood-colored hair tied up behind her head. She had also become much prettier. As for the decaying corpse, he had turned into a middle-aged man. Although Huangfu Qingtian had lost an arm, he still looked good. His strength was still very powerful. Lin Feng was still waiting to kill Huangfu Qingtian and snatch his Pangu arcane dimension. He didn't know why the 4 of them were here. He wondered if the moon goddess was here too. Lin Feng didn't show up. He avoided them because he didn't want to have a conflict with them yet. Lin Feng didn't stay outside for too long. He returned to his residence and told Taoist Wu Liang and the others about the garden party. "Heh, this garden party is rather interesting. This Daoist grandpa is very knowledgeable and talented. Those scholars of the Confucian faction will not be able to compare with me." Hearing that, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. This damned Taoist was probably bragging again. On the appointed day, the Mu clan sent another beast carriage. Lin Feng, Daoist Wu Liang, Du Zhu, evil sovereign sage, and the 2 ghost emperors boarded the beast carriage and headed towards the Mu clan. After arriving at the Mu clan, Lin Feng introduced both parties. Following which, the group headed out of the city. The garden party was not held in Whitebone City. It was the Plum Mountain to the west of Whitebone City. Plum Mountain was 50 miles away from Whitebone City. It wasn't too far away. The plum blossoms here were in full bloom, and it was very beautiful. This Master Zhu built a mansion in Maishan. If he were to go home to visit his family, they would often live in the Plum Mountains. On the way, Lin Feng and the Mu clan's siblings talked about Mr. Zhu. Lin Feng learned a lot of information from the Mu siblings. For example, in the past, Master Zhu was actually a cultivator of the mortal world. Moreover, she was a top scorer. He only retired when he was 90 years old. For the next few years, he devoted himself to his studies. Later on, he wrote books such as Commentary on the 4 book chapters, Explanation of the Taiji diagram, Commentary on the Book of Books, Book of Changes, and Commentary on the Songs of Chu. These were all classics of the Confucian sect. In many secular countries, they were treated as sacred texts. Moreover, it was rumored that Master Zhu's Tao and inheritance. It was integrated into these books that he had written. If someone could read these books of his, they could comprehend Master Zhu's Tao and inheritance from them. Of course, this was only a rumor after all. Whether it was true or not was unknown. This was because there were fewer people studying now. Therefore, asking other cultivators to study Master Zhu's books was a very difficult task. Therefore, only the Confucian sect cultivators would study the books written by Master Zhu. However, there were very few people in the Confucian sect, and they were relatively low-key. Therefore, whether those Confucian sect cultivators had obtained Master Zhu's Tao and inheritance from the books written by Master Zhu, only they themselves knew. Master Zhu's situation was similar to Scholar Ning's. He had never cultivated, but because of his books, he had cultivated a righteous aura. Master Zhu transcended the tribulation at the age of 99. 99. This was a number that caused countless people to be fearful. This number. It represented great misfortune. However, Master Zhu had never feared this unknown number. In Master Zhu's own words, he had done the right thing. Naturally, he was fearless. Later on, Master Zhu brought his family to live in the undying realm. Countless years had passed. A portion of Master Zhu's family was in the Confucian sect. A portion of his family stayed in Whitebone City. In the beginning, Master Zhu cultivated in Mount Mai outside Whitebone City. Thus, countless years had passed. Master Zhu still maintained the habit of coming to Mount Mai to stay for a period of time every few years. It could be said that Master Zhu's life was filled with many mysterious colors. He was an extraordinary person. He could be said to be a legend. On the way, they saw some cultivators rushing in the direction of Mount Mai. Most of them were young elites and fairies. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others arrived at Mount Mai. From afar, they could see the plum blossoms that covered the mountain, emitting a faint fragrance. It was winter now. Hundreds of flowers withered. Only the plum blossoms stood out. Admiring the plum blossoms in winter was indeed a kind of artistic conception. Of course, this kind of artistic conception was for the Confucian sect or scholars. For cultivators like Lin Feng and the others. However, there wasn't much attraction to it. After all, they did not have the leisure to admire the plum blossoms like the Confucian sect cultivators. Mount Mai had not yet opened, so after arriving here, everyone waited at the foot of Mount Mai. After Lin Feng and the others arrived, many people greeted the Mu siblings. After all, they were the children of the city lord and had quite a bit of prestige in Whitebone City. He was a local tyrant type of character. As the saying goes, a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Therefore, naturally, the Mu siblings were people that many people wanted to make friends with. As for Lin Feng and the others beside the Mu siblings, they were ignored by everyone. Not everyone knew Lin Feng. More and more cultivators arrived, including some top geniuses. A commotion could be heard in the distance. Young Master Ming Yu, Young Master Xing Yu, and Young Master Shui Yu had arrived. They were all figures among the 8 great young masters. Wherever they went, they were like stars surrounding the moon. In addition, some fairies also arrived one after another. For example, Mu Xia, Nangong Muli, Hua Lingxian, and the other top 10 fairies also arrived one after another. After they arrived, many people came forward to greet them. Everyone knew that these top geniuses would definitely become one of the most powerful figures in the future. Therefore, naturally, they had to befriend them when they were young. If they could build a relationship with them, it would be very beneficial for the future. Some of the young geniuses and fairies responded to the surrounding cultivators with smiles on their faces. But there were also some who looked indifferent and cold, not paying much attention to the surrounding cultivators. But even so. Chapter 4803. With so many people gathered together, it was inevitable that they would talk about a lot of things. Many people could not avoid the name Lin Feng. Especially, some time ago, there was news that one of the 10 great fairies of the Undying Realm, Murong Yuxuan, had been suppressed by Lin Feng. This matter caused quite a stir. Murong Yuxuan was the successor of the Divine King Valley. Her cultivation base was extremely high, and she had long been able to compete with many of the older generation experts. Moreover, she was in charge of the chart of the Divine King. Logically speaking, it should be impossible to suppress her. However, the cultivator who spread the news gave a very detailed account of the whole thing. Many people knew that Murong Yuxuan came to the White Bone region to celebrate the birthday of the Golden Bone Sage. Thus, everyone went to the Golden Bone Sage's birthday banquet to confirm this matter. Everyone really found out. Murong Yuxuan's birthday banquet was the future Golden Bone Sage's birthday banquet. As a good friend of Murong Yuxuan's master, how could the Golden Bone Sage not come to such an important occasion if nothing happened? So, after the news spread out, many cultivators believed it. Murong Yuxuan. She was really captured by Lin Feng. Then, the grudge between Lin Feng and Murong Yuxuan was also exposed. Including when young Master Xian Kang wanted to kill people and steal their treasures, but many of his subordinates were killed by Lin Feng and the others. Then, when Murong Yuxuan appeared and saved young Master Xian Kang from Lin Feng and the others, the entire process was exposed. This was also the reason why Lin Feng and Murong Yuxuan had a grudge. This matter naturally caused a heated discussion among countless cultivators. Because, for such a delicate beauty like Murong Yuxuan to fall into Lin Feng's hands, one could imagine what would happen to her. Moreover, rumor had it that Murong Yuxuan had a heavenly spirit body. A special physique that could fuse with heaven and earth. This kind of physique was one of the best dual cultivation physiques. Moreover, Murong Yuxuan's primordial yin was still there. Thus, after thinking of this, naturally, there were a lot of rumors and slanders. It was said that after this matter spread out, the Divine King Valley was furious and was investigating Lin Feng's whereabouts. Other than the Divine King Valley, the Floating Cloud Palace was also furious. The Floating Cloud Palace was a colossal force. The Pearl of the Floating Cloud Palace was now the second wife of the Celestial Emperor. If the fiancé of young Master Qing Kang of the Floating Cloud Palace was kidnapped and something unspeakable happened between her and that person, the Floating Cloud Palace's young Master Qing Kang. At that time, it would be a huge blow to Floating Cloud Palace's reputation. This was a huge blow to young Master Qing Kang. Therefore, young Master Qing Kang came out of seclusion and threatened Lin Feng if he dared to touch Murong Yuxuan. At that time, he would definitely tear Lin Feng to shreds. Actually, Lin Feng still didn't know about young Master Qing Kang's threat. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. So what if he was one of the 8 great young masters of the Undying Realm? This young master doesn't care about you either. What can you do to me? I heard that young Master Qing Kang is searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts everywhere, and even went to Xin Domain to look for Lin Feng, but he was unable to find Lin Feng. I wonder where this Lin Feng ran off to. Some time ago, I heard that he ran to the Weakwater region. As for where he is now, I don't know. Murong Yuxuan has been in Lin Feng's hands for so long, who knows, she might have already been plucked by Lin Feng. That's not necessarily the case. I heard that the chart of the God King that Murong Yuxuan has is a heaven-defying treasure. The chart of the God King has formed an independent space. Although Murong Yuxuan was suppressed by Lin Feng, she can temporarily hide in the chart of the God King. If Lin Feng wants to break the seal of the chart of the God King and capture Murong Yuxuan, it's not something that can be done in a short period of time. Therefore, I guess that Murong Yuxuan should be fine now, but if time passes, then it's hard to say. This Lin Feng is really a character. After he came to the Undying World alone, he actually stirred up a storm in the Undying World in such a short period of time. Now, even the Sky Emperor doesn't dare to casually send an army to attack the Sin domain. This time, he has completely become a force to be reckoned with. Yes, after all, he is the son of Lin Feng. It's not surprising that he can achieve such extraordinary achievements. But now, many forces regard Lin Feng as a thorn in their side. If they have the opportunity to kill him, they will definitely kill him immediately. After all, he is the descendant of the sinner's bloodline. Many races have joined forces to suppress the sinner's bloodline. They don't want the sinner's bloodline to rise again. Besides these reasons, there's actually another reason for wanting to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng's luck is monstrous. He possesses many long-lost mystiques, immortal scriptures, and supreme treasures. Killing Lin Feng is no different from obtaining several heaven-defying fortuitous encounters. Therefore, many people want to kill Lin Feng. Many people were discussing Lin Feng. Of course, there were also many people discussing other things. Suddenly, everyone saw. Young Master Yu Shui looked in a certain direction. His expression instantly became incomparably cold. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. As one of the 8 great young masters of the Undying World, young Master Yu Shui's every action naturally attracted attention. Therefore, when everyone saw the change in his expression, they were puzzled. They didn't know what was going on. At this time, young Master Yu Shui moved and walked in a certain direction. Is young Master Yu Shui targeting Mu Tianhao? That doesn't make sense. There shouldn't be any grudges between them, right? When everyone saw young Master Yu Shui walking in Mu Tianhao's direction, some cultivators immediately voiced their doubts. Young Master Yu Shui's killing intent was very strong. Therefore, no one knew how Mu Tianhao had offended young Master Yu Shui to make him want to kill him. I didn't expect you to be here. Have you thought about how you want to die? Young Master Yu Shui wasn't targeting Mu Tianhao. Instead, he was targeting Lin Feng. He looked coldly at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with dense killing intent. Previously, one of his stone golems had been killed by Lin Feng. This grudge. Young Master Yu Shui had always kept it in his heart. Now that he saw Lin Feng, he was filled with killing intent. Naturally, he was filled with killing intent. Young Master Yu Shui, leave this brat to me. I'll kill him. Young Master Ming Yu no longer hid his killing intent for Lin Feng and walked over. He was a top genius of the 8-level palace, and the 8-level palace had been searching for Lin Feng. I think you should leave him to me. Young Master Xing Yu walked over. He had been pursuing Nangong Muley, and he had seen her show interest in Lin Feng. Because of that, he hated Lin Feng. He wanted to get rid of Lin Feng, a potential competitor. Seeing that 3 of the 8 young masters of the Undying World were targeting Lin Feng, everyone was puzzled. They didn't know who Lin Feng was. Who is he? Why do the 3 young masters want to kill him? Someone asked in confusion. His Lin Feng. Someone recognized Lin Feng and revealed Lin Feng's identity. What? His the Sinner's Blood Emperor, Lin Feng? Chapter 4804. Previously, they were still discussing Lin Feng. But now, Lin Feng was right beside them. It was really unexpected. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. And here I was wondering who it was. So it's the famous Undying Realm's 3 great trash young masters. Are you in such a hurry to die? You can attack together. This young master can kill you all in a matter of minute. Lin Feng glanced at the 3 young masters indifferently. Now that Lin Feng had broken through to the loose immortal realm, his strength had increased greatly. Moreover, Lin Feng had 2 evil god statues. Would Lin Feng be afraid of them? Even if he didn't use the daimon statue, Lin Feng was confident that he could compete with the 3 high officials of the undead world. Undying Realm's 3 great trash young masters? Many people's mouths twitched when they heard Lin Feng call Prince Xueyu, Prince Mingyu, and Prince Xingyu. Among the geniuses below 30,000 years of age, the Undying Realm's 8 great young masters were definitely the most outstanding figures. Each of them could challenge those of a higher realm. Their cultivation had already caught up to the older generation's experts. Now, they were even more unfathomable. But now, in front of Lin Feng, 3 of the 8 great young masters had become the Undying Realm's 3 great trash young masters. This was too humiliating. Ordinary cultivators would also be furious if they were called trash. Let alone top young masters like young masters Xueyu, Mingyu, and Xingyu. The 3 young masters' faces were gloomy. They wished they could kill Lin Feng immediately. I've long heard that Lin Feng is arrogant. Now that I've seen it, it's true. How did he survive until now? There's a saying that goes, if you don't offend me, I won't offend you. Young masters Xueyu, Mingyu, and Xingyu weren't offending Lin Feng. I thought he was just an ordinary cultivator. That's why I thought that Lin Feng usually kept a low profile, but when facing his enemies, he was extremely arrogant. That kind of person is the scariest. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. It's not unreasonable for Lin Feng to rise in such a short time. He reminds me of his father, Lin Beitian. I've met Lin Beitian in the past. He's so powerful that even the celestial emperors didn't dare to act. If it weren't for the people from that world and Lin Beitian being ambushed, how could anyone deal with Lin Beitian? Lin Feng is Lin Beitian's son, so he must be terrifying. Even though he's much younger than Prince Xueyu, Prince Mingyu, and Prince Xueyu, it's hard to say who will win. That's right. If it's a battle of life and death, it's hard to say who will emerge victorious. The surrounding cultivators began whispering to each other. Lin Feng, you think too highly of yourself. Today, we'll teach you how to behave. I alone am enough to kill you 1,000 times over. Why do you need to join forces with others? Young Master Xueyu's expression was indifferent as he walked towards Lin Feng. He wanted to attack Lin Feng. I also want to kill this kid and let him know how big the gap is between him and the 8 young masters of the Undying World. Prince Mingyu also moved forwards. He was a calm and collected person, but at that moment, he had the feeling that the time to kill Lin Feng was ripe. Moreover, he couldn't allow Lin Feng to continue growing. If he allowed Lin Feng to continue growing, it would be extremely difficult to kill Lin Feng. Therefore, young Master Mingyu wanted to use this opportunity to kill Lin Feng. Young Master Xingyu said, I've just cultivated a peerless divine ability. This kid is just right for me to practice on. Let me have him. The 3 of them wanted to kill Lin Feng. Moreover, they all looked down on Lin Feng. Killing Lin Feng seemed to be an easy task for them. They didn't place Lin Feng in their eyes at all. The surrounding cultivators could naturally see the contempt the 3 of them had for Lin Feng. Clearly, if this battle were to really break out, then it would definitely be a battle of tit for tat. 3 idiots. I've already told you to come together, but you've been grumbling for half a day. I said you're trash, but you don't admit it. Only trash like you like to show off when you don't have much ability. Lin Feng directly scolded young Master Xueyu, young Master Mingyu, and young Master Xingyu. He was scolding these 3 grandsons. It was best to anger them to death. Many people looked at Lin Feng with dumbfounded expressions. At their level of strength, they naturally paid attention to what they said. There were very few people who scolded others like Lin Feng. As such, Lin Feng's unrestrained scolding of the 3 young masters had indeed shocked many people. However, Lin Feng scolded them very happily. You're courting death. The 3 young masters' expressions darkened. They had originally wanted to kill Lin Feng alone because they were very confident in themselves and disdained to team up. However, after being humiliated by Lin Feng, the 3 young masters were furious. Therefore, they couldn't care less about anything else. They activated their divine abilities and were about to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He wasn't afraid at all. Just as the 2 sides were about to fight, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, this is Plum Mountain, the place where Teacher Zhu rests. What is the meaning of all of you making a ruckus here? Are you trying to disturb Teacher Zhu's cultivation? As the voice fell, more than a dozen cultivators flew over. The one who spoke was a cultivator in the lead. This was a female cultivator wearing a long Confucian robe. She was very beautiful and had a temperament. She was dressed like a scholar and did not wear any makeup. However, it was still difficult to hide her beautiful face. Hearing his words, Lin Feng and the others stopped. Teacher Zhu was an almighty from the Primordial era. Such an existence. Naturally, he was respected by the world. Who dared to disturb Teacher Zhu's cultivation? Seeing that Lin Feng and the other three had stopped attacking, the woman in the lead said, "My name is Yu, and my name is Chan. I'm Teacher Zhu's youngest disciple. This time, I'll lead everyone to tour the garden. So it's Fairy Yu Chan, nice to meet you." Many people bowed to this female cultivator. Yu Chan smiled slightly and said, "Everyone, don't stand outside. Let's go in and tour the garden now." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Chan turned around and led the way. He didn't know if it was an illusion. Lin Feng felt that this woman named Yu Chan seemed to have deliberately glanced at him when she turned around. This surprised Lin Feng a little. Could it be that his reputation was so extraordinary that he attracted Yu Chan's special attention? If that was the case, it would make sense. Chapter 4805. Of course. Lin Feng didn't know what she was thinking. He didn't try to guess what Fairy Yu Chan was thinking. Lin Feng, Daoist Wuliang, Du Zhu, and the others walked toward the Plum Mountain. Hua Lingxian, Nangong Muli, Mu Xia, and the others came to Lin Feng's side and greeted Lin Feng. When other people greeted the 10 great fairies, they would at most smile in response. However, when the 10 great fairies met Lin Feng, they took the initiative to greet Lin Feng. Comparisons are odious. Comparisons are odious. Brother, there's nothing to be jealous of. Who told Lin Feng to be so strong? To put it bluntly, in this world, it's not only about looks, it's also about strength. If he wasn't strong enough, why would the 10 fairies take the initiative to greet him? In some people's eyes, the goddesses in countless people's hearts are probably just bed partners that they can easily get. Some people whispered to each other. Naturally, they were very envious and jealous. However, this was the world of cultivators. If one had strength, they could enjoy treatment that ordinary cultivators couldn't. "You fairies are still as beautiful as ever," Lin Feng said with a smile. Inadvertently, he flirted with the fairies. The surrounding people screamed hysterically in their hearts. "Fairies, please don't be deceived by this guy's flowery words." The fairies were peerless beauties among the 10 great fairies. Naturally, they had countless suitors. For example, the cultivators who came to the Plum Mountain now. Many people were their pursuers or admirers. Those people naturally couldn't bear to see their goddesses have any special relationship with Lin Feng. The fairies smiled and didn't say anything. They knew Lin Feng's personality quite well. They didn't respond to Lin Feng's words, so they let it go. If they responded to Lin Feng, who knew what kind of shocking words Lin Feng would say? They didn't want to be teased by Lin Feng in front of so many people. "I heard that you were in the weak water region. I didn't expect you to come to the Whitebone region. Did you come especially for today's party?" Nangong Muli asked curiously. Lin Feng said, "That's not it. I have other things to deal with in the Whitebone region. I just happened to run into the garden party, so I came here to have a look." Shu Yihan asked, "I heard that you suppressed Murong Yuxuan. Is that true?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's true." "Then, has Murong Yuxuan been?" Murong Yuxuan's expression changed. Shu Yihan revealed a malicious expression. Shu Yihan's personality was carefree, and there was nothing she wouldn't dare to say. Although she didn't say everything, everyone knew what Shu Yihan wanted to say. Lin Feng said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a gentleman. A man who is unswervingly loyal to love." Shu Yihan curled her lips when she heard Lin Feng's words. She looked at him as if he were lying to a ghost. "She's such a good woman. You can't miss out on her," Shu Yihan said. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Did Shu Yihan take the wrong medicine today? Was this still the same Shu Yihan who used to scold him for being shameless? "Do you have some grudge with Murong Yuxuan?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He felt that this might be the reason. Or else, Why was Shu Yihan encouraging him? What grudge could I have with her? Shu Yihan said. She refused to admit it. Hua Lingxian said, I heard that the Divine King Valley, the floating cloud palace, and even young Master Qingcang are looking for you. They even warned you not to touch Murong Yuxuan. Lin Feng said, Murong Yuxuan is waiting in the chart of the Divine King. As of now, I have no way of entering the chart of the Divine King. However, even if I return Shu Yihan to the Divine King Valley, I will still ruthlessly extort them. However, I still need to think about this matter in the future. Hearing that, the others nodded. Everyone arrived at Plum Mountain. Plum Mountain was planted with various varieties of plum blossoms. Different varieties of plum blossoms had different colors. Lin Feng even saw a type of 7-colored plum blossoms. It was truly magnificent. Every plum blossom tree had a bamboo stick hanging on it. On those bamboo sticks, it was written with the words match. Any cultivator who came here could try to match the couplets on the bamboo stick. At this time, Mu Yashi went to take a bamboo stick. She softly read out the first half of the couplet written on the bamboo stick. The Green Mountain is not painted with ink. This was a 7-character absolute. The meaning of this couplet was that the Green Mountain range was a painting of mountains and rivers that would not decay for 1,000 years. The concept of this couplet was extremely high. Comparing the lofty mountain range to a 1,000-year-old ink painting, the realm of this couplet was instantly raised. Everyone could not help but softly read out the first half of this couplet. They were thinking about the second half. Lin Feng kicked Immeasurable Daoist and said, Aren't you known as the king of couplets? Let's see if you can think of a 1,000-year-old absolute. Immeasurable Daoist rolled his eyes and said, This couplet is too simple. Is there a need for me to take action? After bragging, Immeasurable Daoist felt that this bragging was a little too much. Thus, he hurriedly slipped away. Lin Feng did not pay attention to this damn Daoist. Mu Yashi said, I have thought of a second half. Fairy, please say it so that we can evaluate it. Lin Feng said with a smile. The first half of the couplet is the Green Mountain is not painted with ink. The second half of the couplet is the red cloud is not fated with the bamboo slips of 10,000 generations. The red cloud refers to the clouds in the sky and also to the heroes. Fate means to follow along. Therefore, the meaning of the second half of the couplet is the heroes of the world will follow the flow of history and eventually become the characters in the bamboo slips that will be passed down. Sister Yashi is indeed a talented woman. What a good couplet. Hua Lingxian said with a smile. Mu Yashi smiled and said, I've made a fool of myself just now. I wonder if everyone has thought of any couplets. Lin Feng smiled and said, I've thought of a couplet. Oh, what couplet? Everyone looked at Lin Feng curiously. Lin Feng said with a smile, the first half of the couplet is the Green Mountain is not painted with ink. The second half of the couplet is the flowing water has no strings, the ancient zither. The meaning of Lin Feng's couplet when put together was that the verdant mountain range was a painting of mountains and rivers that had not decayed even after 1,000 years. The green and lustrous flowing water was a melodious guqin that had been playing for 10,000 years without any strings. Mu Yashi and the others carefully tasted it. Then, Mu Yashi, Hua Lingxian, Nangong Muley, Shu Yihan, and the others' eyes lit up. Lin Feng's couplet was simply an absolute. This surprised everyone. Lin Feng was so young, and it was not easy for his cultivation to be so strong. Moreover, Lin Feng was extremely good at formations. Now, it seemed that. Chapter 4806. Mu Yashi exclaimed, Lin Gong's couplet is really absolute. Yashi admires you. In fact, Mu Yashi was a peerless fairy with great talent and learning. It was precisely because she was very talented that she knew how perfect Lin Feng's couplet was. This made Mu Yashi have a whole new level of respect for Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile, I only thought of this couplet in a flash of inspiration. If I were to try other couplets, it would definitely be difficult for me to come up with such a neat second half. Everyone naturally felt that Lin Feng was being modest. Therefore, after hearing Lin Feng's words, they could not help but smile. Everyone continued to walk inside. Mu Yashi and the other peerless beauties rarely had time to relax like this. Therefore, they were relatively happy today. From time to time, they would take down a bamboo stick and look at the couplet written on it. Then, they would try to match the second half of the couplet. When the surrounding cultivators saw Lin Feng talking and laughing with the peerless beauties, they were really envious and jealous. Those fairies were usually high and mighty existences. They did not have much interaction with male cultivators. Why were they so close to Lin Feng today? Those cultivators wanted to replace Lin Feng so badly. But all they could do was daydream. Not only were the ordinary cultivators envious of Lin Feng, but some top geniuses were also envious of Lin Feng. For example, young Master Xing Yu was like this. He had been pursuing Nangong Muley. However, Nangong Muley turned a blind eye to his pursuit. Now, after seeing Lin Feng, Nangong Muley was actually talking and laughing with Lin Feng. How could young Master Xing Yu not be jealous? If possible, young Master Xing Yu wanted to kill Lin Feng now. He wanted to vent the hatred in his heart. However, private fights were not allowed in Maishan. Therefore, young Master Xing Yu could only restrain his killing intent. Lin Feng naturally knew that many people were envious of him now. But so what? Lin Feng didn't care what other people thought about him. Lin Feng had always been a straightforward person. Now that he was accompanied by several peerless beauties, he was touring the garden. What kind of joyous thing was this? Perhaps one or a few of the peerless fairies around him would become his concubines in the future. It seemed like he had to work harder. At this moment, Shu Yihan took down a bamboo stick and looked at the couplet written on it. Then, he read out the couplet. The first line of the couplet was, "The cool breeze and the bright moon come and go." The first half of the couplet was not simple. Literally, the first half of the couplet meant that the wind blew and the moon rose and fell. All of these had their own laws. It contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was naturally much more difficult to match them. Because when it came to the second half of the couplet, it was difficult to show such a profound artistic conception. These peerless fairies were also very talented fairies. However, this couplet was difficult for them. Mu Yashi looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Lin Gongzi, have you thought of the second half of the couplet?" Actually, after the first couplet, Lin Feng had been watching the graceful and peerless fairies match the couplet as if he was watching a show. He was just looking at these delicate beauties and smelling their alluring bodies. It was already a kind of enjoyment. Now, when he heard Mu Yashi ask if he had a second half of the couplet, Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "The first half of the couplet is the wind and the moon come and go. Then the second half of the couplet is the flowing water and the mountain has no ancient and present." Lin Feng's couplet. The flowing water and the wind of the first half of the couplet. The mountain and the moon of the first half of the couplet. And the last ancient and present represented the great Tao of heaven and earth, the great Tao of time. It corresponded with the laws of nature written in the first half of the couplet. Therefore, the meaning of the second half of the couplet was that the wind blows and the moon rises and sets. These all had their own laws of nature. The water flows endlessly and the mountains grow. It had been like this since ancient times. After reading it carefully, one would be able to understand it. Lin Feng's second half of the couplet, whether it was the literal meaning or the artistic conception. It was a perfect couplet. The celestial maidens couldn't help but admire Lin Feng. Especially Mu Yashi. Actually, Mu Yashi and Lin Feng had known each other for a long time. However, Mu Yashi and Lin Feng were not particularly close. Mu Yashi liked to delve into literary works like poetry and songs. Although she was not a Confucian cultivator, she liked to study some of the literature passed down from Confucianism. This could be considered a kind of interest. After all, in this world, it was good to have some hobbies and interests. Or else, life would be too boring. Mu Yashi rarely interacted with male cultivators, so she naturally had no interest in them. Even if they were among the 8 great young masters of the Undying Realm. Mu Yashi, too, looked disinterested. But now, Mu Yashi began to have some interest in Lin Feng. Because she realized. The Lin Feng in front of her seemed to be different from the Lin Feng she knew in the past. The Lin Feng she knew in the past was also very mysterious. Sometimes, he was even a little cynical. For example, when he was fooling around with junior sister Shu Yihan, he was a little cynical. Although he did not annoy Mu Yashi, he did not arouse too much interest in her. But now, it was different. Mu Yashi realized that Lin Feng had some extraordinary insights when it came to literature. Mu Yashi could not help but admire him. Therefore, Mu Yashi wanted to know more about Lin Feng. She wanted to see how many more abilities Lin Feng had that they did not know about. The cool breeze and the bright moon come and go, the flowing water and the mountains are unprecedented. Shu Yihan repeatedly savored this couplet. The more she read, the more perfect it was. She looked at Lin Feng and could not help but say, "Do you often study couplets? Otherwise, how could it be so perfect?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's not the case. Actually, when I was young, I knew an old scholar. That old scholar was very good at reading and it was very beneficial to his cultivation. Hence, I followed him and read for some time. After we parted ways, I would also read and relax in my free time. Although I don't necessarily read all the time, after more than 100 years, I have accumulated a lot of time." Mu Yashi said, "It's not easy to persist in the same thing for so many years." Lin Gongzi's comprehension is high to begin with. He is also very active in reading and can draw inferences about other things. Therefore, even though he is not a member of the Confucian sect, if Lin Gongzi were to go to the secular world and become the top scorer, he would definitely be able to pass the exam. Lin Feng said, "Fairy, you're flattering me. How can I be the top scorer?" At this moment, there was a commotion in the pavilion in the distance. Many cultivators rushed towards that pavilion. Lin Feng asked the evil supremacy saint to investigate and found out. One of Fairy Yuechan's disciple niece was competing with many cultivators in couplets. Many cultivators knew that if they could win against Fairy Yuechan's disciple niece, at that time, they might have a chance to meet Teacher Zhu. Chapter 4807. The cultivator who came up with the couplet in the pavilion was called Wu Qianyuan. This person was indeed very young. He looked about the same age as Lin Feng. Lin Feng's age was naturally considered very young in the cultivation world. However, Wu Qianyuan was a very talented person in the cultivation of Confucianism. Furthermore, he was proficient in couplets and poems and was highly regarded by Teacher Zhu. Although he was a disciple that skipped a generation. However, Teacher Zhu brought Wu Qianyuan along when he came out. It was obvious that he wanted to nurture Wu Qianyuan. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at the pavilion, they heard Wu Qianyuan say the first half of the couplet. How could there be mountains and rivers in the sky? The first half of the couplet had a profound meaning and many people could not help but think about it. At this moment, a cultivator said, "Aren't there immortals in the mortal world?" After hearing this cultivator's couplet, someone immediately clapped and cheered. Wu Qianyuan continued, "There are mountains and rivers in the sky." Everyone continued to think. The cultivator who came up with the second half of the couplet could not help but frown slightly. However, he could not think of a good couplet. Mu Yashi smiled and said, "Let me give it a try. It's Fairy Mu Yashi." Fairy Mu Yashi is a famous talented woman. Seeing Mu Yashi speak, a cultivator immediately said. Then, everyone fell silent. They were all waiting for Mu Yashi to come up with the second half of the couplet. Mu Yashi said, "The first half of the couplet is there are mountains and rivers in the sky. The second half of the couplet is there is no writing without water." Good, what a good there are mountains and rivers in the sky. There is no writing without water. Mountains and rivers echo each other from afar. The painting and the writing complement each other. What a good couplet. What a good couplet. Fairy Mu Yashi is indeed a famous talented woman in the undying realm. Immediately, some cultivators exclaimed. Wu Qianyuan's expression did not change as he continued, "A man cannot stand without integrity." This couplet seemed simple, but it was actually a real couplet. It was extremely difficult. Because this couplet talked about a person's integrity. However, everyone was different. Therefore, it was difficult for everyone to be honest. Especially in the cultivation world, it was filled with deception. There seemed to be very few people who were honest. Now that Wu Qianyuan came up with this couplet, it was easy to think of the second half of the couplet that reflected the integrity of a cultivator. However, if such a couplet was matched, would easily offend many people. After all, those dishonest cultivators, even if they really did something dishonest, they definitely didn't want to be mentioned or reflected on by others. Mu Yashi pondered for a moment before replying, "The day will come." Everyone was taken aback. Then, they couldn't help but exclaim. Mu Yashi was truly a woman with a pure heart. In his couplet, he avoided the topic of cultivators' integrity and instead wrote that there would be a day when the sun would rise. Neat and tidy, and magnanimous. One could not help but admire him. Wu Qianyuan slightly frowned and continued, "In the books, dragons and tigers don't roar, and little girls are laughable." Many people's expressions changed after hearing Wu Qianyuan's couplet. It was apparent that Wu Qianyuan was mocking Mu Yashi, saying that she was a joke. Many people couldn't help but mutter. It was just matching couplets. Could it be that after Mu Yashi matched two of Wu Qianyuan's couplets? Was he angry out of humiliation? Logically speaking, that didn't seem right. Mu Yashi could not help frowning when she heard his sarcastic couplet. Why is this guy targeting Mu Yashi? Lin Feng looked at Shu Yihan and asked in a low voice. Shu Yihan could not help but feel angry when she saw Wu Qianyuan mocking her senior sister. She said, "This Wu Qianyuan is from the Wu family in the firmament cloud territory. He has an elder brother called Wu Yunbin. This Wu Yunbin is also a talented genius. He is arrogant and once flirted with senior sister verbally. Senior sister taught him a lesson. This matter became a joke. This Wu Qianyuan was also present at that time. He probably wants to take revenge for his elder brother, so he wants to take advantage of this opportunity to humiliate senior sister. This person is really hateful." Lin Feng said, "This Wu Qianyuan is very talented, but he's a little unreasonable and has bad intentions." "Yes." Shu Yihan nodded and said, "I just don't know how senior sister will retaliate against him. However, although his couplet is humiliating, it's really hard to think of a second half to this couplet." Shu Yihan could not help but worry for Mu Yashi. "If you can't match it, then you can leave. Don't waste my time," Wu Qianyuan said indifferently. Although he was very young, he was very arrogant. Many people could not stand Wu Qianyuan's attitude. But at this moment, it was not good to say anything. Mu Yashi's pretty face was slightly ugly. At this moment, Lin Feng said with a smile, "Fairy, you've already matched two couplets. Why don't you let me try this one?" Mu Yashi looked at Lin Feng. She knew that Lin Feng was helping her out. She could not help but feel grateful to Lin Feng. She nodded and retreated. Lin Feng said, "Your first half is in the book. The dragon does not roar, the tiger does not roar, the little girl is laughable. My second half is in the chessboard, the chariot has no wheels and the horse has no reins. The self-proclaimed gentleman, beware." After hearing Lin Feng's second half, many people immediately laughed out loud. Lin Feng's second half was mocking Wu Qianyuan for calling himself a gentleman, telling everyone to be wary of such a person. Wu Qianyuan's face suddenly darkened. He sneered and said, "There are a total of 3 masters in one village. They don't know the 4 books, 5 classics, and 6 meanings." Lin Feng said, 9 out of 10 families are poor. They only have 8 tails, 7 qian, 6 fen, and 4 centimeters. They are still half-hearted and despicable. Ha, good match. Everyone could not help but clap and cheer. Wu Qianyuan wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. He said that Lin Feng did not know the 4 books and 5 classics and dared to show off his literary talent here. However, Lin Feng mocked that although Wu Qianyuan was a scholar, he was a disgrace to the refined. Mu Yashi's beautiful face revealed a smile. She naturally knew that Lin Feng was standing up for her. Otherwise, there was no need to offend Wu Qianyuan. After all, Wu Qianyuan was Teacher Zhu's grand disciple. Even if he did not care about Wu Qianyuan, he still had to care about Teacher Zhu's reputation, right? However, Lin Feng still did it. What did this mean? Could it be that Lin Gongzi has feelings for me in his heart? Mu Yashi could not help but have a thought in her mind. When this thought appeared in her mind, her pretty face turned slightly red. Shu Yihan shouted excitedly, "Good match. Let's kill this disgrace to the refined." Wu Tianyuan's expression darkened even more. He continued with a new couplet. Oriole, swallow, green, green, red, red, everywhere harmonious and harmonious. Lin Feng said, "You feng 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 hua hua yi mu mu jiao jiao jiao." You, Wu Tianyuan pointed at Lin Feng. His face was extremely pale. He had matched couplets with others. He had never lost. However, he was now completely suppressed by Lin Feng. This was unacceptable to Wu Tianyuan. Lin Feng said with a smile, "I also thought of the first half of a couplet. I wonder if brother Wu dares to challenge me?" "Speak." Wu Tianyuan said with a gloomy expression. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Rats are all old regardless of age." Wu Tianyuan frowned and pondered. The others could not help but frown and ponder. Lin Feng's couplet was indeed difficult. Lin Feng said with a smile, "It seems that brother Wu can't match this couplet, but I have thought of a second half. Listen carefully, brother Wu." Everyone looked like they were all ears. Lin Feng said, "Turtles have a male and a female, but their surname is Wu." Fat. When Lin Feng said the second half of the couplet, Mu Yashi, Shu Yihan, and the rest could not help but laugh. Many of the surrounding cultivators roared with laughter. Wu Tianyuan, on the other hand, was so angry that he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood after being mocked by Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile, "That's a couplet for entertainment, but brother Wu actually managed to match it to the point of vomiting blood. This is unprecedented. This little brother is impress." Chapter 4808. It was really rare to see someone fainting from a pair of couplets. Many people were unhappy with Wu Tianyuan for using couplets to mock Mu Yashi. Because Mu Yashi was the goddess in the hearts of countless people. How could she be humiliated by Wu Tianyuan? Now that they saw Wu Tianyuan vomiting blood and fainting from Lin Feng's sarcasm, it was really satisfying. "Little Feng, you're really something." Shu Yihan was very excited, her face flushed red. Mu Yashi was also very happy. Although she was a peerless fairy, although she had experienced many things, Mu Yashi was also very angry when she encountered today's incident. Now, Lin Feng was helping her vent her anger. She was naturally very grateful to Lin Feng. Other than gratitude, there seemed to be a trace of other strange feelings. "Carry Wu Tianyuan away." Fairy Yuchan witnessed the entire process, but she did not interrupt. She only spoke when Wu Tianyuan fainted from Lin Feng's couplets. Immediately, a few Confucian cultivators carried the unconscious Wu Tianyuan away. At this moment, Fairy Yuchan looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Gongzi is very capable. Not only is your cultivation strong, but your talent is also very strong. Even your literary talent is so unfathomable. I admire you." Lin Feng said, "Fairy's words are too much for me. Everyone knows that Senior Master Zhu is a mighty figure in the Primordial era. He is a great scholar who wrote books and established theories. Fairy Yuchan is Master Zhu's beloved disciple and must be very talented. My level is not worth mentioning in front of Fairy Yuchan." Fairy Yuchan said, "Young master is too humble. Actually, studying is just like cultivating. It also requires great talent. If you don't have talent, you won't be able to make a name for yourself. Young master is very talented." Fairy Yuchan did not say much about Wu Tianyuan's matter, so no one could guess what she was thinking. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't bother with Wu Tianyuan and the others. They were just clowns and weren't worth his attention. In response to Fairy Yuchan's compliment, Lin Feng merely chuckled. He didn't continue studying. Lin Feng was obviously cut out for this. It was just that he didn't take this path. In Lin Feng's view, reading could be a hobby, a pastime, but it was not a way to cultivate. For someone like elementary scholar Ning, he had studied for 70 to 80 years and slowly cultivated his qi. The thunder tribulation descended. He could directly transcend the tribulation and become a peerless expert. Lin Feng didn't like this kind of cultivation method. Lin Feng's preferred method of cultivation was to temper himself in the midst of difficulties, seeking opportunities in the midst of danger. At this moment, Fairy Yuchen said, "Today, everyone is here to admire the plum blossoms. Let's use the plum blossoms as the theme and compose a poem. What does everyone think?" Everyone naturally knew. Fairy Yuchan was selecting some talented people to meet her master, Teacher Zhu. Therefore, after hearing Fairy Yuechan's words, no one had any objections. Everyone began to think. A moment later, Mu Yashi said, "I thought of a poem." Mu Yashi was indeed a talented woman. She thought of a poem about plum blossoms so quickly. It was really amazing. Everyone looked at Mu Yashi. Fairy Yuchen said, "Please recite this poem, Fairy Yuchan." Mu Yashi recited the poem that she thought of. Early blossoms are often cold, and blossoms are often bitter and sour. What is it that on a spring day, the fragrance sits in the air? The peach blossoms smile, and the wanderers are willing to look back. Jun Wen tweaks the golden tripod, and only then does he know that the taste is bitter. After hearing Mu Yashi's poem, everyone carefully savored it. A cultivator clapped his hands and praised repeatedly. "Good poem. Good poem." Although there's no plum blossom in the entire poem, it completely conveys the concept of a plum blossom in winter. Such a poem can be said to be the work of a master. The others nodded as well. Mu Yashi's poem was really superb. Many people had already written a poem about plum blossoms in their hearts. However, after hearing Mu Yashi's poem, they did not dare to say it out loud. This was because compared to Mu Yashi's poem about plum blossoms, the difference was too great. It would be laughable if they said it out loud. Fairy Yuchan is really pure and has the demeanor of a master. After reading it for a while, Fairy Yuchan could not help but exclaim. The idea of reciting plum blossoms was something that Fairy Yuchan and the others had done when they were cultivating in the Confucian sect. Therefore, Fairy Yuchan had seen many poems about plum blossoms. However, no one else's poem could compare to Mu Yashi's. Mainly, Mu Yashi's poem. The concept was profound. "Yashi has embarrassed herself," Mu Yashi said very humbly. Then, she left. No wonder Mu Yashi was the goddess in the hearts of countless people. She was beautiful, had a powerful cultivation base, and was talented. Even her literary attainment was so high. If such a woman was not a goddess, there would probably be no goddesses in this world. Has anyone else written a poem about plum blossoms? Fairy Yuchan looked at the surrounding cultivators. Many people could not help but smile bitterly. There were naturally many people who had written poems about plum blossoms, but they were too embarrassed to take it out now. Therefore, no one responded to Fairy Yuchan. At this moment, Lin Feng said, "I also thought of a poem." Mu Yashi looked at Lin Feng with interest, not knowing what kind of poem Lin Feng had thought of. For this, she was looking forward to it. "Young master, please recite this poem," Fairy Yuchan said. Lin Feng walked in the pavilion. Then, he began to recite. The flowers swayed and fell, leaving only the beauty to occupy the small garden. The sparse shadows were slanted, the water was clear and shallow, and the fragrance floated in the evening. The frost birds stole a glance before they went down, and the blight butterflies broke their souls if they knew. Fortunately, there was a slight recitation that could be compared, and there was no need to share the honor. In this poem, Lin Feng wrote the plum blossoms in an extraordinary, beautiful, and vivid way. It enhanced the character of the plum blossoms and enriched the realm of the work. It was delicious and praiseworthy. Therefore, many people heard Lin Feng recite this poem. Their faces were full of shock. Even geniuses like Fairy Yuchan and Mu Yashi had beautiful faces. Their faces were full of shock. The sparse shadows were slanted, the water was clear and shallow, and the fragrance floated in the evening. This poem, it also successfully described the beauty of the plum blossoms. It could simply be a masterpiece for all eternity. "Look, the plum blossoms are blooming." Suddenly, someone pointed at the plum blossoms that covered the mountains and plains and exclaimed. Everyone looked over. They saw, originally, there were still many plum blossoms on the plum trees that had not bloomed. But now, all the plum blossoms that had not bloomed had actually bloomed. It was simply a miracle. It's Lin Feng. It's his poem. Those plum blossoms sensed the artistic conception of the poem, so they all bloomed. Someone said. Everyone gasped in shock, simply not daring to believe it. But all of this was true. Lin Feng's poem reciting plum blossoms. He wrote about the pride of the plum blossoms, wrote about the quality of the plum blossoms, wrote about the beauty of the plum blossoms, and raised the artistic conception of the plum blossoms to the realm of an eternal masterpiece. And the plum blossoms had spirits. So, when they heard Lin Feng's poem. Chapter 4809. Little friend. Come to my shan garden for a chat. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the top of the mountain. Master. Fairy Yuchan hurriedly bowed when she heard this voice. Yes. That voice sounded again. Then. The owner of that voice said, Little friend Mu Yashi, come up too. Everyone looked at Lin Feng and Mu Yashi enviously. Obviously. The two of them had become the chosen ones and could meet Master Zhu. Let's go. Lin Feng looked at Mu Yashi and said. Mu Yashi nodded. Then, she quickly flew up my shan with Lin Feng. Fairy Yuchan said, Everyone, let's continue with the garden party. The others nodded. Although they were envious of Lin Feng and Mu Yashi, that was because they were capable. It was indeed a pity to miss the opportunity to meet Master Zhu. But now, what was done could not be undone. They could only accept it. In fact, after the garden party, there would be a small trade fair. This could be considered a small event for the top geniuses. Everyone was here for Master Zhu. Then, it was for this trade fair. If anyone had any treasures they did not need, they could exchange them for treasures they needed. It was said that Master Zhu would also take out 10 treasures from the Primordial era to exchange with everyone. These were treasures from hundreds of millions of years ago. Everyone was naturally looking forward to it. Lin Feng and Mu Yashi arrived at the top of the mountain. There was an elegant garden at the top of the mountain. After arriving here, Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, Junior Lin Feng, I'm here to seek an audience with Senior. Mu Yashi bowed and said, Thank you. Junior Mu Yashi is here to seek an audience with Senior. Little friends, come in. Master Zhu's voice came from inside. Lin Feng and Mu Yashi walked into the garden. A page boy led Lin Feng and Mu Yashi into a courtyard. There was a bamboo building built here. It must be the place where Master Zhu studied. After arriving here, the page boy left. Then, an old man walked out. When he saw the old man, Lin Feng's face was filled with disbelief. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. This old man was no ordinary person. It was Lin Feng's old friend from the Qianwu continent, Ning Shuhai. Back then, after Ning Xiuzai had studied for 70 to 80 years, the thunder tribulation had descended and he had become an emperor. It was truly inconceivable. That was also the first time Lin Feng had seen how extraordinary the Confucian sect was. Lin Feng was now reading books in his spare time, and he was also learning from Ning Xiuzai. Back then, Scholar Ning had left the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng never saw Ning Xiuzai again. More than 100 years had passed. Over the years, Lin Feng would sometimes think of some of his old friends. He wondered how they were doing now. Now that he saw elementary scholar Ning, he was both shocked and happy. Brother Lin, how have you been? Ning Xiuzai smiled and asked Lin Feng. Now that Ning Xiuzai had become a cultivator, he was only 60 years older than Lin Feng. So now, they were talking as if they were peers. Lin Feng said, Everything is fine, but I didn't expect to meet Brother Ning here. This is called meeting if fate wills it. We don't know each other, Ning Xiuzai said with a smile. Lin Feng also smiled and nodded. Then, he asked, Brother Ning, why are you here? A few years ago, I became a disciple of Teacher Zhu, and I studied with him. Ning Xiuzai said. If it were any other cultivator, they would say that they were cultivating with Teacher Zhu. But the Confucian sect would say that they were studying with Teacher Zhu. The Confucian sect was special. For them, studying was equivalent to cultivating. Lin Feng said, Congratulations, Brother Ning. To be able to study with a great sage like Teacher Zhu, you will definitely achieve unimaginable achievements in the future. Ning Xiuzai said, I never thought about that. I just want to spend the rest of my life comprehending the sage scriptures. If I can do that, I can die without regret. Lin Feng said. Brother Ning, you can definitely do it. Ning Shotsai said, let's not stand outside. Let's go in and pay respects to my master. Lin Feng and Mu Yashi nodded. Then, they followed Ning Shotsai to the second floor. When they entered the room, Lin Feng saw a white-haired old man holding a book slip in his hand. He was reading it with great interest. This old man must be Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu had a scholarly aura. At a glance, one could tell that he was a great scholar. He was an existence that the Confucian sect respected as a quasi-sage. His status in the Confucian sect was extremely high. Master, young hero Lin Feng and fairy Mu Yashi are here. Ning Shotsai said. Teacher Zhu raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. Then, he said with a smile, what a good sentence. The thin shadow is horizontal and the water is clear and shallow, the fragrance drifts under the dusk of the moon. It's truly an eternal sentence. Even this old man hasn't heard such an eternal sentence in a long time. Little friend, this poem can be included in the 9 volumes of ancient Confucian poems of my Confucian sect. It can be studied by all the Confucian sect cultivators in the world. What do you think, young friend? Lin Feng didn't expect that Teacher Zhu would have such a high evaluation of his poem. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the 9 volumes of ancient Confucian poems. It was one of the sacred texts of the Confucian sect. The poems recorded in it were truly poems that had been passed down through the ages. For example, Wine Sword Immortal Li Taishuan's Bringing in the Wine, Quiet Night Thoughts, and other classic poems were included in the 9 volumes of ancient Confucian poems. Another example was Shaoling Yi Elder Du Zimei's Spring Gazing, Joyful Rain on a Spring Night, and other classic poems were also included. In fact, Lin Feng liked the poem Joyful Rain on a Spring Night more. When Lin Feng was 8 years old, he already knew the popular sentence, good rain knows the season, and spring comes. This ancient poem came from Joyful Rain on a Spring Night. Therefore, the poems that could be included in the 9 volumes of ancient Confucian poems were definitely classic poems. Lin Feng said. It is this junior's honor to have my poems included in the 9 volumes of ancient Confucian poems. Teacher Zhu smiled. Since young friend has agreed, this old man will use the 9 volumes of ancient Confucian poems when we return. When the time comes, I would like to invite young friend to return with this old man. I wonder if young friend has the time? Since there was no progress on the matter of the bone hall, Lin Feng could only put it aside for the time being. Therefore, he naturally had the time to follow Teacher Zhu to the Confucian sect. Moreover, Lin Feng was very curious about the Confucian sect. Lin Feng was very much looking forward to this trip. Lin Feng said. This junior naturally has the time. Teacher Zhu smiled. That's good. After pausing for a moment, he continued, the 9 volumes of ancient Confucian poems are very extraordinary. They have been fused with the spirit and will of the great poets of the Confucian sect. When the time comes, if young friend has the fortune, when your poems are included in the 9 volumes of ancient Confucian poems, you might be able to obtain their blessing. If that's the case, when the time comes, it will definitely be of great benefit to young friend's cultivation. Lin Feng was delighted to hear this. This sort of blessing was equivalent to being enlightened in the world of cultivators. Once one received the blessings of these great scholars. Chapter 48:10. Teacher Zhu looked at Mu Yashi and said with a smile, if I remember correctly, your father is called Mu Yuntu, right? She was slightly surprised. She did not expect the old man to know her father. She said, yes, my father is called Mu Yuntu. Could it be that my father and senior know each other? Yes, we do know each other. This goes back many years. I've met your father a few times. It's a pity that your father didn't join the Confucian sect. If he had, his future achievements might have been greater. Master Zhu sighed. His voice was filled with regret. It turned out that Mu Yashi's father had shown extraordinary literary attainment when he was young. Coincidentally, Master Zhu met her father and felt that he was definitely a genius of the Confucian sect. Therefore, he wanted to take him in as his disciple. He wanted to teach him well. Perhaps, the Confucian sect would produce another great Confucian. Unfortunately, Mu Xia's father was not interested in the Confucian sect. What he was truly interested in was the culture passed down by the Confucian sect. It was a hobby. It had nothing to do with cultivation. At that time, Mu Xia's father and Master Zhu had a close relationship. They had met several times. Every time they met, Master Zhu would persuade Mu Xia's father. However, Mu Xia's father had never agreed. After seeing her, Master Zhu could not help but think of her father. It had been many years since they last met. Master Zhu could not help but sigh. Mu Xia said, "My father likes Confucian literature, but he might not be suitable for the Confucian sect's cultivation path." "That's what your father said back then, too." Teacher Zhu faintly smiled and said, "In truth, it's hard to say what the future will be like before we take that step. My emotions just now were only because I had some regrets in my heart. If my father knows that Senior is still thinking about the fate we had in the past, I'm sure he'll be very happy," said Mu Yashi. Teacher Zhu smiled faintly and didn't continue on this topic. A light flashed in his hand. A true dragon and a phoenix appeared. The dragon was about the length of a palm. Although it was not very long, its body was vigorous and powerful. The phoenix was about the size of a palm and was surrounded by divine fire. "This is..." Lin Feng's eyelids twitched slightly. Mu Yashi's eyes were also fixed on the two items. Master Zhu smiled and said, "Originally, I only wanted to take out the sky-cleansing phoenix diagram, but since the two of you are here today, I'll take out the true dragon crouching sky diagram as well. Perhaps this is a type of fate." The true dragon and phoenix originally represented yang and yin respectively. Perhaps this indicates that the two of you are destined to be married. Mu Yashi's pretty face instantly flushed when she heard him say that. Previously, she did not have any feelings for Lin Feng and only treated Lin Feng as a friend whom she could chat with. But now, after witnessing Lin Feng's literary attainment, Mu Yashi developed a good impression of Lin Feng. A peerless fairy like Mu Yashi would not easily give herself to others, unless there was something that could attract her attention. Coincidentally, there was something about Lin Feng that attracted her attention. Therefore, when she heard Master Zhu's words, she felt a little shy. After all, she was a woman. When it came to marriage, she was bound to feel a little embarrassed. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was a little apprehensive. He did not know why Master Zhu would say such things at this time. What was his motive? Could it be that he simply wanted to matchmake him and Mu Yashi? Teacher Zhu smiled and said, "Of course, you can't force anything, especially when it comes to matters like marriage. You need to be extremely careful. You young people still need to figure out the final outcome of your matters." Master Zhu's words were more for Lin Feng to hear. He had already cast a brick to attract Jade. Whether or not he could win the beauty's heart would depend on Lin Feng's ability. Mu Yashi blushed and was momentarily at a loss for words. In this world where chastity was highly valued, no matter how outstanding a woman was, she could not let go of her pride when faced with such a sensitive topic. Lin Feng knew that he needed to change the topic so that Mu Yashi would not be so embarrassed. He said, "Previously, I heard from others that if I can meet you, I can ask you about some of the difficulties I've encountered in cultivation. I wonder if that's true." Master Zhu smiled and said, "Of course." Lin Feng looked at Mu Yashi and said, "Fairy Yashi, have you encountered anything that you don't understand in your cultivation? If so, you can ask me now." Mu Yashi looked at Lin Feng gratefully. She knew that Lin Feng was helping her out, so he brought the topic to cultivation. Previously, Lin Feng had helped her deal with Zhong Yuan outside. At that time, her impression of Lin Feng had increased greatly. Now that Lin Feng had helped her out again, she could not help but feel that Lin Feng was really a considerate man. Mu Yashi's impression of Lin Feng increased greatly again. Mu Yashi did have a lot of questions about her cultivation and wanted to consult the old man about it. Just as she was about to speak, Master Zhu said, "No hurry, no hurry. You've just gone through the garden tour, so your emotions are not calm yet. It's not a good time to seek answers to your questions. Wait until your emotions are completely calm and peaceful. Then, you can better understand the doubts in your heart." You two can study with me for 3 days first. Lin Feng and Mu Yashi naturally did not have any objections to Master Zhu's request. Indeed, it was as Master Zhu had said. After experiencing all kinds of things, both of them were in a state of unease. At this stage, they still had other thoughts in their minds, even if Master Zhu had answered some of their doubts about cultivation. However, at this time, there was probably very little that could truly enter their hearts. After 3 days of study, they could calm their hearts and clear their minds of distracting thoughts before asking Master Zhu those questions. By then, they would be able to comprehend more. It's our honor to be able to study with Senior, Lin Feng and Mu Yashi said in unison. The two of them actually had such tacit understanding. Master Zhu smiled and said, "What a match made in heaven." Mu Yashi's pretty face could not help but blush slightly again. "Go find your own master." Master Zhu looked at the true dragon and phoenix floating in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, the true dragon flew towards Lin Feng. The phoenix flew towards Mu Yashi. Chapter 48:11. The true dragon turned into an ancient diagram. The phoenix also turned into an ancient diagram. The true dragon crouching heavens diagram and the phoenix sky cleansing diagram are both ancient weapons. The ones in your hands are forbidden weapons made based on these two ancient weapons. If they are activated, the power released will be extremely terrifying. Each forbidden weapon has 3 chances to be used. I hope that you can use the forbidden weapons in your hands well. Master Zhu said. Thank you, Senior. After Lin Feng and Mu Yashi received their forbidden weapons, they thanked Master Zhu together. This was a forbidden weapon that was made based on an ancient weapon. Although it might not be as terrifying as an ancient weapon. However, its power would definitely be extremely heaven-defying. At a critical moment, it might be able to reverse the situation of a life-and-death battle. Therefore, a forbidden weapon of this level was good for Lin Feng. Whether it was Mu Yashi or not, they were both very useful. Now, the two of them were extremely happy. There are books here. You can each choose a book. Master Zhu said. Lin Feng and Mu Yashi nodded. They each chose a book. Then, they found a place to sit down. They began to flip through the books. Master Zhu was very particular about reading. For example, when he read, he needed spirit tea to accompany him. In Master Zhu's opinion, the spirit tea could help him focus his mind and make his thoughts clearer. Therefore, spirit tea helped him. It was extremely important for reading. Reading nourished one's spirit. Naturally, he didn't read 24 hours a day. Master Zhu only read 3 hours a day. In Master Zhu's words, reading too much every day. It wasn't necessarily a good thing. No matter what he did, there had to be a limit. When this limit was exceeded, it would have a bad effect. The small trade fair outside lasted for 3 days. After the first day of reading ended, Lin Feng found Taoist Wu Liang and the others. Lin Feng told them to return to their residence for the time being after the trade fair. When he went to the Confucian sect, he would ask if he could bring a few people with him. Hearing that there was a chance to go to the Confucian sect, Taoist Wu Liang was extremely excited. When Lin Feng saw Taoist Wu Liang's excited expression, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The immeasurable Daoist couldn't be thinking about the tomb of the Confucian sect's ancestors, right? If you really go to the Confucian sect, you'd best behave yourself. Although the Confucian sect keeps a low profile, it's still very frightening. Lin Feng stared at Daoist Wu Liang and said. Daoist Wu Liang grinned and said, "Of course. I know what's important and what's not." Lin Feng had some doubts about Daoist Wu Liang's words. But when the time came, he could only take one step at a time. Furthermore, he had to send someone to keep an eye on immeasurable Daoist. He could not allow him to do anything out of line. On the second day of Lin Feng's study with Teacher Zhu, he bumped into Wu Qianyuan, who was studying with Teacher Zhu. Wu Qianyuan looked at Lin Feng with hostility. Obviously, he hated Lin Feng to the core. However, Lin Feng didn't bother with Wu Qianyuan. After all, Wu Qianyuan was Teacher Zhu's grand disciple. Lin Feng wouldn't touch Wu Qianyuan even if he had to give Teacher Zhu face. Unless Wu Qianyuan dared to provoke him again. Otherwise, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Teacher Zhu probably knew that he had used the couplet to ridicule Wu Qianyuan, which had caused Wu Qianyuan to vomit blood and faint. However, Teacher Zhu had never mentioned this matter. It seemed that Teacher Zhu wouldn't interfere with the matters of the younger generation. Thinking about it, it made sense. As a great scholar of the current era, Teacher Zhu was naturally able to see the essence of everything. He wouldn't casually interfere with the matters of the younger generation. The next day, after finishing his study, Lin Feng and Ning Xiaocai were admiring the plum blossoms in Plum Mountain. Ning Xiaocai said, "I still remember when I was studying in the mountain god temple in the barren mountains. At that time, there was a plum blossom tree not far from the temple. Brother Lin, do you still remember?" "Of course I remember." Lin Feng smiled. This was something that happened more than 100 years ago. Now that he thought about it, it was as if it had happened yesterday. Sometimes, time passed unknowingly just like that. "Time really flies," said Lin Feng. Ning Xiaocai sighed. Then, he continued, "Wu Qianyuan is very talented, but his temper is a little deep. You humiliated him before, so I'm afraid that Wu Qianyuan won't let it go easily." Lin Feng said, "I heard that the clan behind him is very powerful." Ning Xiaocai nodded and said, "Indeed." Then, he continued, "His master is also very extraordinary. He's my eldest senior brother, Xu Zishan. He's also a great scholar of the Confucian sect. His status is very revered. He's already broken through to the true immortal realm, so his current realm must be very high." Lin Feng said, "Brother Ning, since you mentioned this person at this time, are you telling me to be wary of Xu Zishan?" Ning Xiaocai nodded and said, "Indeed, you need to be wary of Xu Zishan. Eldest senior brother is a very protective person. If he hears about what happened in Plum Mountain, I'm afraid that there will be some waves." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry about me. No matter what happens, I'll be able to resolve it." Ning Xiaocai said, "Of course, I think so too, but one must always be wary of others." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he said, "I feel that Teacher Zhu is trying to matchmake me with Mu Yashi. I wonder if he has other intentions." "Ha ha ha ha." Ning Xiaocai laughed loudly after hearing Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng looked at Ning Xiaocai in confusion and asked, "Brother Ning, why are you laughing so unrestrainedly?" Ning Xiaocai maintained his smile and said, "I was rude earlier, but Brother Lin, you don't have to doubt my master's intentions. Actually, my master is a good person, but there's one thing that makes people feel helpless sometimes." Lin Feng asked curiously, "What is it?" Ning Xiaocai lowered his voice and said softly, "My master likes to randomly matchmake people. After I became his disciple, he has already introduced dozens of female cultivators to me." Fat. Lin Feng choked when he heard Ning Xiaocai's words. Ning Xiaocai also felt helpless and said, "It's not just me. My master has also introduced many people to blind dates in the Confucian faction." This, Lin Feng's face was filled with an extremely strange expression. Teacher Zhu. That was an existence that the Confucian faction's cultivators respectfully called secondary sage. He was such a highly respected senior. He was revered by the world. He actually had a special hobby of matchmaking. If this matter were to spread, it would probably become the topic of conversation before and after meals. Of course. Chapter 48:12. The Confucian sect was not located in the White Bone region, but in a region south of it. This region. It was called the Confucian sect region. As the name implied, it was a region ruled by the Confucian sect. That was why it was called the Confucian sect region. Lin Feng and Mu Yashi stayed in Maishan for 10 days. During these 10 days, they consulted Master Zhu about various problems they encountered in cultivation. Suddenly, he felt as if he was suddenly enlightened. In fact, anyone who cultivated would encounter all kinds of problems. Sometimes, having a teacher or elder to guide them could save them a lot of detours. This would greatly increase the speed of his cultivation. 10 days later, Master Zhu returned to the Confucian sect. Lin Feng asked Master Zhu if he could bring a few friends to the Confucian sect. Master Zhu readily agreed. Although Master Zhu was an expert from the Primordial age, He was not a pedantic person and was more open-minded. This had something to do with one's personality and had nothing to do with how long one had lived. Mu Yashi, on the other hand, did not follow him. She had an epiphany. Thus, she found a quiet place to enter seclusion. If she came out of seclusion, her cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. The happiest person on the journey was immeasurable Daoist. This guy kept grinning from ear to ear. Lin Feng increasingly felt that immeasurable Daoist was up to something. Lin Feng could not let immeasurable Daoist dig up the graves of the Confucian sect's ancestors. If immeasurable Daoist really did such a thing, who knew how big of a commotion it would cause then? He had no way to explain it to the Confucian sect. After the flying ship entered the Confucian sect region, Lin Feng stood on the deck of the flying ship and looked into the distance. He saw a large amount of righteous energy in the void. Lin Feng was very surprised. Righteous energy was very difficult to condense, but here in the Confucian sect region, the overwhelming righteous energy actually covered the sky. It was simply too extraordinary. This was worthy of being a land ruled by the Confucian sect. Yin specters and cultivators didn't want to come to such a place because it was too harmful to them. It was for this reason that the Confucian sect domain had the fewest evil ghosts and evil cultivators. Of course, few doesn't mean none. Even within the Confucian sect domain, there were still evil ghosts and evil cultivators roaming about. This was something that could not be completely avoided. Not long after, Lin Feng heard the sound of reading. The sound of reading echoed in the void. It did not disperse for a long time. The sound of reading should be the sound of countless people reading together, the sound of reading formed by the fusion of their voices. Confucian sect region. Not only was it enveloped by the awe-inspiring righteousness, moreover, the sound of reading resounded between heaven and earth. For scholars, such a place was the holy land of cultivation that they yearned for the most. There must be many powerful Confucian cultivators in the Confucian sect domain, right? Lin Feng said. Ning Xiaocai said, there are indeed many powerful people, but in reality, there might be a gap between them and the experts of the other domains. That's because it's more difficult for Confucian cultivators to cultivate. After all, reading requires one to understand the essence and integrate it. Only then can one break through and achieve good results in Confucian cultivation. However, it's not easy. Lin Feng naturally understood what Ning Xiaocai meant. The Confucian sect needed to study. The more profound one's study was, the more likely it was to achieve amazing results. Daoist Wuliang said, this era is not the same as before. Who can calm down and study? The Confucian sect had a period of glory, but in the end, it still declined. This is enough to explain many problems. The current world is destined to be a restless world. There are fewer and fewer people who can calm down. Therefore, it's better to look for opportunities everywhere to quickly raise one's cultivation. Ning Xiaocai said, actually, if you can integrate your Confucian sect cultivation, your cultivation speed will be extremely fast. Then, Ning Xiaocai sighed slightly and said, but there are too few people who can truly integrate into it. Ning Xiaocai was obviously a Confucian cultivator who had integrated into the Confucian sect. Ning Xiaocai's experience was somewhat similar to Teacher Zhu's. They were originally ordinary people. Later, they read books to nourish their energy. They wrote books and stood up. With the awe-inspiring righteousness, they broke through the lightning tribulation and officially entered the world of cultivators. Their cultivation speed was extremely fast. This had something to do with their experience. When they were still mortals, they had experienced too many things in their lives. They had already tasted all kinds of human emotions. His understanding of life was not something that ordinary people could compare with. Therefore, when they became true cultivators, their achievements were incomparable to those of ordinary cultivators. However, even in the Confucian sect, Confucian cultivators like Teacher Zhu and Ning Xiaocai were extremely rare. The airship continued to fly in the void. After entering the Confucian sect, another month passed by. Lin Feng and the others entered an ancient forest. The Confucian sect was located in the depths of the forest. That was the place where the dragon veins gathered. Dozens of dragon veins were scattered around. It presented the terrain of a group of dragons. Such a terrain was very special. When he saw this terrain, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. To put it nicely, it's called a group of dragons, but to put it bluntly, it should be called a group of dragons dancing. Immeasurable Daoist said. Lin Feng looked at Immeasurable Daoist and asked, "Do you have any opinions?" Immeasurable Daoist said, "Of course there are many opinions. Tell me about it." Lin Feng said. Immeasurable Daoist said bluntly, "The dragon itself is a powerful creature, so a place with many dragon veins is indeed a treasure land and a holy place for cultivation. However, under normal circumstances, the place where the 8 dragons gather is the most ideal, just in line with the 8 trigrams. The place where the 9 dragons gather is more dangerous, and it's unknown if there are more than 10 dragon veins, or even dozens of dragon veins. That's another story. If there are too many dragon veins, there will be a lot of dragon chi. It will be difficult to suppress the dragon chi, and if the dragon chi can't be suppressed, it will become very irritable, which is extremely detrimental to cultivation." Lin Feng said, "But how powerful were the methods of the Confucian sect's predecessors? How could they not know this? But they knew this, yet they still established the Confucian sect here. What does this mean?" Immeasurable Daoist said, "There must be something strange about this." Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, "Say, do you think there's something suppressed under the Confucian sect's dragon veins?" This. Chapter 48:13. With this kind of terrain, if there's really something suppressed down there, it would be very terrifying. Daoist Wu Liang said. "Perhaps we can find a chance to investigate it." Daoist Wu Liang rubbed his chin. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This fellow was probably trying to find out if there was something suppressed underground. Instead, he wanted to see if there was anything worth digging up underground. Lin Feng said, "You better give up on that thought. This is the Confucian sect, not a place for you to mess around. Even if there's an immortal king buried down there, you can't have any ideas. I'm just saying it casually. This Daoist has changed his profession. I'm no longer in archaeology." Daoist Wu Liang grinned. It would be strange if Lin Feng believed Daoist Wu Liang's words. This damned Daoist Wu Liang was no longer in archaeology. This kind of thing, no matter who he told it to, no one would believe it. Lin Feng said, "You better remember your words. Otherwise, if something really happens, I won't be able to save you." Daoist Wu Liang said, "Look at what you're saying. What could possibly happen?" Not long after, the flying ship stopped. Everyone flew down from the ship. Teacher Zhu returned to the Confucian sect, and the Confucian sect's disciples came out to welcome him. Teacher Zhu's position in the Confucian sect was extremely revered. He was one of the 3 ancestors of the Confucian sect. Even the current head of the Confucian sect had to respectfully address Teacher Zhu as martial uncle. Lin Feng, Daoist Wu Liang, Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign sage, and the 2 ghost emperors followed the Confucian sect's people into the Confucian sect. Inside the Confucian sect, there were many schools scattered around. Every day, the Confucian sect's cultivators needed to read books. In addition to reading books, there would also be teachers to teach and dispel doubts. Apart from that, there were also discussion groups. This was a very novel way of teaching. This method of teaching just happened to confirm Confucius's famous saying, "When 3 people walk together, they are bound to find a teacher." It was a famous saying that had been passed down through the ages. Fairy Yuchan arranged a place for Lin Feng and the others to stay. This was a separate courtyard, and the environment was very elegant. There were many books in each room. You can read ancient books here anytime and anywhere. Daoist Wu Liang picked up a book and flipped through it in boredom. He said, "I feel dizzy and sleepy after reading for half an incense stick's worth of time. I wonder how these Confucians managed to persevere for so long." Du Zhu said, "That's why there are so few Confucian sects." Lin Feng said, "Every kind of cultivation has its own characteristics. Although the Confucian sect doesn't have many people, its legacy is still very powerful. This is enough to show how extraordinary the Confucian sect's legacy is. Perhaps only those stuffy gourds can endure the cultivation of the Confucian sect." Daoist Wu Liang casually tossed the book in his hand aside. Then he got up and said, "I'm going back to my room to rest." After that, he ran away like a puff of smoke. At night, Fairy Yuchan held a welcoming banquet for everyone. When it came to dealing with matters, Fairy Yuchan was far better than Ning Xiaozai. Therefore, Fairy Yuchan was the one who handled these matters. Around 10 some Confucian sect cultivators had come to participate in this welcoming banquet. This included Wu Tianyuan. Wu Tianyuan had clearly come with ill intentions. After all, Lin Feng didn't believe that Wu Tianyuan would come out of the kindness of his heart to welcome him. Wu Tianyuan stood next to a middle-aged cultivator dressed in Confucian robes. Lin Feng asked Ning Xiaozai and learned that the cultivator dressed in Confucian robes was called Xu Ming. He was Xu Zishan's son. Fairy Yuchan made the introductions, and the banquet was rather peaceful. However, there were some disturbances in the middle. What had happened was that Daoist Wu Liang had drunk too much. Afterward, Daoist Wu Liang held a wine jug in one hand and a wine cup in the other and kept shouting that he and Lin Feng wouldn't leave until they were drunk. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Daoist Wu Liang was someone who loved wine as much as his life. Moreover, the wine brewed by the Confucian sect was extremely delicious. He hadn't been able to control himself. That was why he had drunk too much. However, it was normal to get drunk at a banquet. However, at this moment, Xu Ming came up with a couplet. Xu Ming looked at Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang and said, "Two apes drink, let's see when the little monkey gets drunk." Clearly, Xu Ming was mocking Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang, saying that they were two apes and Lin Feng was the little monkey. Daoist Wu Liang was already drunk, and now he was waiting to see when Lin Feng, the little monkey, would get drunk. Confucian sect cultivators were often very talented in literature, so they didn't use any vulgarities when scolding others. "What are you talking about? Are you looking for a beating?" Du Zhu and the others immediately couldn't take it anymore and looked at Xu Ming angrily. Xu Ming laughed faintly, completely ignoring the questioning of the poison ancestor and the others. Wu Tianyuan said, "Brother Lin, I only came up with a few couplets to pass the time. I don't mean any harm. Your subordinates are making a big fuss here. It's a disgrace to the culture." Lin Feng waved his hand and gestured for Du Zhu and the others to sit down. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Actually, I like to treat people like scholars. Brother Shu's couplet was really good. I also thought of a second half. I wonder if everyone wants to hear it." Of course, a group of people immediately chimed in. Lin Feng looked at Xu Ming and said, "Brother Shu's first half was two apes drink, let's see when the little monkey gets drunk. My second half is a horse eats meat, let's see how the old beast opens his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Well done. Young master's couplet is the best of all time." After hearing Lin Feng's couplet, Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign sage, and the two ghost emperors immediately burst into laughter. Not only was Lin Feng's couplet neat, but it also used even sharper words to rebuke Xu Ming. Xu Ming had mocked Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang as monkeys. On the other hand, Lin Feng had directly mocked Xu Ming as a beast. When the Confucian sect cultivators heard Lin Feng's couplet, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. This couplet was indeed perfect. However, this couplet was so sharp that it could infuriate them to death. "What did you say?" Xu Ming directly stood up, and his eyes could not help but reveal a sinister gaze. Because of his father, Xu Ming had an extremely high status in the Confucian sect. Who wouldn't treat him politely when they saw him? But now, Lin Feng actually dared to mock him as an old beast. How could Xu Ming not be angry? Everyone could feel Xu Ming's hostility towards Lin Feng. Some people even thought that Xu Ming might teach Lin Feng a lesson. Ning Xiaozai wanted to say something. However, Lin Feng stopped him. After all, Ning Xiaozai still had to cultivate in the Confucian sect and shouldn't offend anyone in the Confucian sect. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Brother Xu, couplets are meant to pass the time. That's what makes them interesting. Brother Xu has studied for so many years. Could it be that you don't understand this principle?" Many Confucian sect cultivators couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Lin Feng's words were too sharp. Although Lin Feng's words seemed to be understated, They were actually mocking Xu Ming for having studied for so many years for nothing. Chapter 48:14. Very good. Very good. Brother Lin is really talented. Today, I, Xu Ming, have seen it. I still have some things to deal with. So I'll take my leave first. Xu Ming suppressed the monstrous anger in his heart and said. Lin Feng was Master Zhu's guest. And he was Master Zhu's grand disciple. Obviously, he couldn't deal with Lin Feng now. Not to mention, there were also Scholar Ning and Fairy Yuchan who were of higher seniority here. Although Xu Ming didn't put Scholar Ning and Fairy Yuchan in his eyes. However, he still had to take care of some superficial face. Author, the reason why Xu Ming was so arrogant was because his father was now the number one person below the three great ancestors of the Confucian sect. His strength even surpassed the Confucian sect's sect master. In addition, the family behind Xu Ming had been rooted in the Confucian sect for many years. They were deeply rooted and had a strong foundation. Although Scholar Ning and Fairy Yuchan were Master Zhu's disciples, they were alone and didn't have much say in the Confucian sect. This was also the reason why Xu Ming didn't put Scholar Ning and Fairy Yuchan in his eyes. Seeing that Xu Ming was about to leave, Lin Feng said with a smile, Brother Xu is leaving. Since Brother Xu has something to do, then I won't keep Brother Xu. How about we find a time to spar again? I like to discuss literature with a talented and knowledgeable Confucian like Brother Xu the most. Hearing Lin Feng's words, those Confucian cultivators couldn't help but laugh. Obviously, Lin Feng was mocking Xu Ming again. Xu Ming lost to Lin Feng in pairs and was flustered and exasperated. Lin Feng actually used the words talented and knowledgeable to describe Xu Ming. Wasn't this slapping Xu Ming's face? Great Confucian scholars were all great scholars of the Confucian sect who wrote books and established theories. Xu Ming was naturally far inferior. Lin Feng actually called Xu Ming a great scholar. Was Xu Ming worthy? Of course not. But Lin Feng called him that, in fact, was still slapping Xu Ming's face. A short sentence actually slapped Xu Ming's face twice. This made everyone present admire Lin Feng's face-slapping methods to the extreme. Xu Ming, on the other hand, hated Lin Feng to the core. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such humiliation. However, he still couldn't fight back. In the end, Xu Ming snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and left. Wu Tianyuan glared viciously at Lin Feng before he left. Fairy Yuchan looked at Lin Feng with great interest. In fact, when Lin Feng had provoked Wu Tianyuan to the point of vomiting blood, Fairy Yuchan had already started paying attention to Lin Feng. Fairy Yuchan was a peerless beauty, and she was also Teacher Zhu's disciple. His standards were naturally very high. Just like Mu Yashi. Looks, cultivation base, and talent alone were not enough to impress Fairy Yuchan. Fairy Yuchan valued talent the most. At this moment, Lin Feng appeared in Fairy Yuchan's world. Fairy Yuchan didn't have much contact with Lin Feng, but she had some understanding of Lin Feng's character. Lin Feng was more low-key, but if someone provoked Lin Feng, then Lin Feng would definitely not be polite. He would definitely slap the other party's face. Just like this time. Xu Ming wanted to humiliate Lin Feng, but he was slapped in the face by Lin Feng. One could imagine. Today, Xu Ming and Lin Feng's couplet would soon spread. When the time came, it would definitely become a hot topic in the Confucian sect. When the time came, Xu Ming's face would be completely ruined. And Fairy Yuchan actually hated Xu Ming, who was her martial nephew in name. Because Xu Ming had never taken Fairy Yuchan seriously. Although Fairy Yuchan was much younger than Xu Ming. But in the world of cultivators, friendship was never based on age. Instead, it was based on seniority. No matter how young Fairy Yuchan was, she was still Teacher Zhu's direct disciple. Xu Ming was a generation younger than Fairy Yuchan. But it wasn't the first time Xu Ming didn't give Fairy Yuchan face in the Confucian sect. Now, she could see Lin Feng ruthlessly humiliating Xu Ming. Fairy Yuchan was naturally very happy in her heart. The banquet ended. Lin Feng and the others returned to their residence. Ning Xiaocai also came to Lin Feng's place. Ning Xiaocai said with a bitter smile, Now that the grudge with Xu Ming has been set, we don't know what Xu Ming will do in the future. And my senior brother Xu Zishan, we don't know if he will do anything behind our backs. The Xu family's power in the Confucian sect is deeply rooted, so we have to be careful. Lin Feng said, I don't care. At worst, I can just leave. I'm not a cultivator of the Confucian sect anyway. Brother Ning, you have to be careful. I'm afraid they already know about my relationship with Brother Ning. Although Brother Ning is Teacher Zhu's disciple, I'm sure Teacher Zhu won't interfere with the affairs of the lower class. So, the people below might do a lot of dirty things, so we have to be careful. Ning Xiaozai said, don't worry, I know what to do. Both sides chatted for a while, then Ning Xiaozai left. Lin Feng and the others also went back to rest. The next day, Lin Feng woke up when the sun was about to rise. He had just woken up when he heard soft footsteps outside. If it were not for Lin Feng's powerful six senses, he would not have been able to hear the sound outside. Lin Feng frowned. He quietly came to the door and opened it. He saw immeasurable Daoist priest tiptoeing towards his room. Lin Feng still remembered that this damned Daoist priest was drunk. Drunk to such an extent. If he did not sleep until late in the morning, how could he wake up? But this immeasurable Daoist priest woke up in the middle of the night and did not know what to do. He did not come back until now. If he had not just woken up, he would not even know about this matter. After seeing Lin Feng, the corners of immeasurable Daoist priest's mouth twitched violently. Lin Feng directly grabbed immeasurable Daoist priest and dragged him back to his room. He sealed off the room with a restriction to prevent the walls from having ears. Lin Feng silently looked at immeasurable Daoist priest and said, didn't you swear that you would not do anything out of line? You actually pretended to be asleep yesterday. That's too unethical. Immeasurable Daoist priest also knew that Lin Feng was a little angry. He hurriedly said, brother, don't be angry. This is a professional habit. It's not easy to change it quickly, let's slowly improve it. However, this time, I really discovered something shocking. Lin Feng slightly frowned and asked, what shocking thing did you discover?